Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is Jerome Powell and the dot plot today. 2 p.m. Eastern, we're going to get the dot plot. All of the action is going to happen 30 minutes after that. We're going to get Jerome Powell and the markets. They're setting up into that. There's a lot on the table. Not much is still expected to change. So everybody's throwing around all of these opinions. And like I'm telling you, this is our only forward guidance we're getting this year from the Fed so far. It has a lot of importance, but some people are thinking, nah. It's going to come in as 3. Nothing's going to change. It'll be the biggest punt ever. A lot of people are feeling that, but then again, it is Jerome Powell and anything can happen. So we'll see where it plays out. We did get a little bit of news out of Europe. Luxury goods, Gucci, they fell in China, but then Pinduoduo did good on earnings. So we got a mixed bag there. You got a little bit of movement there. The yen hit a low. That one's getting even wilder, so that's another part of this situation. You had a little bit to deal with, but all eyes are on Jerome Powell. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for it. We're pricing in only about like 0.79. We'll see where it takes us from there, and we will have a good time. But, Chattadonia, oh, good morning. Brian, oh, with the horn, we started off like that. Good morning, baby. Horn off. Oh, God bless you, Brian. And thank you, Matthew Orman. What up, Yee? Campanelli, baby. Monica, PSC. Y, baby. Battleboard. Gunner. Sungrown, baby. Good morning. What up, Mavis? What up, Morton? Hey, what up, you feel me? You feel me, baby. Good morning, Dirty Bird. Marcus Hanlon. Fofeth. Agent of Chaos. Good morning. Laker J. Good morning, baby. Carissa Hines. Benny Silverio, baby. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. Mark J. Nathan Evans. Kenny Miranda. Godfather Rocky Top. Full Psycho Forest, baby. Good morning. El Chapato. John Lewis. Ari, baby. Open Face Sandwich. Good morning. What up, Jerry? Will ya? Good morning, baby. Ram the Bull. Ben Stone. Christina. Mr. Stock. Bruce B. The Tiger Man, baby. Colt 45. Dedrick. Courtney. Tom Smith. Alaskan Assassin. Good morning, baby. What up, JB? What up, Timothy? How you living, Cargover? What up, Sam Spence? Car Plaza, Captain Crush. I thought it said Captain Kush. Captain Crush. Rodney Gibson, Tom Smith, baby. Killer Toast, Wandering. Good morning. Happy Powell Day, baby. Happy Powell Day. What up, Scotty? What up, Awaz? How you living, Yosef? Good morning. What about the Twitch? What about Havestone, The Goat, Anzel, and Briade, baby, Sadoni and Senkow, Rippin' Snipe, Ryan A, Universe's favorite, Bruce McCarter, baby, T. Toxie, Ibex, LV Lover, Hailstone, Be Me Seymour, baby, Professional, You Nanny, KJ Lemur, Vicman, Robo Hante, BDA Cookie Monster, Danny V, Blowin' Dough, El Coyote, Throwing Salt and Pajan and Uncle Nick, baby. Good morning. Oh, what up, Smealy? What up, Ross? What up, baby? I didn't see y'all. I had to scroll up, but Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. It's a big one, man. It's a big one. It's an exciting one. Good morning. What up, Carson? What up, Brait? How you living? It's a big one, man. It's Powell. So, Chad, I hope you're ready. But don't let my enthusiasm get ahead of it because, again, it's either going to be the biggest day or the biggest punt of the year. But let my AI talk about it. Okay, I got Josh AI. We got the news. I got a little bit of plays. There's not that many plays here this morning. I do have a couple that I'm going to be looking at, so we'll see. But got a couple of headlines. We'll go over the news. We'll get situated. We'll have a couple of hours till Powell, and then right when the data comes out, we'll be good. I'll give you a little preview ahead of everything as well, too. But here it is. Yes, the sweet, sweet AI voice. Good morning.
Traders await Fed with luxury in focus after Gucci.
There you go.
Treasuries and U.S. equity futures traded steady before today's Federal Reserve meeting, with markets braced for clues on the path for interest rates. Contracts for the S&P 500 were little changed after hitting a fresh high on Tuesday. Intel Corp rose as much as 4.4% in pre-market trading after winning almost $20 billion in U.S. grants and loans. Boeing Co. fell 1.8% after predicting a massive cash drain for the first quarter. Luxury stocks led losses in Europe after Gucci owner Kering SA warned about declining sales, fueling worries about high-end consumer spending in China. The shares slumped as much as 15% with LVMH, Burberry Group plc and Christian Dior SE also seeing losses. Europe's benchmark gauge slid as much as 0.4% before pairing the move to trade flat. While the Fed is expected to hold, investors will be parsing commentary to assess how quickly a long-anticipated switch to easing might come. The decision and economic forecasts will be released at 2 p.m. in Washington. Chair Jerome Powell will hold a press conference 30 minutes later. Michael Brown, senior research strategist at Pepperstone Group Limited, said investors will be looking to the Fed's so-called dot plot of rate projections to gauge how many cuts policymakers are expecting this year. The risk of those dots shifting has grown, and if we do see that median move higher, then obviously you'd expect a knee-jerk rally in the dollar and a knee-jerk move lower in treasuries and equities. He said. With that risk on the horizon, no one has particularly much conviction to do anything much this morning. Mohit Kumar, chief European economist at Jefferies, favors reducing risk going into the meeting. If we do get a risky asset sell-off post-FOMC, we would use that as an opportunity to buy, he said. The Bloomberg Dollar Index advanced for a fifth session. Yen slide. Separately, the pound whipsawed after Britain's inflation rate fell more sharply than expected. The Bank of England meets on rates on Thursday, but a move is unlikely as policymakers say they need further evidence that price pressures will fall back sustainably. In Japan, the yen slid to the weakest level since 2008 against the euro on speculation the Bank of Japan will keep its monetary policy accommodative even after it ended the world's last negative interest rate regime this week. Oil steadied after a two-day gain as an industry group flagged a fall in U.S. crude stockpiles, while gold traded in a narrow band ahead of the Fed. It's Fed Day. There's a lot of excitement about today's Fed policy decision considering no rate change is expected at the 2 p.m. announcement. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is also likely to avoid signaling that rate cuts are imminent when he holds a news conference after the decision. It's why Wall Street will be focused on the so-called dot plot, which will show how much officials expect to cut interest rates in 2024 and 2025. Bond traders are stepping up short bets against treasuries and buying derivatives to protect against a sell-off, positioning for the risk that new forecasts will show increased reticence to ease monetary policy. Today's meeting is also about the path forward as the Fed begins in-depth discussions about reducing its balance sheet, or quantitative tightening. The funding market signals the Fed still has time to determine exactly how and when to do this. Wrong way dollar bets. Oops, Wall Street has gotten the dollar wrong this year. Or, gloriously wrong, as Vishnu Varadhan at Mizuho Bank puts it. While a gauge of the greenback has jumped more than 2% in 2024, and the U.S. currency has beaten most of its major peers, consensus was calling for the opposite to happen. The bet was that virtually every G10 currency would gain against the dollar on expectations the Fed would begin an aggressive cycle of rate cuts. Despite getting wrong-footed by the move so far this year, dollar bears remain the market's dominant voice and asset managers are clinging to wagers that the dollar will fall. That's a bet they've had since 2017. Gloomy Gucci. Shares of Gucci owner Kering have fallen as much as 15% in Paris, the steepest drop since 1992. That's after the group warned sales at its flagship brand have fallen about 20% in the first quarter, mainly due to a steep decline in the all-important Asia-Pacific region, its biggest market. Analysts at Citi called it a rather worrying signal for the luxury goods market overall, and concerns of a broader slowdown are weighing on shares of Burberry, Christian Dior, LVMH, Richemont and even the ever-resilient Hermes, which yesterday closed at an all-time high. Movers and shakers. S&P 500 futures are little changed, signaling caution before the Fed and after the index closed at yet another all-time high yesterday. Treasuries are also mostly flat, while the dollar is charging higher. In Japan, the yen fell to the weakest level since 2008 against the euro. Nasdaq Inc. is one of the top decliners in early U.S. trading as its biggest shareholder plans to sell roughly one-third of its stake. Intel is rising after winning almost $20 billion in chips incentives for U.S. plants. Social media platform Reddit will likely price its IPO today before its trading debut on Thursday. And aside from the Fed, we're also due a rate decision in Brazil, GDP and unemployment data from Argentina and the latest international reserves figures from Mexico. Bitcoin drops. The digital asset is falling again today, trading near a two-week low as demand for dedicated U.S. exchange-traded funds dries up. The products have garnered a net inflow of $11.7 billion since their January 11th launch, but the group as a whole suffered its biggest outflow on Tuesday. Digital asset optimists continue to anticipate a fill-up for Bitcoin from an upcoming reduction in the token supply growth, known as halving. But maybe excited and nervous Bitcoiners shouldn't be looking at history to figure out what will happen next. Top overnight news. As tensions rise with China, Taiwan's defense minister has hinted that U.S. troops have been training the Taiwanese military on outlying islands that would be on the front lines of a conflict with its neighbor. Wall Street Journal. the Biden administration is considering blacklisting a number of Chinese semiconductor firms linked to Huawei Technologies Co. after the telecom giant notched a significant technological breakthrough. Last year, BBG. Benjamin Netanyahu insisted Israel would launch a ground assault on Rafah. Despite pressure from the U.S. not to carry out a large operation in the Gazan city where hundreds of thousands of people are sheltering. FT. UK inflation cools by more than anticipated in February, with headline coming in at plus 3.4% while core dipped to plus 4.5%. Although the services CPI ran a bit warmer at plus 6.1%. RTRS. ECB's Lagarde says price-wage disinflation progress is occurring, but more time is needed for the central bank to assess the situation. Which means the first cut probably won't come until June at the earliest. ECB. FOMC, we suspect that the Fed leadership is still targeting a first cut in June. And this combined with a default pace of 1 cut per quarter implies that the most natural outcome for the median dot is to remain unchanged at 3 cuts or 4.625% for 2024. We expect the median dots to remain unchanged at 3.625% for 2025 and 2.875% for 2026 as well. We expect the longer run dots to gradually drift higher over time, with a small tick up a bit more likely than not this week. The only significant change to the economic forecasts should be an increase in 2024 GDP growth. GIR. John Paulson will host a Florida fundraiser for Donald Trump next month, as the former president tries to match Joe Biden's money operation and pay for a growing pile of legal bills and judgments. FT. JP Morgan surprised with a 9.5% dividend hike on the back of record annual profit. The firm's asset management division named Jonathan Sherman the next head of its U.S. equities business. BBG. Intel jumped pre-market after winning $8.5 billion in U.S. grants, and as much as $11 billion in loans, to help fund the expansion of its domestic factories. The White House is also weighing blacklisting Chinese chip firms linked to Huawei, People Familiar said, escalating its campaign to curtail Beijing's AI and semiconductor ambitions. BBG.
Well, there's all those headlines. I still got a little bit more. Like the video, baby. S&P futures are little change Wednesday morning after U.S. equities ended higher on Tuesday, with stocks finishing around their best levels for the session. S&P recorded its 18th all-time high of the year. Select cyclical plays among the best performers. Treasuries firmer across the curve after snapping up a 6-session losing streak on Tuesday. Dollars up by 0.7 with the yen weakness. Again, the story in Forex. Gold is off by 0.1. Bitcoin down by 0.8. WTI is off by 1.5. Market in waiting mode for the Fed. Dot plot the key areas of scrutiny from a risk sentiment perspective. Unchanged dot plot seen as having potential to drive some dovish takeaways given the extent of repricing of Fed rate cuts over the last couple of months. Market currently pricing in 75 basis points of easing this year. Move lower in the dots has potential to raise concerns about Fed ultimately not cutting this year, particularly with the perceived complications from the election. Fed said to leave rates unchanged and make only slight tweaks to the policy statement. Dot plot expected to continue to show 3 rate cuts for 24, though risk skewed to the downside. Also, a lot of debate about the long-run dot amid some recent rehashing of thoughts of the neutral rate higher. Powell unlikely to deviate from the recent congressional testimony where he said central bank not far from gaining sufficient confidence needed to start easing. Nothing on the U.S. economic calendar today. Big overseas development has revolved around cooler UK inflation print. Intel is up on confirmation of billions of dollars of CHIP Act grants. Pinduoduo up big following strong Q4 results. Boeing down on cautious free cash flow commentary at sell-side conference. Chipotle announced 50-for-1 stock split. SFCI 2 million share price 12.5% below Monday's close. GIS fiscal Q3 organic revenue, operating margins, and EPS all better while full year 24 unchanged. NDAC hit by the Bourse Dubai sale of 1.6 billion stake. HKY posted a strong cost-driven bottom line beat for Q4 and reiterated full year 24 guidance. Macy's has reportedly opened its books for Arkhouse and Berghain. SIG hit by softer Q1 and full year guidance, though company boosted by capital return and announced news of cost-cutting plan. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. Fed expects to avoid signaling imminent easing, but stick with projection of 3 rate cuts in 24. Lots of questions for the Fed to answer over their balance sheet and how they plan to taper assets on it. CNBC survey finds respondents see 3 rate cuts this year. Probability of recession down to 32%. No clear consensus on follow-up of BOJ rate hike or terminal rate. Bank of Japan cut back to upper limit of JGB range seen as meaningful. ECB planning to publish wage tracker used by officials in policy decision. UK headline inflation slowest since September 21, but services still sticky. Economists still positive on immaculate disinflation progress across advanced economies. Bond traders boost short bets against treasuries amid risk of hawkish Fed surprise. Synchronized global central bank easing expected to support the dollar. Chipotle board approves 50-for-1 stock split. Biden set to announce multi-billion-dollar grant for Intel production expansion. Macy's opens up books for ArcHouse. Cisco closes $28 billion all-cash acquisition of cybersecurity company Splunk. Microsoft hires DeepMind co-founder Suleiman and most of his staff from AI startup. Saudi Arabia plans $40 billion fund to invest in AI technology. Boeing exploring divesting 2 of their defense businesses amid 747 crisis. Airbus ties. Kering warns Gucci sales to fall 20% in Q1 due to steeper than expected decline in Asia-Pacific region. China keeps loan prime rate unchanged as expected. China bond rally comes back as ultra-long yield slips to lowest since '05. China property developers face increasing court battles with creditors over restructuring plans. Trump now says U.S. will 100% remain in NATO, provided EU countries meet their funding commitments. U.S. weighs blacklisting several Chinese firms linked to Huawei. Netanyahu vows Israel will proceed with ground assault on Rafah to eliminate remaining Hamas battalions. Biden assures Netanyahu he's not trying to undermine him. Russian spy chief claims France preparing to send 2,000 troops to Ukraine. UK Chancellor Hunt hints of general election may be held in October. Trump-backed Bernie Moreno wins Ohio Senate primary. Supreme Court allows Texas deportation law, allowing state law enforcement to arrest and deport illegal aliens. Wow. Chattadonia. Look at that, man. Look at that. Look at that. That's all your headlines. Came in fast. Came in fast. Now we got some plays, baby. Now we got some plays. Yeah, let's get those likes up. It's Powell Day, baby. It's Powell Day. We got a lot. I even have an idea. I kind of changed my mind from the watch list. We're going to have to talk about it a little bit. We're going to have to talk about it, but I got some pre-market movers. Not as much today. Definitely not as much. Chipotle, they're up 5.1 or 5.4, 50-for-1 stock split. Mobileye up 4.1, Volkswagen collaboration expansion announcement. Intel up 3.1, non-binding PMT, $8.5 billion in direct CHIPS Act with option to draw up to $11 billion. Damn. GIS up 3.0 off of earnings. KMX up 3.0. Need him upgrade to buy. BBY up 2.3. Telsey upgraded to outperform. VFS up 1.7. Cooperation agreement with Guam Autosport. SNPS up 1.6. IP up 1.1. Citi upgrade to buy. Getty up 12.6. Jim Cramer mentions positively. MODG. I've never seen that. I've never seen a Jim Cramer mention. MODG up 12.5. South Korean strategic investor reportedly acquired MODG for $2.98 billion. SRAT up 7.8 off of earnings. Riot 4.6. JP Morgan upgraded to overweight. DWAC up 3.4. BB up 3.2. RCM 2.4. Citi upgraded to buy. Tisha up 35%. Earnings data reveal of phase 2, 1-2 adolescent and adult trial. CGC up 12.3. SLRN up 8.8, phase 1-2 proof of concept for Lagutamab in thyroid eye disease. MVST up 8.0. Chinese stocks trading higher. Pinduoduo, the leader, up 16. PUK down 7 off earnings. BNTX down 5.3 off earnings. NDAC down 4.1, 27 million share offering by Dubai. AMCR down 2.7 off guidance. Boeing down 1.5, guidance at Bank of America conference on free cash flow. Myrna down 1.1, BNTX earnings sympathy. SMCI down 1.1, 2 million share offering priced at $8.75. Wells Fargo downgraded to neutral. Signet down 7.3 off earnings. JKS down 6.5 off earnings. AQST down 13.1, prices 75 million common stock offering. STI down 7.5. CVAC down 4.4. Root down 4. HLF down 1.5. Guidance and appoints John De Simone as CFO. And then shippers and tankers all trading lower. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. There it is, baby. There it is, baby. Oh, man. Carissa looking to increase the like tax. Yeah, listen, hey, if you're not liking over 1,000, it doesn't affect you. But anybody over 1,000, we're not hitting 1,000. We're going to go to 1,400. Pay your fair share. Hey, come on. Let's go. That's what we got to do. But Chattadonia, I got a couple of plays for you. Not too many. Literally golden bonds. Gold bond for some of you if you have any athlete's foot, but gold bond will be the theme of the day today. Golden bonds and Powell. Going to be watching that. I have changed my mind on bonds. We're going to talk about that. Then CMG, they got that split news. We'll see how it plays out. Like I said yesterday, Pinduoduo. I took the cheap side of it, but we'll see how those contracts open up to the high side. And like we said here, these China names have moved pretty big, so hopefully we get a continuation. Keeping an eye on Intel and then General Mills. They did good. Still holding the JWN from yesterday, and then watching NVEI, so JWN, NVAI, both kind of in their own little world of M&A. So hopefully we get some more activity there. But other than that, going to be riding until the data. Let the data guide it, and then whatever the data says, we play off of the data, baby. That's all we got to do, Chatadonia. So I hope you're ready. I hope you're having a great morning. Like that video. We need to get the likes up, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, get me a water. I will be right back. Let's go. Let's go. It's a big day today. It's a big day, baby. Hit that like button. God bless you, and I will see you in a little bit. See you in a little.
Does AI come into the conversations that you have around the table? And will it spill over into the Fed, or is it just too soon to go there?
Yeah, so it's certainly coming into conversations. I think in part, last year we did see better productivity performance for the first time in a while. So that got people asking, could this be, the first hint of AI? And, you talk about Greenspan. Greenspan really kind of sniffed out the productivity improvement by a lot of, data forensics before it was obvious in the mid-90s. And so I think a lot of people right now are saying, are we, at the edge of another period like the late 90s, which was really a phenomenal period of productivity growth? And certainly I have seen, the projections which suggest you could get pretty substantial productivity gains from this. On the other hand, you go back 10, 15 years, and there were similarly techno-optimists telling stories which didn't bear fruition. So, but right now, I think it is. It's certainly for a longer run discussion, not for the next month or two or the June hike or anything like that. I think when it comes to, Fed policy, this may affect how one thinks about longer term interest rates and that longer run dot.
Just on that, Mike, do you think that is where we're getting hung up on 3 cuts, 2 cuts, in terms dots, excuse me.
Yeah.
Maybe the more important conversation, apart from balance sheet, is where that longer term neutral rate is, and that I presume you would go down with the stake going, Manus, that is considerably higher.
Yeah, so I do think it's important. It's crucially important for all assets where longer-term interest rates settle. Those dots are just their estimates, of course. There are a lot of good economists there, but certainly, I think there is a risk that moves higher, and in part because of some building optimism on productivity. Less favorably, there's also some sense that these chronic deficits are leading to more crowding out, which raises interest rates. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Mike, thank you so much.
Sure.
Bob Dole, Mike Ferroli on Fed Day. Coming up, your morning calls, and a little bit later, John Hancock's.
Yeah,
Emily Rowland joins me to discuss the road ahead for the Fed and what it could mean.
He said, coming up, your morning calls from the Chad, baby. From the Chad. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're getting closer to the open. We'll have to wait like 3 or 4 hours until Powell. So, Chatadonia, I hope you like the video so we could get all of the plays out there. We need those likes on the video, but now I'm asking a lot from you. I know. Forgive me. It's early, but now I need you to post your first play of the day. That's it. They were waiting. They said the morning calls. What do you got? Post it in the chat, baby. Puts on GME. DXJ, Tisha puts on a video. GLD at 2 p.m. Micron, hi Chad. Lots of 2G people. MO, good morning. Oh, wait, why is my YouTube? My YouTube's lagging out. I don't see the YouTube Chad moving. Oh, I only see the Twitch. MO, gold. Oh my gosh, Spy puts, Microsoft, Gold, UVXY, there it is, SQQ, Josh calls, Pinduoduo, FSR, Full Port puts that open, Ricey, Crocs calls, Micron, Tesla, Nike, Micron, PayPal puts, Sell YouTube, Chad, PayPal, Sell CGC, Make Some Calls Free, Spy calls, ACB, Google calls, Double Down, PayPal puts. Oh, dude, the YouTube is lagging, bro. I ain't getting any C's because y'all didn't like the video. Y'all ain't like the video on there, that's what happened. Yeah, the stream's lagging like crazy. Grabbed Intel, Amazon, Tesla, GG, Nugget, Double Dip, GIS, Spy Puts, Tesla, YouTube Clap, Short to High Friday, Atos Earnings Calls, Spy Puts, July, Intel, Boeing, XOM, Boeing, Pinduo Duo, Stream Clap, Clap, Palantir, UVIX, GIL, ENVB in the final plays. NVIDIA calls, waiting for Papa Powell, Apple long, selling MRC calls, and Starbucks shares into earnings. Yeah. I told you guys, y'all better like the video. I told y'all to like the video. I mean, I said this, if y'all got lagged out and y'all didn't like the video, man. That happens, bro. That happens. But Chattadonia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. For real, thank you for giving up everything, making the sacrifice. Y'all go through stuff every day. We don't give it enough credit and love. The least we could do is give it a shout out, and I hope all of you always carry this with you and show that love to the vets. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches. If you making your community run, baby, that's where it starts. That's where it starts, baby. That's what I'm talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. Yeah, Chattadonia. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. It's game time. It's game time. Yeah, if stream lags. But y'all didn't like the video and the stream lagged. I'm just saying, man. You better hit that 1,000 likes. I said y'all need to unlock everything, man. It's very important on Powell Day, bro. But there's the Twitch just in case. I don't know. The YouTube might be back. Y'all better like the video. I don't know. I was telling y'all the recipe ahead of time. No, but we'll see, man. We'll see. But Chattadonia, we got about 1 minute and 19 seconds until the bell. Like that video. If you have any questions, let me know. Post the plays. Again, we're going to have a little bit of time, honestly, right before it. We're going to have like 3-4 hours to kill until Powell. But again, the good news is right at 2 p.m., we are going to get everything. So we got 1 minute. I already went over my plays. Again, a lot of gold bond and then a couple of pre-market movers here, whether it is earnings and Pinduo Duo or announcements like Chipotle, again, Intel, and all of those are going to be moving. So we'll see. Yeah, Lisa Sue and Jensen are cousins. And we're almost at 1,000 likes. Wow. 40 seconds and 20 likes away. I don't know if we could do it. That's like 1 like a second. I don't know. Gone in 60 seconds. Can we do it? I don't know, Chattadonia. So let's have a good time. If you have any questions, let me know. We're going to go over a couple of previews right ahead of time. I'll go over the dot plot, and I mean, it's Powell Day, baby. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, 12 seconds. All right, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, Chattadonia. And we're off. Spy is barely green. Russell Dow starting red. NASDAQ is barely in the green too. Again, Pinduoduo, I believe that fell to what it was priced in. I'll take a look at those calls. Oh, they still did good. Pinduoduo calls went up 50%. The spreads are just wicked. And then Chipotle, I don't know how they're going to run. Yeah, GIS, General Mills, that was on my list as well. They did good. PPD. Oh, we hit the 1,000 likes before the bell. Y'all did good. Y'all did good. We really out here. We really out here. Pfizer keeps dropping. I haven't checked the other value plays. MO, watch the chips. Again, Pinduoduo. So the calls didn't go up like too crazy. If there's any more of a slip, there might be a double dip opportunity on that. Marvel's barely in the green. I just had Intel up. And the video, where's Pfizer? Yeah, Pfizer back to 27. Wasn't it just at 28? And then MO is actually still in the green here. Remember that little 1,000% yesterday. I'm still in the gold short. I'm only down $100. That one I'm going to close out today, but I think I'm going to hold my bonds. So yesterday on the bonds, or the watch list, I was talking about how I kind of want to get out of the bonds, but then I forgot. I forgot the history of the bonds in the Fed meetings. That literally the first, pretty much like the 3 days after the Fed meeting, the bonds usually go up on average like 10 basis points because everybody starts to freak out. That's literally been the trend here, I think, for the last, 20 or 30 years. Let me find you the chart, but I may be down to hold the bonds, but then again, the risk is going to be your boy, the dot plot coming in and just attacking everybody. SPY coming down. Alrighty. Tesla, GIS, again, they're still in the green. They came down a couple candles. They're up only 4 now. Let me see. I need to find you the chart for the bonds. I want to say it was around January. Yeah, there was blacklist Huawei news. Again, we have more of that. But China was carrying, again, Gucci. So you had one of the luxury providers pretty much say that they are that they're getting clapped in China and that they expect their luxury sales to drop by 20%. Tesla pop, FXI. Yeah, yen's getting clobbered though. That's one of them. I'm trying to find the bond chart. Tesla pop. And then watch GIS and Pinduoduo if those come up. Mobileye on the low. Chipotle's up 5. So damn, you're actually getting a little run there off Chipotle. Yeah, and I'm down 120 on the gold short. Bob is up. Tesla's up 1.5. ARM's going up. Coin. Again, Bitcoin was down. MasterCard too. See what the bonds do. Mara bussin'. No, I don't think it's there. I didn't make an Intel play. I don't know. No, I don't even think we have old ones. Intel's up a lot. Disney popping, though. But, oh, my gosh. Did you guys see it this morning? Did anybody see the Disney stuff this morning? It wasn't news, but it should have been on TV. It absolutely blew my mind. I don't know if you guys got it. Did y'all see what happened? No, not Taylor Swift. It's a weird set of news, if anything. Not the robots. Yeah, y'all didn't see it. Did Elon back Bob Iger? I didn't hear that. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, bro, y'all didn't hear Disney is running an ad to get you to vote for the white card on the vote. Bro, I heard it 3 times this morning. Literally, I'm taking a dump, and I literally hear, like, Disney music in the background and, like, the Disney announcer voice guy. And, yeah, and it's an ad, and it's like, Disney needs your help. Make sure that you don't vote against try-in and vote for the white card on the new board vote. Bro, it's literally like a scene from Succession. They're running the commercials now to get you to vote for the proxy vote coming up. I was tripping out, but yeah, they're starting to run those ads. Tesla, Pinduoduo, they came down. Again, it's still up, but it all moved within what was priced in. MRUS. Oh, yeah, where's the wheat stocks? Wasn't CGC up? Oh, MSOS coming down. Citi on the high. Again, Wells Fargo got a downgrade today. And then JP Morgan raised their dividend by 10. Kind of ads. I mean, I got that ad 3 times today. I was like, damn. This is I guess, I mean, it makes sense. You know, Nelson Peltz, he's going around advertising it too. But you're getting a little bit of a proxy war. All right, where is this one? I have too many earnings previews. It's hard to find my yeah, no, that can't be it. I'm trying to get the bond history chart after the Fed. And then JWN on the low still. The news on Gill, we got that yesterday. They got an offer, I believe. Somebody wants to buy them out. What's MO near-term target? Anything. I mean, pretty much it could run till Friday, but some people are worried that it'll drop about 98 cents, its dividend amount, right after it comes out, or right after the ex-dividend. So that's the only thing you got to keep in mind for that. Intel dump. DWalk. I am not too sure why DWalk is up. I mean, you do have primaries coming up. And then, again, I think there was one Republican dude who won in Ohio, I think, today. Fun video with the pump fake. Oh, yeah, where's SMCI? Even, I guess, kind of Disney, but holding 115. Bonds are holding. Where's the dollar? Has to be up today, huh? With the yen. Even dollar just got a pop there. SPY near the low of the day. NASDAQ barely red. Pinduoduo's chilling. Is Chipotle still running up? They're up 6.6. Mava. Procter Gamble on the high. Nvidia dip before the rip. PGR going up. Is Gildan still up? Yeah, it's damn, it's at 38. Oh shit, bro. We could have had those 4. Damn, so it actually moved. And those contracts were cheap yesterday. Junko on the high. They had earnings. That's JKS. GOT, Tesla pump fake. Here it is. Is this it? Yes. So, this is the one I wanted. The dot plot's going to be released at 2 p.m. Yeah, Reddit, I think they're going to price today. I don't know if it's going to trade today. Well, we're going to have an idea of how much it's going to cost. But this is the chart I wanted to show you guys. The bond yield trend. So remember, I gave this to you, I think, last month or 2 months ago. But the 3-day window of the FOMC, like pretty much starting yesterday, today, and then the next 2 days or the next day after, pretty much bond yields have came down every single time since March. Non-FOMC bond yields climb, and then even 2010 to 2021, same exact setup there, more or less. So in a weird, again, this worked out last time, but the only X factor is that Powell really might mess everything up. And if he does, then that doesn't matter. Then you're screwed. Are we closing red today? Well, that just depends on Powell. And again, I mean, people are kind of set up for a bearish expectation. The Fed futures did pull back a little bit from yesterday, so they're more matched up with the dot plot, but whatever that dot plot does, I mean, that will be it. Oracle pop. And then Disney still slipping. Tesla on the low. Pinduoduo selling down there. Tesla again. And then Philip Morris on the high. Ultra and Philip Morris barely moving, though. Abivai in the red. Where's Apple and Microsoft? They're all down. Microsoft barely in the green. Google is in the green. They were up a little bit more. Yeah, Oracle's getting a candle. Oracle's at 130. PayPal on the high. Boeing. Did SPR get? SPR is outperforming. I don't know if they got more buyout news. Tesla shares up 1.3 after company to raise price of China-produced Model Y from April 1st. Tesla. Again, Tesla's still in the green, but they're on the low ticker right now. So is the SPY. Let's see. $5.1, damn. So we literally right below the all-time high. My goodness. All-time highs in the Powell. GoPro, I haven't looked at GoPro stock in a minute. Like, I have not been really, like, I followed them back in the day. You know, I played GoPro IPO. I made a killing on GoPro IPO when it first came out. Remember when GoPros were, like, the new thing? But I have not followed their journey, more or less, in a long, long time. So I have no idea. DraftKings running. SLV is up. Is GLD climbing? Yeah, I wasn't down as much, but I think literally. Yeah, gold moved up half of where it was down. JPM breaking out again. They had news of the dividend hike. SPY going lower, though. Hard to say what's leading. It's only been 15 minutes. Reddit IPO, it just depends on the criteria. You know, if it doesn't price too much and the supply's not that bad and we really see good demand, then that could be good. I didn't sell MSOS. I'm still in that one. We're up like 10%, I think. Yeah, Reddit. Dot plot's at 2 p.m. Eastern. SMCI, maybe. I mean, I think if their offering wasn't confusing, I mean, usually I give it a day or two, if the offering, it could bring the stock down, and if there's still demand, it like bounces right back up. But I just think they got a little bit of like the weird announcement yesterday and then pricing it today. Maybe give it an extra day. So we'll see. Sold the Marvel on loss. Yeah, I'm down on those. I'm still in that. That one I'm either going to sell for a loss today before, or that will be one of my other holds. I'm down 5.9 on that. Damn. AMD, I wouldn't consider it till it goes back to like $80. Maybe. I think that was the last time I considered AMD. I remember I had that one earnings and then dipped to 80, and then 3 days later just went back to 120. All right. Uber. Yeah, Uber's coming up. DoorDash already up there too. SPY going lower again. High ticker is like 50-50 right now. So again, a little bit of both ways. GNRC. Micron is today. Yeah, that's going to be good. Carvana, didn't they get an upgrade? They're up 3-3. Pinduo still selling off. So they're Pinduo Duo. They were up like what? 15? They gave up 10%? Scammers. Oh, yeah, DraftKings March Madness. I didn't think about that. Powell talks today, yes. Yes. It's going to be big. McDonald's on the high. Pinduoduo at the low. Keeps snowing. Nigeria's Access Bank signs offer to buy National Bank of Kenya. I don't know. The Pinduoduo spreads are insane, though. So Pinduoduo will have a wild bounce at one point. I'm looking at this option chain. It's literally 50% spreads on a lot of these contracts. The market maker has no idea. So again, like even right now, Pinduoduo still pricing in like a $10, $15 move, which is kind of crazy. MSTR flush. Oh yeah, those oracles clapped. S&P red and green. It might be too early. It hasn't even been 15 minutes. You got to wait like 30 minutes. Give it time to populate. Still very, very early, Habibi. Dot plot will have no cuts. God bless the cult. Wow. That would be very bearish. No, like I said, if we're by the end of today, if we're still talking 2 to 3 rate cuts, nothing changed, and then I'd call it a non-event. But if by the end of today, if we're talking 0 rate cuts, or we're talking 4 or 5 rate cuts, and we're talking a different number than 2 or 3, we're gonna have a wild type of day. Ford on the high, MGM as well. Again, high ticker, it's just taking turns, and there's still some activity on the low ticker as well. As Pfizer still getting smashed. Pinduoduo, first green candle. Pfizer coming back up. T-Mobile on the high. Where's CMG? They're still up. How can you play this surprise? I mean, you go ahead of it. What do you think is going to happen? So you could either play the surprise through equities, bonds, or Fed futures, but you either are going to play ahead of the event, ahead of the dot plot, or you're going to wait till the dot plot comes out. It'll probably move 0.5%, 0.75% in one candle, and then you can make your mind up after that. It just depends. If you're bullish on J. Powell, who benefits, like if you think, I think equities in general, if you think he's gonna not like keep it three cuts, just everything goes back to normal. That's it. So whatever we've been dealing with the last 3 months, if Powell doesn't change anything, nothing has changed, and then the guidance, therefore, for the future has not changed. So if today's future guidance does not offer anything new that we've responded to, then you just fall back into the old setup. 2 p.m. Eastern. The dollar to come back down, I think you need the yen or the euro or any other currency to really come back up. Or, again, policy to kind of really be indicating, you know, heavier cuts in America or a reason to be having us, you know, bring the dollar down. But realistically, I think other currencies have been getting in the way of the dollar more so than anything. Reddit holders said to guide IPO at top range or above. So Reddit looking to have some premium. That's first report that we're getting out right now. Dude, that pin, if you're looking at the Pinduoduo option chain, it's nasty. Like it's like actually awful. Bro, I'm telling you, like I've never really seen this. I guess this is closer to the money. It's like 10%. But like once you start going, that's 20%. But like eventually it starts to go to like 50%, 40% of the price of the contract is the damn spread. It's actually insane. So I guess these tightened up a little bit. But even then the bids were like 100 on the ask and then like 50 on the bid. Swing halted. ECB Schnabel, multiple long-term factors may push R-star higher. Snow still on the high. They are up 1.9. They're looking good. Options volatility. Well, remember, yesterday wasn't pricing in much. So honestly, let's take a gander right now. Let's see what it's pricing in ahead of time here off of the morning. So remember, yesterday it was pricing in 0.79, right? All right, we're right in the middle. What is that, 360? What? Yeah, what the hell? I'm getting 360. We're pricing in less now. Hot dog. Divided by... Yeah, you're pricing in 0.7 now. So, like, low-key, you're even pricing in a little bit less on today than you were. There's already been pretty much an option crush, putting us around 0.7. Again, yesterday we were between, like, 0.79, 0.8. That was priced in. And then gold is climbing up here. What does that mean? This is what I was saying. Like, I've said it a lot on the watch list. This day, today is huge. Today is a very big day, but it also really does have the opportunity to be the biggest punt you have ever seen. So what like the pricing on the option chain is telling me is that the market is not expecting much. The market, even though there is like a lingering fear and like kind of a understanding that Powell can pull the rug, the market is generally thinking that everything is going to come in status quo today. The market is not expecting the dot plot to change. Again, most big banks, most medians right now for the dot plot, what they're forecasting, most economists think it's going to show up the same 4.6, maybe 4.67, something slightly higher, but there shouldn't be a drastic change, and most people believe that. And that's why literally right now we're pricing in less on the S&P than what we priced in for the PPI. So there is a punt. The punt, people are expecting nothing out of today, but there is an underlying fear and volatility that it's kind of hard to shake. But you know, nothing is a very well priced in outcome. But if the dot plot shows the same, won't it rip? Yeah, it'll probably rip by 0.79, maybe a little higher, and then we just go back to the same setup now for the next 3 months. And then responding to the data. He's playing enormous. He's doing good, though. I'm telling you, as long as he does nothing. But last time I had that thinking, it did get me into some trouble. So we will see. SPY at VWAP again. You kind of didn't do much off the open. Let's see if that bounce even counts. I don't know. You're barely red, though. SPY, NASDAQ, Dow, they're not moving like crazy. DraftKings been killing it. Again, you do have March Madness. Yen short squeeze if Powell holds. I don't know. The yen may just, if it really starts vomiting, I mean, that's going to be everybody saying that you just did too small of a move. I think the same thing happened to Japan in 2011, I want to say, or 2010. They did a move and then everybody vomited off of it. And they're like, yeah, that's not good enough. And then it kind of changed the whole dynamic. And then they had to really readjust and come back with another one. But then again, I mean, I think the yen could affect the dollar, and then Powell could affect the dollar, which could add more pressure to the yen. I don't know about like making it bounce too insane or causing a squeeze off Powell. On Crocs, no, I haven't looked at them since their earnings, but weren't they holding up pretty decent? Bonds moving up here. Yeah, no, they've been doing good. They got a little bit of a premium. I don't know if I mean, you could probably trade it, but for long term, I'd want something a little cheaper. Buy calls on the VIX. I mean, if you think volatility is going to come up, but I mean, I think you could play like bonds and even the SPY and NASDAQ probably for a better return. But then again, it just depends. I haven't looked at pricing on the VIX. There may be some plays. And then gold keeps ripping. I was literally only down $90 on my short. Now I'm down 200. So that's kind of getting a bid, or everybody else had the same idea and is closing into the data. But gold is going to be big today. SPIR, oh, that was the weather NVIDIA one from yesterday. Then SPY at VWAP, watch if the bonds could break out. Again, bonds have the better chance of moving here pre. Yeah, bro, Chipotle is crazy. 300,000% on the options, damn. I mean, again, everybody, I thought Chipotle would never split. So it's a very, very big deal for them. It's kind of changing. There'll still be an expensive stock, but it's a very, very big thing for them in terms of the type of investor they're attracting. Oh, excuse me. Man, why do I always be getting hiccups like in the morning, bro? I don't get it. Yeah, I thought they were against stock splits. Again, I usually wanted to attract investors, so I think it's a pretty big shift in their company. I'm holding my breath. It'll be $50, yeah. What's fee? It's a 50-to-1 stock split. So divide 3,000 by 50. Puff, I was holding my breath and exhaling. I get the hiccups in the morning. It's weird. Neo, because EVs haven't been doing good, and then China hasn't been doing good. And then even this morning, again, the news, Gucci, they said they're expecting 20% less sales because China's doing so bad. So that kind of shocked everybody. Did not get everybody feeling good. And then gold is just ripping right now, like straight up. Gloomy Gucci. Know what the AI said? Gloomy Gucci. CNQ. Again, SPY just went a little pop above VWAP. Near the low of the day, but I mean, the range is very small. Pinduoduo, man. What a scammer. Japan might be looking into Bitcoin. What? That'd be crazy. Or like the Japanese, instead of buying the yen, they buy Bitcoin. I'd be crazy if the Bank of Japan started buying Bitcoin like bonds. Oh, my goodness. But, Chattadonia, we've been here for about 30 minutes. I've been downing water in excitement of Powell. I've been too excited. I got to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Okay? I love you. God bless you. Like the video. I hope you're doing good. And let's have a good one. Let's have a good one, man. 2 p.m.
Moves behind
Fireworks.
me. The S&P 500 currently off to the tune of about 0.1%. Same story if you take a look at the NASDAQ 100. Big tech shares also off about 0.1%. And then you take a look at the bond market. Of course, this will be the market to watch starting at 2 p.m. today. But for right now, it is pretty quiet. You can see the 10-year Treasury yield not even down by about 1 basis point there. But again, a holding pattern. Meanwhile, though, shares of Kering, they fell as much as 15% today. That is after the company warned of a steep drop in sales at its flagship Gucci brand, notably in the Asia-Pacific region. You have analysts at Citi calling it a rather worrying signal for the luxury goods market overall. And joining us now to break it down is Bloomberg opinion columnist Andrea Felstead. So, Andrea, what went wrong at Gucci?
Well, Gucci is transitioning from a designer who was very outlandish, very exuberant, to a new designer, Sabato De Sarno, who is going for a much sleeker look. So if you're a customer, there's not much point in buying now. And Sabato De Sarno's collection is only just coming into stores. So there's not much demand for the old product, and there's not much of the new product available.
That's a good point. Why would you buy now, of course, if the new designer's items haven't exactly hit shelves yet? But, of course, Citi is seeing this as a broader sign of worry for the industry sector, the luxury goods market. Do you also take away that same signal, or is this really unique to Gucci and, of course, to Kering?
I think it's a bit of both. Gucci is undergoing this fundamental change. It's going up market at the same time as it's completely overhauling its look. But this is a reminder: sentiment in China has been weak. The consumers are cautious, so that is a worry. But also the U.S. was an amazing luxury market for the 4 years ago, and it's slowed down. So you've got both of those engines of growth in quite a sluggish pattern, and shares in luxury goods have absolutely been on a tear since the end of January. So there's a little bit of a disconnect between investors' hopes and what might be happening on the ground.
Yeah, it's really stark to look at that year-to-date performance. Of course, Kering stands alone from some of the peers. Andrea Felstead of Bloomberg Opinion, thank you so much. And let's broaden out here and talk about markets and, of course, talk about that Fed decision later today with Brooke May. She is Evans May Wealth Managing Partner. Brooke, it's great to have you with us. So I'm taking a look at your notes, and you make the point that you have stocks really tethered to the bond market, and the bond market, of course, is beholden to the Fed. And with that backdrop in mind, what are you expecting this afternoon, and what does that mean for the equity market?
We're not expecting any surprises. We think that Powell's going to come out and indicate that there are mixed factors in the economy. We're continuing to make progress towards that 2% target, but we're not there yet. And so the Fed can still be patient. We've got unemployment very low. If it ticks above 4% in a meaningful way, we think that the Fed then becomes between a rock and a hard place because we haven't achieved the goal of 2%. We're not close enough yet for them to start cutting rates. But if unemployment ticks higher, the economy can shift pretty quickly, and the U.S. can't afford another massive stimulus package. So for the time being, we think that rates are higher for longer as long as the economic underlying factors can stay in check.
So what does higher for longer mean for the equity market?
Higher for longer. Gucci. Yeah, man, people were freaked out by Gucci. We were just talking about it. Remember, for 52 months, baby. God bless America. Yeah. God bless you, bro. Oh, no. 52 months. Stop it. Stop it. That's amazing. God bless the chat, baby. Thank you, Yee. That's amazing. Oh, 52, Kurt McGart. Dang, 52 months. What y'all know about the chat, man? That's it, man. That's a lot of Powells. That is a lot of Powells that we have gone through together, baby. That is a lot of Jerome Powells, no? So I hope you guys are ready for another one today, man. This one is going to be wild. Again, I don't know if you guys noticed, like, the whole discussion. Everyone's like, is he going to do it or not? Is he going to change it or not? He's going to change it. He's not going to change it. That's what we're debating on. You know, Powell has effectively put us in a spot where we're at the highest level of rates and then still, like, awkwardly debating what is even going to happen even after 3 sets of data. Germany skeptical about the idea of EU deference for bonds for armaments for Ukraine. Oh. That one's interesting. Hello, Powell. 46, baby. Let's let Powell be with you. Roz, Sankit, Rice, baby. Positive. Project Will. God bless y'all, baby. Happy Powell Day, Oscar. Harder. Oh, my goodness. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, shit. I didn't even think about it. Yeah, you might pump it up, huh? I don't know. Y'all dropping all of these, like, membership things. Markets, like, I don't know, 23 points from all-time highs. I just realized that, man. That's crazy. Let's go, baby. Build a long-term. Watch and drip. Reinvest in property, baby. Watching and growing every day. Amen. God bless you, Bill. JSCG, let's go. Almost there. You're almost at the Jets, baby. I can't believe that. 52 months? That's nuts, man. That's a lot of Powells, man. That's a lot of Powells. I think you divide it by, like, 8. Because I think there's, like, 8 or 9 Powells a year. So 5 times 50 times 9 or 8. That's how many Powells. Pump it up for the plays, baby. Hey, man. Pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Nah, we'll see. We can't jinx it. We can't jinx it. My goodness. I think Powell is just, I don't know. Lately, though, Powell has been the biggest pumper. Since beginning of January 23, Powell has been probably more dovish than all of you combined. Shout out to Lord for providing me the time to be here, man. Amen, man, for real. Amen. And gold is, bro, how am I down 300 on that now? I was literally down $200. So gold is front running now. Gold is the number one asset besides bonds leading into it. Member for 18, lurking since 2019, baby. Let's go. Shout out to the lurkers, baby. And the honorary members, man. You know the vibes, man. I say, if your mama raised you well, we could clearly tell. Amen. T-God 52, baby. Coal Air Force. Let's go. Oh, Germany. Again, Europe, I think it was ECB or UK. They had like positive data, I think. Or positive like wage data. We need a prestige like COD. That'd be crazy, actually. I don't know if they have prestiging. I'm a month away from the Jets. Avocado, baby. Let's go. And you got the long term, though, too. It was rough, but it came back. It fought back. And now he's here. The 6J, I think I'm going to hold it, or I might want to get out of them. That one I'm still deciding on, but I like the correlation with bonds. But the bonds, I am more favorable. But the yen, Marvel, and there's one more I wanted to get out of. Gold I'm going to get out of for sure, just because I think gold is going to be ape shit. But then gold is already kind of running now, so that will be interesting that it is leading. Even the SPY daily. It got cheaper than yesterday, though. That's the weird part. Bro, Pinduoduo is just flushing. My Chipotle order, I get the 3 steak tacos with lettuce, queso, and then that's in cheese, and that's it. It's a weird one. It's a really weird one. And guacamole. I didn't order, though. I did. I'm not going to lie to you during that. But you know why that bathroom break took so long? I ordered Starbucks. I was craving me one of them chicken sandwiches. I'm gonna get me some caffeine for Powell today. That's it. I'm hitting it. I'm hitting it. You looking at Chipotle right now? It's 10 a.m. That'd be crazy if Chipotle started offering breakfast, though. And then SPY, I mean, you're like right near opening candle right now. Not so bad. Mara busting. Coin was moving up a little bit earlier. So again, bro, Pinduoduo is literally giving up 12% off of the earnings. That's actually crazy. UNG, Boyle going on the high. Is oil still up and then gold still going? I need gold to give me one little give back. I should have covered that right in the morning. Hood's up too. 6J kind of climbing. I mean, bonds are going up. I don't know where dollar's at. Dollar did come down a little bit. Is that 3M? 3M taking off again. SPY got a little chicle there. City's still been on the high all day. And then again, JP Morgan, a little more dividend. Gold is just gold. No matter what, gold is going to be up. This is why I keep liking gold. I think no matter what happens today, gold is going to win. It doesn't mean that gold will go green, but like I don't think gold is going below $1,800 anytime soon. That's kind of how I'm viewing it. I think $2,000, even maybe. And the more time that goes on and the more data and Fed rate hikes get solidified, the more I'll start saying 2,000 is the floor. But I don't think gold is going below $1,800. Like that's kind of how I'm viewing it. No matter what, just because either economic fear, anticipation of the dollar and Powell, it has everything that it needs in its favor. Just a matter of how much is going to move in response to data, and then if that path changes. Did you pick up gold at 2K? I bought it below when I flipped it after Powell, but I've been flipping it. My original gold, I bought my gold very, very cheap. Like I bought my gold with a one handle. Like I think I paid like $1,200 for my gold. maybe $1,100. I have to double check. I didn't pay that much for my gold when I bought it. But I have not gotten any recently that I'm like holding long. Am I picking up more at 2K? No, I don't really like to. I'm flipping it. I'd be down to trade the gold, but I don't think I'm going to be adding to my gold portfolio and riding out for the long term. I have enough gold. I have enough gold in my life to be, King Tutankhamun, I guess. Not really. He has way more gold, but generally, I feel like I have enough. I have enough to do this. I can. That's about it, but. Wing on the high, Chesapeake, 3M still going. Again, most banks on the high, and bonds held up pretty decent there, up a quarter. Bro, Pinduoduo is crazy. Because again, even off the morning, even if you had the call contracts, you were only up like 50% to 100%, and that lasted for 3 minutes, and then now it just sold off 12%. That's insane. And yeah, it wasn't too long ago I discovered gold could do that. That is true. That is a new thing for me. A stop loss on options? No, I don't trade options that big where they necessitate a stop loss. If you bang gold coins, that's what I've been doing. Now you get that noise. I tried the silver before, remember? But it didn't sound good. Silver sounds ugly. Like when you hit silver together, it just sounds bonk. It's not even like, it's not. That's why it's only at $20 an ounce. You know what I'm saying? Nah, silver sounds like, it sounds clunky. It don't. Nah, it makes sense. It makes sense. It really does. Where is silver though? You guys are talking about it. Silverprice.org. $25. So again, silver was near like 30 in 2021, or I guess like 28. But that's pretty crazy actually. Even silver is picking up now, coming into Fed Day. And then spot gold 2164. That's crazy. Futures are only $4 off from spot. Are? I remember this squeeze attempt, yeah. It got close to 28, I think, or is it 27? Right now it's at 25, but the 10-year high on silver, I don't know, it doesn't show me, and when I click on the chart, it doesn't give me the exact point, but it looks around there. Hold on. Where was that? No, it hit 30, yeah. In 2020, and then 2021, it hit like right below 29. It hit 30 at one point. Like it wicked up there, but it never really held. But like, yeah, silver at 30, I think that starts to be a game changer. Yeah, when Obama was in office, it was, I think, Obama's second term, silver hit as high as $50, or just under it. Why? Well, there's a lot. I mean, we were going through inflation in '08 too, the crash. So again, silver got the benefit off of the run. At that same time, that's when gold ran up too, to its last all-time high. So that same time period was when gold was like, oh yeah, what's up? Where was it? Yeah, same time period, gold went from 800 to 1800. And then silver went from like $8 to 50. But again, there was a lot going on there. You had inflation, economic collapse, cutting of interest rates, global real estate collapse, all that stuff going on. So that was the like fear reaction of going to sound money. HLT on the high. Pinduoduo kind of turned up there. Yeah, Robinhood's killing it. Up 1760, 2.9. RTX. They're on the high. I think Boeing's up on the high today, 1.4. SPR. Dude, they're up 7. I don't know if they had any updates there on the buyout or when Boeing mentioned that yesterday. But I'd keep an eye on it. I'd keep an eye if silver does get near 30. But honestly, I don't think gold... Right now, I think this is weird. Like, I think paper gold is going up because of the debt worries. I think gold, beyond just Powell, I think paper gold is moving up because of, like, debt debasement fears, pretty much. Like, worried about credibility of policy. I could get behind that, but then, like, I'm very, I just blanked on that. There's one more part of gold that's making me think. Oh, what was it? Yeah, it's the $1 trillion. No, I forgot. There's one more aspect of it. I can't believe I just blanked on that. Well, geopolitical, I think it's just more debt and credit But, oh, I can't. I just blanked. Heavy. The sound it makes when you bump them. That's that thing I do. So this little, you know, well, it doesn't, I didn't do it as good. This is literally 2 gold coins. Supposed to make that noise. Explanation of Powell's talking about. Well, Powell is going to, he's going to talk about what happened over the last 3 months and where the Fed is what the Fed plans to do. They're not going to raise rates, but he's going to talk about the future. But thankfully, Powell isn't really the main event today, believe it or not. The main event is the summary of economic projections that gets released at 2 p.m. So right when the FOMC comes out, we're going to get a dot plot, and that is going to be the number one thing. And that right there, if it changes the rate cut expectations, the market should change heavily. If not, then the market should relatively remain the same. And even Powell, I don't think he'll move it too much if that is what we get by the end of it. Boeing, I don't know. I think there's one piece of news in the morning. I'm blanking off of it. It will be interesting to see what their unemployment expectations are. Remember, there's a lot of data that comes in the SEP, so we got to see. $3M. I don't think Powell doesn't want to rock the boat. I agree, but do you guys remember last summary of economic projections? It was December, and that's exactly what I said. I was like, oh, Powell, I said it's not going to change much. I said Powell doesn't want to rock the boat. Powell's not trying to it doesn't make sense why he'd want to, and then literally all of a sudden they price in 3 rate cuts. And then it was every single dot plot changed. So, sadly, I think that's what's giving us this little weird volatility, this underlying fear of the day is that the dot plots have been very effing random, I might add. So, even the dot plot before that, we had another big shift. The dot plot has been as sporadic as can be, because remember, it's a median, right? The terminal it's all math off of the amount of members, so it really, 1 or 2 people can really, really sway it, and then you have 3 people on the Fed, 2 of them are really high, 1 of them's really low, and then when they all move around, it's just producing, a very wide range of numbers. So, unfortunately, not much should happen today. A lot of people are expecting him to not change it, but at the same time, the dot plot has a history of coming in just very wild. I am not in any Zaza plays. No, SPY breaking out, SPY back to green, Dow in the green, NASDAQ barely red, and Russell, you're kind of coming up here now. Bonds near the high, but 5180, you're 7 points, 8 points off a high, and before you know it, he'll be pumping it up. I'm going to hold the Solventum shares, from 3M. Who buys ahead of the riskiest event of the year? Anybody who thinks the option market is correct. Because if you really think the option market is correct, it's only pricing in 0.7. I'm literally, CPI was pricing in double that. So in a weird way, the options are thinking that today will move less than CPI 2 weeks ago. So it's not that crazy, but it is still just like I'm saying, ignoring the option market, the dot plot does not have a good history of being stable. Yeah, Boeing said they were going to burn more cash. Yeah, why are they up? That was the news in the morning. They had bad free cash flow guidance. NVIDIA back to green. SPR coming down. Tesla selling off. NVIDIA right there. Is Intel still in the green? Only by 0.39. Delta on the high. Explain the spot price. So commodities, any commodity, the current price that it's trading at, they call it the spot price. That would be the price if you want it right here, right now. And then all other prices for commodities are dictated through future pricing because of, again, when it'll be ready, delivery, all of that. So spot price is the current price. And so think about it. If you want to buy a future, you're technically paying above the current price. So when you buy a gold future, the spot price of gold is probably going to be lower than the price of the future. And then when you go and buy physical gold and you go into a gold dealer to buy gold, they're going to charge you spot price plus a premium. They use spot price as a reference and then charge you more. That's just the dealer fee. No, sometimes you can have futures lower than spot. That's, again, if we run into issues or volatility. And then sometimes the spot price will be 10 times or 2 times higher at the front month. And then you could get into backwardation and all that other stuff. Gold is spot price, yeah, on trading economics. Should be. Most of the time when you search a commodity and you say, give me the price of the commodity, most of the time you're given spot price. Unless you start looking into dates and futures on it. But most of the time, any commodity, you're given the spot price. How do futures work with bonds? Same exact concept. So a bond, it's just like when we watch a bond on the bond auction, what do you notice? The bonds offer a yield, and then depending on the demand, it determines what the price was. So same thing even with a bond future. There's the spot price, the current yield of the bond, and then based on what happens and based on the duration, people are going to charge higher or lower than spot depending on how they feel about that asset. Meta, big pop, SPY running, man. Yeah, Meta, $500, decent pop. Again, they've been down the last couple days. SPY running up here, too. We're up 0.1%. Russell's green now, too. Everything is in the green. Mulan to the moon, Airbnb. Pinduoduo still down, yeah, 164. Let's go Airbnb. Airbnb looks primed if Powell's good. I wouldn't want a bad Powell for Airbnb. Shout out to the long term. MO's even still up there. I think Abivi was down. I don't know if healthcare is doing good today. Yeah, they're down 0.42. SPY still going up. So we're climbing now. Chattadonia, new high of the day. 5184, 5 points off the previous high. And before you know it, man, you're going to be in pump it up zone. My goodness. You got any flips right now? I'm doing a small flip right now. It's a smaller one, but yeah, I got one. I think Lending Tips has like 5 or 6 of them. But I fucking stumbled my ass into a good deal. So I'm excited about that. Oh, shit, my shit got dropped off? Let's go, baby. Josh Answers special. No, these ones aren't Josh Answers special, but good price. Good price. All right, hold up. Cushing crude oil inventories, negative 18,000 versus negative 220. Inventories, oil down 1.9 million. Estimate was draw of 150,000. Check oil. Yeah, oil getting a pop and oil still elevated, but I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, okay? See you in a second. I'll see you in a second.
White, though, outperforming, a little bit of a dip this year, having to do perhaps with that hot CPI number and investors, more of an investor call there as opposed to consumers. But you can see overall very well supported here. Now, if we go under the hood just a little bit more and we adjust retail sales for inflation, we are going to see it comes down to earth a little bit, but still it's very, very healthy. This is a great chart. In blue, what we're looking at, retail sales nominal, so up 29%, that's adjusted for inflation, up 29%, and then white is nominal, up 51% over the last 5 years or so, a little bit more than that. So again, the retail consumer doing very, very well. You can see the big pandemic dip, but then up and away. And then finally, if we take a look at employees involved in the manufacturing of apparel, well, not surprisingly, given the fact that the manufacturing sector has really gone down, just 25 years ago, we had more than 800,000 workers in the apparel manufacturing industry. Now just a little bit more than 60. So this is certainly one area where there has been a decline, but I'm guessing, Katie, that a lot of that apparel, well, it's coming to us from outside of the company and more limited spots within.
All right, Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. And let's keep this conversation going now on the retail industry because, pleased to say, we're joined now by Bayard Winthrop. He is the founder and CEO of American Giant. And of course, American Giant is an apparel retailer that manufactures its products in the United States. And he joins us now from San Francisco. So American Giant, founded in 2011. Talk to us a little bit, just to set the scene, about the founding mission to be made in the USA.
Well, that was a good chart you just put up there. I think that's part of what's at the root of it. I spent a lot of my career in manufacturing and moving American jobs overseas. And when you do that enough in your career, you confront the reality of both how that disconnects you from the product that you're making, but at least for me, more importantly, the impact that jobs going overseas has on urban and rural communities. And I felt that was a problem that needed addressing in the country. I think we're in a place today where we're not doing a good enough job providing good, meaningful, dignified work for low-skilled and middle class and lower class jobs. And so I wanted to make a point that it was possible, even in an industry that is not well positioned to remain domestic in textiles and clothing. So I founded American Giant with that mission, trying to make great quality clothing here. And, we're now 13 years into the mission and things are going well. But I think it's an important national discussion for all of us to be having about our plan for future manufacturing jobs in America.
Well, Bayard, the natural next question would be, are your clothes more expensive to make and manufacture in the United States versus if you had outsourced it?
Yeah, of course they are. I think one of the ironies about the way that we've constructed trade policy today is that we've said to our domestic manufacturing companies, you've got to adhere to the highest standards, and that's appropriate. Minimum wage laws, environmental standards, human rights standards, worker safety standards. And at the same time, we've let our brands exploit countries that don't adhere to those standards. And that's a really uneven playing field, right? That I'm supportive very much of those high standards, but we ought to be trading with and working with countries that are adhering to them. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me to say that we care about the environment or we care about human rights or we care about a living wage and then let all of our major brands go to places where they make those things where they don't have to adhere to those standards. So we lose American jobs and we also don't adhere to the standards that we care about as Americans. And that's an imbalance that our politicians need to get focused on and pay attention to and fix. So the answer is it is definitely more expensive, as it ought to be in my mind, because you're paying for things that support our values as consumers and as Americans.
Well, how do you navigate the fact that, just making clothes in the U.S., like you said, of course, it's more expensive. Does American Giant eat those costs, or do you pass them on to your consumers?
Well, we do a little bit of both. And so we pass on those costs to consumers. You just asked the question, is our clothes more expensive? That's one way of passing on those costs. We charge more for our clothing because it costs us more to make it. But one of the ironies is that in textiles particularly, but this is true of manufacturing in general, if you basically allow all of our manufacturing to move overseas, strangely, you retard innovation and investment in technology and automation in those industries. In our case, because we've made the decision to stay domestic, we don't have that option. And so we've invested a lot internally in efficiencies, manufacturing, engineering, automation, that have allowed us to, little by little, close down that gap in costing. And so it's encouraging that that's available, and it would be great if more retailers and more brands got into the mix to add more volume to the domestic flow. But we do a little bit of both. We charge more for our clothing, but we also are investing a lot in efficiencies internally to keep us more and more competitive against our international competitors.
Well, of course, that message certainly sings with a lot of potential investors. So let's talk about one of them. And that, of course, is WeWork co-founder Miguel McKelvey. I hope I said his name right. So he paid Miguel. He paid $10 million for a controlling stake in the company in 2022. Of course, you make the day-to-day decisions to American Giant, but he also helps with the strategy and branding. Can you tell us about some of his contributions since he actually became part of American Giant?
Yeah, he really, in my judgment, was the sort of spiritual force behind the concepts behind WeWork, which were pretty profound about addressing workplace environments that were not great for humans, and that was his sort of motivating force. And we met through a connection. We've both been interviewed by a similar interviewer. Excuse me. And we started talking a lot about how it's great to be spending time on white-collar jobs, but there's similar problems, maybe worse problems for blue-collar, working-class jobs. And we spent very little attention thinking about what it's like to work in manufacturing centers and manufacturing facilities across the U.S. And that conversation began really as just a philosophical one that, part of what we all ought to be doing is thinking about how we improve the working conditions of our fellow Americans. And that really quickly began to orient around manufacturing
jobs. I guess I did Raul it.
And obviously we're very
half of that was a bathroom break.
And out of that began to
you just came right back to open in four candles.
Alignment of minds, I think, and an opportunity for him to apply some of his learnings about the workplace experience and us to benefit from that experience and some of that capital to try to make our supply chain a better, more interesting, more invigorating place to work. So it's been an amazing partnership. He's an incredibly insightful and bright human, and comes at it from a slightly different angle than we do. So he's been a great partner to us, and someone that did kind of regularly airing pretty fundamental questions about how we make manufacturing a great place to work again, and not something that we think of as an afterthought, and always emphasizing that we all have to have amazing 4-year college degrees, but there are other opportunities and other careers for Americans that may not want to become an accountant or some other job, but may want to work with their hands.
It could have been the oil numbers, but oil's down.
So that partnership, it's been in place since 2022.
It does
of course,
correlate.
The company, like we mentioned,
the oil data came out right when we started dropping.
Let's look ahead. In the last minute I have left with you, would you ever consider taking the company public, or private markets the right place for you?
I think that the trick to me about the public markets is the investor dynamic requires that you look quarter to quarter. And that is great for shareholders, add some discipline for companies. It's not great for long-term planning. It doesn't allow you to do things like invest in automation, for example, in domestic manufacturing. It probably is not reflexively supportive of, if it costs me 5 or 10 cents more to make a T-shirt domestically, investor pressure would appropriately be applied to the margin impact of that. And so I think my instinct tells me that staying private is a better long-term plan. We're in this for the long haul. It really is as much a mission and values-based business at American Giant as it is about a money-making venture. And so I think we're pretty focused on trying to build a great company that's going to endure and hopefully set an example for the rest of the apparel industry, that it doesn't always have to default to the cheapest way to make things, that we have responsibilities beyond that, and hopefully we set an example for them to follow.
Well, Bayard, it's a fascinating topic. Really appreciate your time speaking about it this morning. That, of course, is Bayard Winthrop. He is American Giant founder and CEO. And let's broaden out now and get a check on these markets. We're going to do that with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle.
Well, given that it is a Fed day, Katie, not surprising. We don't have much going on for markets, but that is something to report on.
Giant. Why does that sound so familiar? Take a look at all the very, very small moves, mainly to the downside, but also a little bit to the upside. Right now, though, net for the S&P 500 E-mini futures down, just fractionally.
treading water ahead of the Fed to see. It's widely expected, of course, they won't be doing anything officially with policy, but will something color-wise come out about timing, given the fact that Fed swaps are now pricing in a less than 50% chance of a June cut? Then with the election later this year, technically becomes difficult to even do 3, given that it's July, September, November, and December, November, and September
American
pretty
Pie?
political.
Is it? I would say, why did that
so
sound
the
so
timetable
familiar?
is pretty tight here. As for some of the movers below, beneath the surface, check out Chipotle Mexican Grill, up a very healthy 6%. Boeing, this is really interesting because earlier, Katie, Boeing had been down, and this, of course, on the report that the CFO said that they, in terms of cash flows going out in the fourth quarter, could be $4.5 billion on that door plug incident in terms of a slowdown in factories and also greater regulatory scrutiny. And then NVIDIA down 0.5%. It was, of course, down yesterday in the morning and then turned around. I think that NVIDIA investors, given the fact that we have this massive parabolic uptrend here, they may really be waiting on the Fed because this is the kind of uptrend. Yes, they're growing gangbusters and the potential of AI, but this is a true parabolic uptrend. These typically don't hold per physics, almost a 90-degree angle. There's an area of congestion here that almost suggests that we could start to see it break out to the upside. That said, take a look at the RSI. It is no longer overbought. There are lower lows there suggesting that these recent highs, well, they've been made on less bullish momentum. It's going to be interesting to see, of course, what happens to NVIDIA and all of these chip stocks that have just been on fire for so long now.
Abigail there with the physics lesson. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle. Thank you so much. Now, coming up, we'll hear from Bloomberg's senior Washington correspondent, Saleha Mohsen, about the biggest challenges facing Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. This is Bloomberg.
Honestly, that was perfect timing. Thank you, Bloomberg. That's it. I just did a lot there. You have no idea. I got to go to the bathroom. I got a coffee. I ate a sandwich. That's it. I got to listen. I got to get the data for oil. And now I'm back to right where I started in the morning. Isn't that funny? My goodness, Chattadonia. My goodness. So, yeah, we still got power. I mean, we got how many more hours? 3 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, yeah. I'm starting with the Starbucks today, yeah. Yeah, I needed it for Powell. I don't think I needed it. I was just getting excited, and then I was hungry, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to just throw me in some calf. Throw me in some calf for the pow, you know? He is going to take questions today, yeah. That's the good thing. But like I've said a lot here is that, you know, the real all questions should be answered with the dot plot. The only thing that we really haven't talked about as much, and I brought it up a little bit, is that it is the quantitative tightening. So that's going to be like, maybe we'll get changes on the statement in regards to quantitative tightening, but we want to see what Powell says about quantitative tightening. And that, when he gets the Q&A and gets asked those questions, that may have the ability to move the market a little bit outside of the what's it called? The dot plot. But other than that, I do think the dot plot will be the answer. Yeah, I am off caffeine for the most part, but I've kind of fucked up since daylight savings. It started with Friday coffees. We just have some fun. But no, I've got, I think last Wednesday I did it two. So I've had some coffee middle of the week. Been kind of slipping. I'm more of a recreational user, I would say, when it comes to coffee. I only do weekend coffee now. Yeah. You have the peach, baby. Let's go. We saw a lot. Oil data, I think it came in a much bigger draw, but it had a little pop and lock. One of those where I thought it would go up, but I think compared to last month was a draw too. So it wasn't as bad, but still lower than, more bigger a draw than expectations. Then gold came down off the high, kind of looks like the SPY. Bonds are holding up decent. We're back red. Russell's the only one green now. MU climbing. They got earnings after the bell. Meta came down after that little run up. Again, it said high. 3 more hours of sideways movement. Well, I mean, I think last time we had a sell-off and then we like bounced in the final like 30 minutes. So, I mean, again, I think there's going to be emotions, jitters. I mean, the China news was 50-50, good UK news to start off the morning. So, a very interesting push-pull right near all-time highs. But anything is possible. But we do have a lot of time to kill. Where is a PayPal? PayPal go high. JPM on the high. Again, 10% dividend raise. There's Nordstrom's up. Towards your coffee, sir. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. I'll give you. It's a toast. I'm toasting the mic, you know. It's good. It's good, baby. It's Powell Day. It's Powell Day. And then NVIDIA is staying chilled. NVIDIA is 0.4. Bank of America on the high. Wells Fargo's still in the red. They got the downgrade today. Airbus CEO says Boeing's problems are bad for the whole industry. On the upcoming solar eclipse. I mean, the only thing I told you that I saw that one tinfoil video, and it was like, if you look at the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse, and then they cross over an earthquake fault, that's about as far as I know about any eclipse, but I don't know if I believe it. But yeah, I don't really have any in-depth thoughts, unfortunately. Oh, you finally got the richest man in Babylon. Nice. Intelligent Investor is a good one, and then Strangest Secret in the World. Yeah, Gary, of course. Of course. I actually think now I don't think we're lagging. I wanted to know how we could do it. I don't know if we should pin it or if I could post it, but yeah. Let me see. Oh, wait. Could I use this link? But yeah, we have it set up. I mean, I didn't get it set up. This was by Babinski's wife. Gary was able to help out, but we do have it finally up here. I'm going to post these the next couple of days. But if you guys do want to give anything to Babinski and his family, we are setting up a GoFundMe for them for his children. So they could have a nice little college fund regardless. I'll have that pinned up there. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I've never done anything like this before too, so I don't know how this is gonna work, but don't feel obligated in any way. I mean, some of you knew him, some of you didn't. And again too though, it's like it's been a lot, man. I think this is all within 5 days. You know what I'm saying? So like none of this is like it's all very, very fresh, man. But a lot of you were asking flowers and other stuff too, so we thought we'd get this set up and then, yeah, hopefully just show a little bit of support for everything he's done over the years. Oh, yeah, I'll put on the Twitch too. Yeah, I had it pinned. I was ignoring the Twitch. I forgot. All set. Yeah, man. Babinski passed away. I'm telling you, every day, the amount of Chads that knew Babinski and the amount that are like, what? It's actually crazy. So, yeah, I'm sure you'll hear about it over the next few days as well. But unfortunately, we lost our first mod, bro. Ever. Spire back on the high. That's the NVIDIA weather app from yesterday. And then 3M, bonds are going near the high. And then Nvidia's coming down. Vinci's on the high. HDO. R? And MPW. Are REITs going up? I guess bonds are getting a bid. My mom asked if I need to pay to listen. I said, nah. She asked why pay. Simple answer, gratitude. Amen, man. No, of course. And get the long term, man. Get the long term. Hey, man, it's all love, baby. It's all love. And give mama a hug. Say, mama, don't worry. Your son has a long term. I don't know if I got that melody right. Mama, don't worry. The Babinski family. You could donate through that link. We set that up. His wife set it up. So, again, I wanted to make sure it all went straight to them. So, it's literally his wife got it all set up. She was a little hesitant at first, too. Again, thankfully for Gary, you know, he was able to reach out to her and make sure it was all set up. But, you know, it's not anything like you don't have to if you don't want to. I know some people were asking, but it's still a trip, man. It's still a trip. Bro, pin duo, about to go negative. Up only one. That's crazy. Tesla. Dollar came down from the morning, but still in the green. Again, bonds performing the best. Hood on the high. Yeah, Robinhood. 3.3. You guys are calling that out like even, like 1720, 1740? Yeah, JWN is moving back up. Not doing anything crazy. Macy's calmed down. Pinduoduo, good earnings, and then it just sold off. It reminds me of Expedia where it gapped down and then just bounced right back up. Bro, literally that thing, Pinduoduo, is up 15% at one point. What will you play if the dot plot is good or bad? Probably bonds or gold, or even like MNQ or even an NQ. So it just all depends on the data. That acts like, again, how many rate cuts and all of that. That will be it. And then, but really, I do think right when the dot plot comes out, we'll have that answer. I'm probably going to do futures above all else today. This could be the top of Pinduoduo if it's a sell to news event. I don't know about the top, but because like their numbers were good, but it is just there's still a lot of pressure. Some people are saying there's just people are still worrying that none of the other issues kind of went away. Remember, they were they're doing very good as far as China is concerned. So when you go look at China names, like Pinduoduo is doing excellent, and especially in an economy that's going through deflation, Pinduoduo is doing actually amazing. So I don't think people are worried about their performance. I think people are more worried though about exposure to the United States market and then any of the other problems. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on Powell Day, you got Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Let's go. It's here. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Horn. Let's go. Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? All-time high ahead of the FOMC with the Peach, bro. You got Bradley Frizzle in the Peach before. What a day, bro. What a day. They don't feel you, man. Oh, my gosh. Pinduoduo about to go red. The Peach comes in. This is in. The market's right at open, man. The Peach. The peach, baby. The peach. So good morning. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Wow. You have this on no matter what. Silent listener. That's good, man. Hey, man. Shout out to lurkers. We love y'all. I hope I get you good info today. Again, I'm going to give you commentary during Powell. And then, again, right when the dot plot comes out, we should be able to have an idea. Peach, can my PDD puts go? They might. If you bought PDD puts off the open, you would have killed it. I think they're still red from yesterday, though. Actually, not even. They're kind of shitty. You could have got some 40 cents to $3. Okay. Those are the 125s. Yeah, there's some you could have pulled off. But ours are going to have to, you're going to need a lot more of a drop. It literally made the drop we were looking for after, but it popped to the opposite first. It literally just popped up like what? 20, 15 bucks, $17 to go down $17. ERJ. 2 p.m. the dot plot comes out. You went the 115, not really moving. You grabbed it this morning? Apparently the Hunter hearing is going nuts. Really? They got a Hunter hearing? I thought he's not attending. 2 p.m. Eastern. I see SEC overreach, Biden impeachment. Oh, wait, is this him?
Archer's company, Rosemont Seneca Bohai, received $15 million from the tribal bonds.
Why don't I see Chad's in the chat?
I've offered to slide this information to the government about Hunter Biden's crimes, but the prosecutors have been uninterested. And my request for commutation I filed in DOJ in December 2020 did provide information about Hunter's culpability.
This isn't Hunter, is it?
DOJ has retaliated against me and vigorously objected to my being placed in home confinement pursuant to the CARES Act. I applied for home confinement on February 4th,
Is this Hunter?
2023, and I was approved on June 9th.
I don't think this is Hunter.
The committee issued a subpoena for Devin Archer, and the BOP reversed my approval on June 13th, with the SDNY prosecutors strongly objecting to my release.
Secretary of State, bank records mirror.
It kind of already looks funny when they start breaking out the PowerPoints.
Dollars, and just last month, suing Cassidy Hutchinson for $10 million. Vladimir Putin wages his
assaulted by a member of the prison staff at FPC Pensacola.
I can't tell if it's him.
He persisted.
I think it's his lawyer.
It
says Galantis on the bottom.
I had hoped to receive home confinement, which removed me from danger. My judgment was clouded by the shame I felt for not being able to prevent the attacks. I was well aware, as inmates, all inmates are, that the Bureau of Prisons had a horrible...
All right, well, we'll see. When it gets juicy. Yeah, I don't think it's him. Oh, I forgot. I need to go to court. I forgot. I have that traffic ticket. Because then I need to get the lawyer guy to go. Otherwise, I'm going to miss the stream. I forgot. That reminded me. Thanks, Hunter's lawyer. I was like, my lawyer guy, I don't know if I could send a lawyer to this one. Because I already missed the other one. And then you could only go to court on like a fucking Thursday or Friday in the morning. Oh, yeah, what's up? What's going on? Let me host the stream one day. I could be down. I thought you were going to be like, let me go to court for you. And I was like, all right, let's try it. Order. Be like, I'm representing Joshua Ansas. Are you an attorney? No. I am Kanye East from youtube.com/the Stack Market. Yes. I'd be like, all right. Quarters in session. Can I stream my hearing? I think it's good. I don't think it's going to be that dramatic. Israel to approve plan to move Gazans to safe zones. PM bonds new high. Again, pin dua. Pin dude. Pin dude. Oh, they're a little shitty bank dude on the harder. Snowflake wants to rip. Snow is doing good all day. CLSK on the high. Again, Mara and Coin. They had a nice day today. Coin sold off heavy, though. I can't believe Coin was just at 270. And then bonds, I'm liking it. If that keeps going, did oil come back up, or is oil? Yeah, oil's like a little bit below the numbers when those numbers just came out. I was on the bathroom break and they went, Crypto, I don't know what's going on with Mara. Just again, crypto stocks finally got to take a little breather here. They've sold off pretty big the last couple of days. Legal counsel consists of ChatGPT on the left, Twitch chat on the right. What could go wrong? I don't know. I think I could handle myself. I think I could chat GPT and then the chat. I think I could get through court with that. All right, Chad, how do I plead? What do you think, Chad? How should I plead? Mr. Hits! On Fed Day, baby. I'd represent you like the lawyer in Idiocracy. Look at him, Your Honor. The judge should be like, innocent. Peace out. Just look at him, Your Honor. He looks stupid. I mean, you can just tell he looks stupid. Mr. Hits in the house. Good morning, baby. Good to see you. Welcome to Costco. I love you.
Biden has said he never interacted with his family's business associates. Did he meet with you?
He did.
In fact,
woke up, decided to sell some covered cars, so here I am, baby. Here I am. Well, good to see you, man. I don't know if you heard the news. I don't know, Mr. Hits, because you've been here from day one. We, again, everyone's been getting shocked by it, but we lost Babinski, man. Our boy, Jake, has passed away over the weekend, so I don't know if you'd want to know, but a lot of the OG Chads have been finding that out slowly and getting shocked. For real, yeah. Uh-huh. That's why we posted. I have it pinned. I pinned the GoFundMe link. We had his wife make one for his kids and all that, but we did. We lost our OG mod, bro. Very, very sad. All right, little bounce on Pinduo. See if that holds up. Tesla's not dying, still in the green. BKTX. So what did I do? Like my ticket? I think like intent to distribute or something like that. I don't know. I got to double check. So I don't know. Innocent until proven guilty. You know? Welcome to America. Nah, man. It was just a speeding ticket. It was a very big mix-up, and they were being very weird with me. It was a very annoying ticket, man. A very annoying ticket. Already got nivved up. AM dizzled. Barely down. ARM is up by 3. Oh, where's Adabe? Adabe came down today. We handling the news in here. That's good. I got banned from Bloomberg. But other than that, we've been pretty good. I got a couple of new news wires. Everything's still been pretty quick. We've been beating Bloomberg on a couple of them. And then generally, it's been good. It's been good. But the news is everything's been soft landing, no landing. It's all soft landing, no landing. It's crazy out here, man. And then now Powell Day is about to be wild. Yeah, as Secretary of Commerce, big news, $8.5 billion on the Intel. Yeah, it's from the morning. Why did you get Bloomberg banned? Oh, you got to ask them. They just don't like me. His name's Kevin. Kevin at Bloomberg hates me. But we're good. San Francisco's chill. We like shout out Bloomberg, San Francisco. We fuck with them. But that's it. The guy Kevin there's a guy at Bloomberg. He heads their membership division. They don't like our stream. Yeah, so they banned us. Peloton buyout news? Someone in Twitch is saying that? Or I don't see any real pop off that. It just looks like it's going up. I'd be careful on that. And then, like, Chad, so, like, like the other day, Rockwell drops during Bank of America presentation. Rockwell had something this morning. Rockwell was up. Damn, they're getting clapped. All right, here's the deal. But, like, you guys remember when, like, we were playing, like, stuff, anytime there's, like, something political, and then you guys are like, yo, I'm going to try to, like, convert all the stock traders to my political ideology. And I'm like, yo, time and place. That sound familiar? Can you guys recall that? Does that sound somewhat familiar? Yeah? No, are we good? All right. So here's the deal. Like, you should be in here. This is where you can go and, spread your political, if you want to change the world, you want to affect, there's more people in here, it's around politics, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the exact context. So you could go to this chat room and you could try to change people's ideas and minds there if that's your prerogative. You know what I'm surprised they kept the chat on too, but this is where, because I already saw some chads in there. I'm like, there you go. But this is the time and place. So you could go to the Associated Press, go every Americans who are watching, they're ready to debate with you. They're ready to talk about it, and you can make a real impact there, and that is the time and place. Okay? So that's what I mean all the time, but that's the first chat I've seen in a while, but you could definitely, you could propagate over there, like it's good. It's good to see. I did not already review DWAC. No, we haven't looked at DWAC in a minute. I think today, again, Ohio-backed senator for one of the primaries won, like a Trump-backed senator, but I don't know why it went up today. You're all ears today, baby. Let's get it. Today's big day, man. It's Powell, That's the beauty of Powell. It is politics, but it's not, but it is. And that's the only thing we need. It's the only thing we need. Oh, DWAC has the vote on Friday? But what happens? Isn't he delaying the vote? Or isn't it if the vote goes through? Doesn't Trump get like $1 billion or something? The lifts at a high price. I think they're up like 200% or something. 300 at $1.15 from 28. I thought it was 4 billion. 4? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If they do that merger, if they vote and they allow it to like switch, isn't that what makes him the money? It'll be locked up for 180 days, but I think he'll have a decent amount. Intelligent Group Limited, INTJ. What a fucking ticker, bro. This is a wild company. I don't know what they do, but it's literally called Intelligent Group, and then it has the Myers-Briggs, what's it called? The Myers-Briggs personality test as the ticker. That's crazy. INTJ. I'm an INTJ. I'm gonna buy the IPO. I'm an ENTP. I'm more of an ENTP. Yeah. Wicked smart. INTJ. That's a funny ticker. Clever. What's the deal with it? It's up 42%. Let's see. This could give you some practice for Reddit if it's an IPO. Let's see what they're offering. Intelligent. Hong Kong, 1.8 million shares at $4. Oh, I thought it was already at 50. I was like, what? Begin trading March under 2024. It's honestly not bad. 1.8 million shares. So what, like 800,000 shares? Is that what we're looking for? Is it halted? It's almost at literally 3 minutes in. It's almost done half of the volume. 1.8, right? You need 800,000, yeah. 1.6. And then it has a premium of 50%. So it's already traded almost half the volume there. There's a premium, but volume is good. That one could be interesting. It is on track for the criteria. Now it's halted. NVD. NVIDIA 2 times short. NVIDIA.com. Total Energies publishes sustainability and climate report. Marvel. AMAT on the high. Where is D? Everyone keeps talking about DWAC. I guess it's up 16%. That's probably why. I don't know if NVD still pays dividends. I don't really like the those like ETFs of the single stock on them. I think, didn't we trade one? I traded the Amazon one once. But I don't really like buying them for dividends. Tessie's holding up good. Bond. SPY came back up. Remember, we had that little run up. Sold at the oil numbers. Oil kept climbing. Now the SPY is back. I think the dollar went a little lower. Let's get a breakdown. Yeah, dollar's near the low, but how are we looking right now? It's 8:14. 15 more minutes for the second hour. So kind of time is flying. Time is flying. So NASDAQ 100, you have 45 red, 56 in the green. Dow Jones, you have 10 red, 20 in the green. S&P 500, you got 176 red, 324 in the green. You're new. What do you think about SPY? SPY is going to be your new best friend. I mean, you could start trading it, but even at the end of the day, I mean, the S&P 500, the SPY, it's a good way to keep up to date with the market and see how things are moving on average. The Intel is going to be good for them. The Intel Biden money is just funny that, well, I remember 3 days before the headlines were that they canceled it, and they canceled some of the grants only to get other grants. So that's the humor behind it. July. I mean, people were saying Peloton rumors, but I couldn't find any of those Peloton rumors. Will today affect bullish or bearish? I don't know. I think today is going to be a powder keg, and I am very I'm very much thinking it's just going to come in with the same that we already got, which will be like slightly bullish. But then again, I mean, I've been saying it a lot. The volatility of these dot plots has been extremely elevated over the last 6 months. So I think if really anything could happen, I'm leaning towards what the market's pricing in status quo of absolutely nothing. Maybe we just get a small no change reaction, but I'm going to keep my head on a swivel because even last time I had to adjust pretty quick. Ethereum Foundation under investigation by state authority. Who? INTJ unhalted. So remember, 800. You need like 800, 900,000 to do half the volume. It's almost there. It's just at 50% premium. That's the only problem with this. So this is about to meet criteria. It's been 4 minutes. Half of the volume has already traded, but the premium's at 57%. I got the Pfizer email too. I haven't looked into their vote. I don't know what they're even trying to vote on. Did they halt it again? INTJ, it's done half the volume. I think it got halted again. Yeah, halted. That's crazy. So yeah, literally 4 minutes you've done. It's met criteria, but now it's halted. Very interesting. So the only problem is it has 50% premium. If that goes lower, you're in the game, or you could buy it with the premium, but you may be exposed to a little bit more risk. They want INTJ. Again, it's one of these Hong Kong IPOs. I mean, we've seen some crazy ones, but it's not that much volume. Again, 1.8 million shares. They've already did half of that. The only problem, like I'm saying, is that they have like, what, a 50% premium right now? Or even in the last 8 minutes. But they did the volume very, very fast. That's always a good sign. And then, again, they're going to trade the rest of it. And then if it trades at higher prices, then there you go. And then there's DeWalk. Bond's still climbing up. ETN. And then what was that? Ethereum Foundation under investigation by state authority per CoinDesk. I don't know which state authority. Is it Russia? Disney? Yeah, Disney was at like what, 115.50? Yeah, 115.54. MO's even climbing. Bonds are going up too now. And then gold came down a little bit, but, I mean, still red on the day. But my goodness, it was down a lot more pre-market. CCP, you think China? EU closes in another hour. Remember, daylight savings, that is affected the time that Europe closes now. Unfortunately. J Powell was a dud. We haven't had J Powell yet, sir. Y'all act like y'all never seen a Fed meeting before. Jaws on the floor. Like, what time does Powell burst through the door? Oh, wait, no way. He didn't just say what I think he did he? And Powell said, nothing, you idiot. He's not going to raise rate. He's locked up in my basement. Look at him. Sick of him walking around saying he won't raise rates. Yeah, but they so high, though. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, man. Y'all seen this. Y'all have done this. Some of y'all have done this like 40 times with me. This is probably our 40th Jerome Powell meeting together. You guys know that there's been a lot of Jerome, man. A lot of Jerome. My yield is on your lips. My yield is on your lips. And watch out, you might mess around and give it a little lift. We have way too much fun, you guys. We have way too much fun. You know that? For like a stock, like 7 hours a day, bro. Like, you know, we getting fast news. You know, like we gonna be very focused on Powell. We have way too much fun. You know that? I've listened to Bloomberg. I've listened to CNBC. They have fun, but like I don't think they have this much fun. Because my goodness, we are just remixing Slim Shady to fit the Powell narrative for today. My yield is on your lips. Oh, man. Man, values trying to creep up here a little bit. NASDAQ back barely green, 0.04. SPY 0.07. Russell the leader. Dollar a little lower off in the day, but still overall green. Another not good day. INTJ, I mean, if you're down to play the premium, it's all you, baby boo. That's it. It's done it. 60% premium, but you've done the volume. Volume check, or you wait till it does 1.8 million shares and then see what the price is at after 1.8 million shares. But for now, it meets 1/3 of the criteria. Volume in 10 minutes. Premium, you don't get a check on that, and then haven't traded the entire flow. Yeah, I think it is halted again, probably. The float is 1.8 million, I believe. 1.8 or 1.6. That's why I'm saying like half of that and then the full number. I'd use 1.8 though just to be safe. Reddit's probably going to price way higher. My yield is on your lips. Why did you say that, bro? It's going to be like stuck in my head. I don't know. This one, it could go, depending on how this is, if you get another 800,000 shares in Hong Kong runner, this one will be very, very wild. Or it still has 800,000 shares to drop it. Goldman hiatus says inflation headed lower. June cut likely. And we expect them to not know what the government interest is. Of course they're going to know by the time they hit 4th grade. They got the economics class, don't they? No, wicked. Look at him. Okay, I got to stop this. It's a good one. There's a lot you could do with that one. There's a lot. I need to go pee again, though. I don't know. I get, we'll give you Bloomberg and Reddit instead of the Hunter Biden thing. Call it a day. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless you. Good morning.
5% for them, and that's not something we typically see at the time of an IPO. But, this is a company that's going public after being around for 19 years. That's really, really long for a startup to IPO. But again, this is technically the second exit for Reddit because they were sold in the early days and then now spun out.
Question is profitability from either of these companies as and when it's hit. Katie Roof, we thank you so much for breaking it down. It feels like a bit of an IPO mini frenzy for this week. Coming up, though, we've got to be diving into what's happening over at Microsoft. It just named one of the DeepMind co-founders, that's Mustafa Suleyman, head of its consumer artificial intelligence business. I guess putting the company's consumer AI work.
I knew they were going to do this. I see. That's why I'm going to play you the impeachment thing. Because they ain't going to go to a random commercial. Right when I get up, I just blew my nose, too. Just trying to chill, man. Come on.
To say that with high confidence that when you review the entire record of evidence of these hearings going back over a year, you've actually provided more evidence to impeach Donald Trump for a third time than you have in so much as laying a glove on President Biden. We keep on hearing about the Biden family. When you hear someone say the Biden family, that translates into we have no evidence on the president, so we're going to use the Biden family to try to implicate President Biden. But by the constant bumbling and continually shifting arguments here, you've done nothing more than exonerate President Biden. We heard initially for months, we heard about the Hunter Biden laptop. And, there were absolutely some embarrassing photos on that and some awful information about Hunter Biden's personal life. I will admit that. Then you bring in your own witnesses, your legal experts before this committee and have them testify. And what they said was amazing. They said there was no evidence to even suggest that there was support for articles of impeachment against the president. That was your legal experts, the Republican legal experts that said that. Then we have statements by Mr. Jordan saying that Mr. Smirnov was the most corroborating witness that the Republicans had, the strongest witness that they had. And, of course, after that, we find out through the Trump-appointed prosecutor that all of the information that Mr. Smirnov had provided was fabricated, false, and submitted by the inducement of Russian agents going after President Biden and trying to undermine our democratic system. And now we come to a point where, since that witness blew up, now we're going to prison, and we're reaching out to witnesses who have been convicted and sentenced to prison for stealing $80 million of innocent workers.
$80 million. He's like, I'll admit there were some things on that laptop. That was my favorite quote out of that one. He's like, I will admit some of those pictures. Okay, there were some things about the personal life. But yeah, INTJ unhalted. Why did my E-Trade just disconnect? Art. So again, it hasn't done the whole float yet. It's coming down a little bit. We'll see where it trades. But it's holding up decent. That's nasty. Alrighty. I don't know. My E-Trade says it just disconnected, but everything's loading up fine. And then 518, you're literally 1 point below another all-time high or another daily high, right near the all-time highs. Biden toughens auto emission mandates that will boost EV sales. Reddit also, I think they priced today. They're either going to price and we have the price today and they open tomorrow, or we're going to get the price and the opening today. But I think it might trade tomorrow. But I did know Wednesday we are going to get some news on the pricing today. I've read it. Jerome's 2:30. Action starts at 2 Eastern. Excuse me. Any keywords to watch out for? Just quantitative tightening, and then again on the statement, that's probably going to be the only thing they're going to change. We're not expecting anything too nuts. If anything, just terminal rate. That is going to be the one that you're going to be looking for. Alibaba said to sell 33 million X paying ADRs for $960 each. So should be good for Baba, bad for XPEV, but Baba is not even going up. XPEV getting clapped a little bit. That's a good price. How are they getting $960? I guess it's already that's down 5% from the day before. INTJ halted. Did it go up again? Yeah, 713. It's up 70 now. I don't know if you've traded the whole float. Yeah, you're right under it. So up 70 now. Criteria, 2 out of 3 of the criteria is pretty much there. So if you don't mind the 70% premium, you have the green light on there. I'd call it a yellow light, but it's just premium. That's the only issue. Why it's bad for XPeng and good for Baba? Because Alibaba is going to sell the shares. So if they sell how many? I mean, do the math. 33 million shares at $960. They're going to make roughly $33 million. All right. I think that's about right. 33 million times 10, or is that 3 billion? No, 330 million? Yeah, they're going to make $330 million in cash off of that, and then it's bad for XPeng because $330 million of stock is going to get dumped on the market there. So somebody's adding supply of the shares, a.k.a. Baba is. Eagle. Airlines are doing good. I mean, even damn Boeing. Isn't that why? They're going to lose $4 billion off of the Alaskan air door thing. Like, that's what they said it's affecting. It's like these guys, like, they're like, oh, they focused on production over safety. It's like, bro, it has cost you guys more money in fines and penalties. Just why don't you actually just go, just like make the plane with bolts? Just actually bolt the doors on. I like Pinduoduo. I think the move is wild. I mean, I was expecting big moves out of China today, but that move is kind of huge. I wasn't really expecting a 15% sell-off. It's literally like, do you realize, it's like, I don't know how, like, do you guys, like, how many of you have taken a business ethics class in college? Any business ethics 101 in here? We got any business ethics? Nobody? It's one of my favorite class. I love it. It was a great class. Business ethics, beautiful. So this is, if you have, I mean, I'm sure you studied the Ford Pinto case. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this falls into that category. This is like the Ford Pinto. So that was like the age-old business ethics, because literally at the time when the Ford Pinto, they knew that if a certain impact in the car that was easy to happen, the car would blow up pretty much. They knew about it. So what they ended up doing is that it would have cost them more money at the time when they were looking at it. They were like, oh, well, we would have to recall every single car and replace it. They would have cost them more money than keeping it out there, and what they forecasted for the legal fines. Yes, companies know this and do this, if you're not aware of that. So it happened a lot more back in the day, but it still does occur today. Sometimes companies will know there's a problem with their product, and they will still go out and produce it if they forecast that the legal fees would be less than actually like changing something, believe it or not. So that's what happened in the Ford Pinto's case. And then, like, again, when they finally got sued for it, and then the government clapped them, they looked at the numbers like 5-10 years later, and it's like legitimately they were worried about losing money by recalling the vehicles in the beginning, but then in the end they would have they lost more money because they were incorrect about their legal fees, because the Pinto ended up being really messed up and they got clapped, and then all the evidence came out that they knew about it. It was just like Boeing. It was worse than Boeing. But I feel like this is kind of our modern day Ford Pinto. Even though the Ford Pinto is just, it's an automobile, it's a different industry, cars and planes, but dude, this is the second or third time Boeing, like, I don't know, I don't think anybody got arrested on the Ford Pinto case, no. I think it just fines. Last Week Tonight they have one on Boeing. I haven't listened to that. I remember the Firestone tires. Yeah, that was a big deal for some time. I remember that. I remember being a kid, checking my parents' cars if we had Firestone tires. I remember that. That was kind of a big deal. It wasn't as like dramatic as like Boeing or the Pinto, but I do remember that. That was like 03 or something, 02. INTJ unhalted 780. So you traded more than the float now. Whole entire float traded, 100% premium. Volume still doing good. Again, that's your only issue. Price from here on out. Everything else, volume. This is a high demand IPO. You've already traded the whole entire offering. Damn, oil's down 1.8 on the day. That's a INTJ. It's a Chinese or Hong Kong IPO that just came out. It'll be good. I want to see the first drop, but that's it. All the supply has traded hands now, higher and higher. It's looking like the Hong Kong IPOs that go crazy. That's it. I'm just scared of the premium. But if you don't mind losing up to, it kind of what was that? What was it, like JYD? Remember we played one of those? It reminded me of that. That's why I'm a little hesitant. But again, the demand is there. HK, there's another one. It was after HKD. It was JYD. I remember it met criteria and had premium, and it went up for a little bit, and then it just bloop.
Suspension here, waiting for the clerk to come so we can take the vote that your side of the aisle requested.
You can't make this stuff.
What?
You can't.
This is Jurassic Park. Jeez.
What just happened there? Something apparently went off.
All right, well, of course, he's just given us, obviously, provided to the...
Consistencies between the witnesses.
Well, he said something. He said this he called it a circus or something. He said, I don't even. I'll do that thing. Disney high of the day. Or near it. MO's going up. Pinduo 130. 115.71. You go, Disney. I. I think next level on Disney is 117 or 118. That's a 1 year high. Yeah, Disney 117, 118.41. Well, like really like 117.30-ish, then 118, and then 120. It's a good level though, very, very good if it holds. Again, Disney's just gonna randomly, it'll outperform on random days and then underperform when everything else goes green. At INTJ, they haven't halted it yet, did they? Oh, it came down. 2 red candles down. Yeah, so watch out for it again, though. All the volume is traded. So, I mean, once the premium goes, if premium comes down, I mean, that'll be beautiful. I only had the put. I spent $20. I lost on it because it gapped up, but then it just sold off right back. Maybe if it sells off, we'll get lucky. But other than that, I don't really have any, like, crazy play with it. RPRX, DWalk on the high. It is halted, yeah, INTJ. France fines Google $271 million for training AI on news articles. Putin gained 72% of votes abroad in presidential election. RIA cites election commission. Mobileye, are they still up? 3M still going? Yeah, follow-up, you or Pinduo would have killed it. I think even the 125s, those went 30 to like, they're $1.80 now, but they went up to, they went 1,000% intraday. Chipotle on the low? Disney. On. All right. Well, I need to send this real quick. Is this now? Oh, no. I was like, what? Ray Dalio's live? Here, hold on. I got an email. I'll tell you what I'm going to do here. You guys will see. Give me 1 second. Oh, come on. They don't want to give me 1 second. TKO on the high. Yeah, that one's still going up there. TKO big, 2 big candles, 4.6. They already. It looked like a buyout, but they already got the little buyout. So I don't know. It's probably news. Maybe something about your boy. What's his name? Vince McMahon. Is that his name? All right, give me a sec.
Back under the ticker symbol ALAB, ALAB. Here for more is the Astera Labs CEO, Jitendra Mohan. Jitendra, you own, what, about 6% of a company that's going to rocket to more than about a $10 billion valuation. How do you feel?
Feels great. Feels awesome. It's not about me, though. It's if you think about Astera, it's really all about the people who have helped us get to this valuation, and it's the people who are going to push us to new heights. So very excited about today.
Jitendra, good morning from San Francisco, and sorry to interrupt you. Just a few minutes before you joined us on the program, Bloomberg reported that your stock is indicated to open at $52.56 a share. That's a 46% premium on where the IPO priced. What's your reaction to that?
I think stock market prices are something that we should be aware of, but not let them drive us. It's my philosophy. I think it's an indication of the confidence that our investors are placing in us. So we are very, very glad, have a lot of gratitude for them. But we'll keep our heads down, continue executing, continue building products.
And let's talk about that execution that's driven your revenue to last year, $116 million, almost doubling. But you've still got a net loss of $26 million. When do you think you will be able to provide that profitability that so many investors want to see?
So we declared that the last quarter we were indeed profitable. A focus for Astera Labs from the inception has been to build a strong business, one that can stand on its own two feet, without external support. And that's what we've been doing for the last 6 years. We turned in a profitable quarter last quarter, and we will continue to drive our business forward in the coming quarters and years to come.
Jitendra, there were no fewer than 271 mentions of the word AI in your most recent SEC filing before this morning. And I think it's worth discussing what Astera actually does, right? You make the hardware or the chip that allows for the high-speed connection between different parts of the server rack, or, as is now more commonplace to call it, the compute platform. How are you actually benefiting in the real world from this AI infrastructure build-out that we're seeing before our eyes?
Yeah, that's a great question. And let me give you a little background. So whenever you enter a query into a ChatGPT, or you look for a recommendation coming from Netflix or Amazon, what happens in the back is in a data center, hundreds of thousands of computers, many times based on GPUs, come into action, and they talk to each other very, very rapidly at very, very high rates. And in fact, the rates are so much that they are not able to talk very well together. And that's where our products come in. We enable the CPUs and GPUs to talk to each other. A great analogy might be one of running a race. If you want to run really fast, you will get tired. And so you run a relay race. You start from one point, you run very fast, pass the baton onto the next guy, and continue forward. That's what our products do. They enable all of these brains that are behind AI to talk to each other very fast and very reliably.
Briefly, you've raised $730 million. What are you doing with it, Jitendra?
We have so much opportunity in front of us. We are in a very unique position where our customers are coming to us and telling us, build me this, build me this. You guys are good at semiconductors. You can build hardware. You can do software. We've earned a trusted advisor status with our customers, and so much opportunity in front of us. So we will use this money to really accelerate the product development that we've done, hire more people. If you're watching this and you're looking for a job at Astera Labs, please apply.
Astera Labs CEO Jitendra Mohan, great to have you on the program on this, your IPO day. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Growing up, I was testing a lot of VFX stuff. But
He's testing a lot. All right. I'm seeing. I have a interesting. Somebody reached out, very interesting. So I'll let you guys know in a sec if I could get a good response. I had to send a pretty big email. And man, today is dude, TKO still. Do we have any news on that? And we still got Jerome Powell. Never missed the FOMC with the Chads. Amen. Yeah, TKO is still running. That's 6% in a very short amount of time. Yeah, they settle lawsuit with UFC for $335 million. And then they anticipate settlement will be deductible for tax purposes. I never miss any day with the Chads. Woo! Oh, Goolsby. I need to reach out to Goolsby, actually. It's not good. Look at here. Look.
Vote electronically or by good old-fashioned mail. All electronic votes have to be submitted no later
Look at
than
this. Is
April
Disney.
2nd, 2024.
They even made it's called VoteDisney.com. Bro, that was the ad I was telling you about. It's running all day today. Bro, they use the Disney voice, bro. I'm telling you. Yeah, I couldn't get it on there that fast. It's not illegal. That's what you do in Bro, this is literally the scene. Have you seen the scene in Succession? Have any of you ever watched Succession where they're going through the hostile takeover? I don't want to give any spoiler alerts, but they're going through a hostile takeover, and then one of the scenes, they play the commercial that the other party made, and they're like, look, they're running commercials, they're calling the biggest shareholders. Like, this is totally, like, you just don't see this too often. There's not much where you have high-profile big companies and shareholders on the ropes and all different things, so it's just interesting. It's getting to that point. It goes to show kind of how big of a deal this is going to be for Disney. I wouldn't say that they're desperate, but it does show that they are under pressure. Does that make sense? Because it's hard to say desperation, but they definitely got to play some defense with every. Because again, Nelson Peltz, Trian, I mean, they're not something there. Yeah, Ross Gerber, I support Bob Iger. Like, you guys notice everybody's coming out, so they're running ads now, and then the last couple of days you're getting big investors come out. They're calling up everybody, and they're trying to get their support and make sure anybody who has a big amount of shares is committing, and then they're trying to figure out what's the remaining amount that they don't have committed, and that's the part that they need to swing. INT, they dumped 530, so it came right back down. Well, now you could still trade it again. Now, if you really want it with low premium, or you wait till it goes break even. Oh yeah, they're talking about it now.
In college sports, getting Taylor Swift on the platform. You know, these are the Bob Iger effect that people like Nelson Peltz, who just like do financials, he should worry about Ben & Jerry's and Unilever versus getting involved with companies like Disney and Hollywood, which are really, really hard to understand how to make money in Hollywood. Very, very few people ever have, and Bob Iger is one of them. So we support him 100%. He's a great person, a great leader, and George Lucas as well, one of the great creators of our time. Basically, everybody supports Iger except Peltz.
And his former CFO, who would have known how to make money in Hollywood before.
And I'm actually okay with replacing one of the board members with Joe Rasulo, especially somebody like Mary Barra, who has no reason to be on the board of directors at Tesla. So, like, I don't think Disney. It's a horrible thing to have one board member switched for one of their picks, especially Joe. But, like, in general, Disney's doing well right now, and they're doing everything they need to do to fix the business.
Just real quick, I think you said Tesla, but did you meant Disney?
Disney, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I know. Elon's on your mind a lot at the moment. I get it.
You know, people ask me this 12 times a day.
Let's not go there, Ross. Let's not go there. Let's stick with Disney. We're speaking so much about a proxy fight and an activist investor battle.
Okay, we get it.
Elon's
on your
Real
mind,
good sense
great,
on how
great.
things are going at Disney. Because the accusation from those that want change, like Nelson Peltz, is it's not going very well, right? That's why they want change. But what do you feel about the performance of Disney's streaming business, its studios, and its parks?
Well, that's not the vibe I'm getting, you know, and I live here in Hollywood and, you know, have deep connections through the entertainment industry. You know, Disney and Hollywood is going through a major retrenchment now on what they're spending on streaming and what they're spending on shows and what content's being made. And it's not just Disney, it's Netflix, and many of the other players are really looking at profitability now, and with the ad-supported streaming services. But Disney streaming service is doing just fine. You know, Shogun is a great show. It's the #1 show out there. If you haven't seen it, amazing show. They've got really Taylor Swift on the platform, you know, so Disney Plus is doing well. ESPN is making all the right moves they need to make to move into the next stage for its growth. And Parks and Resorts is great as well. They just need to make some good movies. That's the only thing. And the best person to make good movies is Iger and his team. There's nobody else that I would trust doing that.
Or they can just license Ares Tour, which got 4.6 million views on Disney Plus apparently in its first weekend. So go with the hits. But Ross, I am interested in the successor. Eventually, as much as you love Bob Iger, he's got to go in 2026. Who do you like?
Well, you know, the truth of the matter is I've been around since the Eisner era, so until he's actually gone, I don't know if I believe somebody's replacing him, because, you know, Bob Iger's in phenomenal shape, and you know, if Joe Biden's running for president, certainly Bob Iger can run Disney for another 10 years. But that said, you know, I'm really partial to, you know, some of the teams that have worked with them in the past, and you know, especially people who've worked on Disney Plus and some of the other things. So there are many executives that they're talking to, you know, that I have a lot of faith in that could replace him, but I still think it's really up for grabs. And right now, I'm happy Iger's still there, you know.
Gerber Kawasaki CEO, President Ross Gerber, always great to catch up with you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Meanwhile, well, that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. Boy, what a busy show, Ed.
Yeah, it's interesting how there is this kind of little IPO euphoria.
I like Ed Ludlow. That was just such a fed up. I get it. Elon's always on your mind. Great. Can we get back to the fucking topic, Ross? Okay. That was great. Bro, I like this. This Disney thing's heating up. This Disney thing is heating up. Living rent-free in his head. You got last email? Yeah. I already reached out to him, but somebody let me know. But you could hit him up directly through it or not. Just let me know. You can email me back. And then I'm going to get you that other stuff sent too. Is the Jake Chad that passed away on the GoFundMe? Yeah, that's his. That is his. Temu parent PDD rise after revenue beats. That one was wild. Pinduoduo sold off big, but again, isn't Pinduoduo revenue up like 380% or something? We are in Disney for the long term, and we have almost 30%. It's kind of crazy. So, yeah, but Disney, we got in pretty low. I'm glad that we did, too. But, yeah, it's just now we're waiting for the real breakout. I think we already got a good amount, but anything from here, like we said, if it goes up to 120, then it gets nuts. Pinduoduo gap close and run. The operation cost is higher last quarter. Got at Disney at 86. Nice. We didn't talk about Planet Fitness, but I didn't know this until yesterday. Apparently, people are boycotting Planet Fitness. I don't know. So apparently they've dropped a little harder than everything else. So, but word on the street, yeah, I didn't know it. Apparently it's not as big. So I don't know if it's like the other one. No, you have Mountain Dew? Yeah, get that one. But literally, it's down like 15%, like before, like nothing's moved like this. So I don't know which one it is. It's hard to say, but like maybe it's early days or not. But pretty much, Planet Fitness, it's like kind of another one of those Bud Light Target issues. There was an issue with like a biological man using the women's bathrooms because he identified as a woman, and then Planet Fitness was like he could do that, and then some lady made a video and was like, what the hell? And then now you're having everybody start to cancel them. But that's been on for the last couple of days, so I don't know if like I'm saying, it seems kind of murky. I don't know if that's like the real reason why they've dropped, but they have dropped outsized, and that is that's the thing that has been happening recently with the stock. Yeah, it's a crazy story. There's a video, some lady made it. Which gym? Planet Fitness. It was a Planet Fitness in Alaska. Who goes to the gym in Alaska to begin with? I guess. Didn't think about it. Alaska. It's cold. We have 8 Planet Fitnesses in Alaska. You can see it. I think there's a Zero Hedge article, and then even if you just go on Twitter and then just go search Planet Fitness, boy, I think it was trending on Twitter 2 days ago. Canceled Planet Fitness was a trending topic on Twitter a couple of days ago. Redfin, I mean, I still like it. I mean, I like it because the price we got at it, but it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this all plays out. Like the, what's it called? Like, we're going to find out how it, why did I just blank? Sorry. Dude, I've been blanking a lot today. I'm too excited. There's too much on my mind. I see like 5 questions and I read them all in my head and I answer the other one. But Redfin is, I just think the real estate commission thing, we're going to find out. But in general, I mean, I do think Redfin, they have other ways to make some money, but I just like the low price of all of it, of where we bought it. But I wouldn't buy it at a high price. SMCI just blew support. Did INTJ flip? Yeah, so now it's 7. Now, I mean, here's the deal. If you want to buy it, you could buy it now. So now it has fully met criteria to a degree. Does that make sense? I know it sounds weird and maybe you don't want to buy it as much anymore, but that's why I was worried. This is like the JYD one. It hit criteria that had a fat premium and then sold off. But literally in this case now, if you're buying it right back at the price, I mean, it's already traded hands. That's the crazy part about this. That's what happened with JYD, though, right? I remember that one. Because I remember that was the one I traded it, and I said, I'm going to break the rules. See, and I never forgot it. Oh, hold on.
For the market's perspective?
Yeah, I think that would be the big one. As Stuart noted, Chairman Powell has been pretty dovish the last couple of FOMC meetings. We've had huge rallies in expectations of rate cuts, and so I think there's a presumption that he is going to be somewhat dovish in tone. But we have had some bad inflation data to start the year, so I guess that would be one possible surprise, is if there's a significant tone change in a I guess what we would call a hawkish direction, just later rather than sooner on rate cuts.
Later rather than sooner. I mean, how much later? And I mean, I guess the bigger existential question is, does it really matter if there's a month between when, of course, the market is expecting them to lift off versus when they actually lift off?
Well, it matters to traders, right, and investors. I'm not sure that it makes a big difference for the economy, but as far as how much later, I mean, my own view has been for a while now that the Fed would be on hold for most of the year. I think the inflation data are going to prove stickier than most people expect. The real economy is doing fine, so there's no urgency to get rates down. I don't see the first rate cut coming until November, so I don't think that's where the Fed is right now. I think they'll have to be convinced of that. But a few more months of inflation data anywhere close to what we saw in January and February would certainly push them in that direction.
Well, that is definitely an outlier. And also, when I said lift off, I meant the opposite of that, lift down when it comes to rate cuts.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll work through the language on that. Okay, but the first rate cut coming in November, again, you're out of consensus there. Is that basically a view that inflation is going to stay sticky, that those last legs to 2% are going to take longer than we expect?
Yeah, I think, and Stuart kind of framed it up nicely. I thought that a lot of the low core inflation readings that we saw in the second half of last year exaggerated the progress that were being made.
Yeah, big reds on Eli Lilly.
To some degree, maybe the early 2024
Eli
numbers
Lilly, big
are
reds,
moving in the opposite
NVO,
direction,
check
where
news.
they're exaggerating the degree of acceleration in inflation. But the underlying trend, I think, is still considerably higher than 2%, certainly.
Lift down. Obesity drugs would cost us more than anticipated savings. CBO? Huh? Wait, what? Wait, CBO, like Congressional Board? Like of Oversight? Are we talking like or the budget office? Yeah. Covering obesity drugs would raise U.S. deficit over 10. Yeah, we're talking the budget. What? Oh, man. No, they're saying because, no, it's not the profits. They're saying covering obesity drugs would raise the, think about it. That means people, no. I think it's because people are going to qualify for, government insurance off of, and they're going to be able to get these obesity drugs. Does that make sense? I think that's what they're talking about. Because remember, Wegovy just got the heart stuff. So now if you could cover it under Medicare and Medicaid, everybody who is overweight or has a potential heart issue, now the government's going to pay a little bit of your Ozempic, essentially. So now that's why I think they're saying if this trend continues for 10 years and then the government is covering some of people's Ozempic drugs, then it's going to hurt the deficit in 10 years. That's crazy. So maybe the government just has to say they won't cover it. INTJ unhalted. It's up 11% now. Oof. All right, I grabbed some INTJ. I grabbed 200 shares at 437, about a 7% premium on the IPO. $800. So not going too crazy on it, but criteria, slight premium. Yeah, that is interesting though. Because like with the CBO, like if they are paying for people's like obesity drugs, like what if it works? You know what I'm saying? Like if it actually works and then they are no longer obese, wouldn't that save them money on other stuff? So that's crazy though. Ozempic, like Ozempic low key, man, that's one for Freakonomics. Like how that's going to play out like over the years and like the economics behind it. Because you have people from Walmart to now the CBO talking about Ozempic. That's crazy. All right, that thing's already coming down. So INTJ, be careful. It is a little risky since it's coming down to opening price. I kept it small. Again, 200 shares. I'm down like $40, $20. So it shouldn't be too wild, but we'll see. And then Eli Lilly, again, all the healthcare stocks went a little bit lower. Obesity drugs would cost us more than anticipated savings, CBO. It's so wild. Would I buy FF for a low price of 100 because of a dividend? I don't like to buy anything just because of the dividend. So again, there's a lot of divvy traps out there. I mean, shit, even MPW, you know, like I like the portfolio they had, but anytime you go just for the dividend, I would be very careful. It's like going for a girl just because she's hot. I mean, it may work out, but there's a lot of red flags. You're gonna pay for it. Okay, she's gonna argue with you in public. Good luck. What about Meta for the divvy? You know, Meta X divvy is right around the corner. So I think we are gonna get our Meta X divvy. I think it may have already passed. INTJ dumping more. Let me get that thing up here. Yeah, bro, another 30, 40. It's now negative. So now it's fell below IPO price. And it's traded the whole offering. So that's the ironic part about this. That means, but then again, a lot of people were buying it very high. But literally, I mean, all the shares have traded hands. So now just a matter of what price they're going to be trading hands at. So that's why I'm more comfortable with it here. It's the same situation as 7, but now it's at 3 and 4. MO puts after divvy as if they don't cost too much. So right now, I mean, you could reasonably expect Altria to drop 50 to 98 cents, maybe even more after March 22nd, just because it's ran up so much. But their dividend is 98 cents a share. So if you think that the stock will drop the dividend after X dividend, then, I mean, you're looking at what, like 43 like 43.80-ish probably. Maybe like 43.50. So I don't know what those cost. Those are going for 29 cents. They're cheaper, but I don't know. Because even if it does 29 cents, the ones we made good money on, they cost us 5 cents. We'd have to get to 42. It'd have to sell off like $2. We don't know when MO will do the buyback, just whenever their buyback window is. But you could probably expect throughout the quarter. I bet you they gave it a little boost here. They were probably some of that run up on there. INTJ's halted. TRV on the high. Again, bonds are doing decent here today ahead of the Fed. Where's gold? It's only 916. Oh, and then Nordstrom's. All right. On the gold, if J Powell comes in hawkish, then gold is bye-bye. No, I think gold will get hit, but I talked about it again here this morning. Gold isn't going to like die, but more hikes will slow down gold for sure. But gold does have a better chance of. I think gold can hold up more than equities. I could see equities coming back to where they started this year, but I don't see gold going below $2,000 or $1,800, excuse me, or 19 even. But a hot print on the dot plot would be bad for gold. Lower should be good. I think banks are doing good. You had one big downgrade on Wells Fargo, but then JP Morgan, they raised their dividend. People were pretty optimistic about that. XLF is up. I think regionals did good. Yeah, they're up. I remember seeing REITs up. MPW flipped. No, REITs turned negative, but only down by 0.4. I think healthcare is down more, and that Eli Lilly news didn't help. AMD new lows. Yeah, down by 2.9. Again, dollar's near the low of the day, but it's still up by 0.1%. Wern. U.S. Indo-Pacific Command submitted unfunded priority list for items not in budget, asking for additional $11 billion. The dot plot did not come out already, no. You guys excited? Same time every time, baby. Every time. Don't worry. Same schedule. Oh, it'll be glorious. Meta's up. Yeah, they were doing a lot better earlier. They had a nice little pop above 500. They came down. I think bonds are literally the best on the day. Yeah, we are going to stream both of the announcements. I will literally right at 2 p.m. I'm going to have the dot plot, and I will be going through it. There's only one problem. I only have one problem. Only got one problem about today at 2 p.m. I don't know. I don't know if I want to even say it. I could keep my mouth shut if you guys would like. I don't have to speak that negative energy. If you don't want me to, I could shut my mouth. Did you like the video? I don't have to. We could talk positive things. I don't know. We don't have to talk problems. I don't want to bring that devil. You know, I don't know. We could just ignore it if we'd like. You want me to tell you? Did you like the video? Oh, no, where are the likes at? 1,500 likes? That's great. Oh, wow, 1,700 likes? Wow, that's amazing. I didn't know you guys liked the video like that. That's amazing. All right, I'll tell you. I don't want it. Lord, forgive me, Lord. I don't want this. All right. Forgive me, okay? Here's the deal. What happens if 2 p.m. comes around, right? And then it takes the Fed website 5 minutes to actually upload the data while all of the news embargoes already have it. So that would be our only problem today, is if your Fed website does not want to perform like other times we've seen in the past. You've witnessed it here. How bizarre. So that would be the only issue I foresee at 2 p.m. Otherwise, within seconds, I will have it, and I will be able to analyze it for you all. And then we're going to wait here for Jerome Powell 30 minutes later, and then we're going to run it. I'm going to run it. But, yeah, right when the dot plot comes out, we'll know. How bizarre. Dun, dun, dun. AMD dumping, bro. Flushing on the low ticker. Painting. Like a landlord, just painting the low ticker. I guess they're down almost $10 on the day, down 3.3. Pull a Japan and wait 2 hours. Wasn't that cool? So I don't know if you guys were there. If you guys were there on the Bank of Japan, do you guys know like how they do it? I wish we did that in the United States. So like Bank of Japan, they have a time for the meeting, but then they don't tell you when they're going to come out with the decision. So all they say is like the meeting starts at noon, so they could come out at any moment and just drop the info whenever they want. So like that'd be like Powell saying, okay, at 2 p.m., from any time between 2 p.m. and market close, I'm going to come out with the statement randomly. And you just have to wait there. Yeah, Broadcom running. Yo, that's big. It wasn't that big on the first one, but that's picking up. Broadcom, big candles, pop. Pop, pop, popper, 2% Broadcom. Overhaul sparks regulatory scrutiny. That's at 855. I don't know. Do you see anything else? Bro, big pop on Broadcom. 2% on one candle. VGO. Broadcom extends leadership in custom accelerators. No, I'm not seeing it. Oh, they could be at an event. Yeah. Conference going on, I'm going to say, because didn't we just see, what's it called did that? Another name did that earlier today. They're probably at a conference. That's huge. That is a huge pop, my friend. Huge, huge pop. What's the date today? March 20th? Yeah, investor meeting. AI infrastructure event, Zoom events. Join, open in Zoom meetings.
Driven through some of these breakthroughs. So a couple of things about this cool XPU. It has 4 of these things on one, not 2. 4 of these things.
So this is Broadcom right now.
50%
PKC
more
halted pending news.
That what anybody else has announced they're going to be
no,
able
this
to
is
do
it.
in
I'm telling you, there's no
bandwidth
headlines. It's this.
And in
This
terms
is like
of
big.
memory.
This is like an AI.
You can
event.
actually see the memories here. There's
Broadcom
12 of
enabling
them.
AI
These
AI
engineers were able to fit
Investor
12
meeting.
of these
This whole thing's
HBMs,
on
the
AI.
latest and greatest high bandwidth memory on a single chip. Here we have 6. Others have 8. We have 50% more. The chip-to-chip connectivity that you see with the 4 core dies versus 2 can do 25% higher speeds than anybody else can do in the industry. Remember, the tag name from the video was "We Connect Everything." Connectivity is what we do. It's in our DNA. So when you have to create an XPU that has core dies that need to connect to each other, these core dies have to connect to HBMs. And then these HBMs and core dies have to connect to a
Broadcom is
chiplet
running off of this.
that
It's
takes
quiet
all of the
too.
bandwidth
The headlines
out.
haven't hit.
That
I don't even
is
know what they even said to
Broadcom
bring it up.
does. That's what we're good at. This is our heritage, and we can do it better and faster and in much lower power than anybody else. Now, with that, what might be interesting here, I thought, to share with you is how do you build a cluster? How many of you have seen how to build a cluster? Just raise your hand. Nobody? Impossible. Okay, well, let's build one together. So it starts with an XPU. Typically, there's 8 of them, unless you're Broadcom and building custom XPUs, and you'll see a server, an open server, and the demo area. Is this
competition for
that can have 12 or 24 XPUs, not 4 or 8. We can have as many as 24, because when you customize it, you can actually significantly cut the size and power. You have to connect these together, and that function is called scaling up these processors. That can be done through just directly meshing them, or having a PCIe switch, or a proprietary switch, or even an Ethernet switch. After you do that
Broadcom's
scale-up
up 3.5
function,
off that. That's insane.
you bring x86 or ARM processors that you need to use as the control plane to interconnect with these XPUs. And that interconnect is done through PCIe switches. And to get these to exit this server, you need network interface cards. And these are the NIC cards that you see in here. This basic building block is called the AI server or the AI node. That is the basic building block. Now, here's the
that's
cool
the only
thing.
chip maker going nuts right now.
Broadcom's
That's
color
huge.
is red. Anything you see in red is part of my SAM. This is what we're interested in today. So if it's a custom consumer AI, these XPUs are part of the
This is straight
SAM
from
we play in.
Broadcom's
When you
conference. It's
scale
too
up,
late now.
that's
Even
part
the
of the
options
SAM
are
we play
insane. We
in.
need a pullback, but the
You
headlines
have
haven't even
PCIe
hit any
switches
wires
and
yet.
NICs. That's
So
part
it's
of the
going to
SAM
all
we
hit,
play
but they're
in.
dropping guidance.
We don't
and then
build
again,
processors,
it seems like they're
x86 or ARM
bringing in some
processors. These are blue. We do
some
not play in
NVIDIA
that SAM.
competition. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Now,
but
we have
I
to
do
take
think
many
that's
of
why
these
you're getting a little
servers
bit of a gap here.
and scale it out. That's the next step of architecting a cluster. And the cool thing about doing this when you scale it up is you're going to have to use the best networking technology. And we believe that the best networking technology is Ethernet. And as you scale up, typically in 10,000
Apple's going
or
up there, but
30,000
Broadcom's
nodes, you
killing
need
it.
at least 2 layers of leaf and spine. And you will hear my colleagues here talk about the flexibility and architecture of how we do this. We're the only company that actually can support multiple ways of doing it, either based on the Tomahawk leadership products we have or the Jericho leadership products we have. So scale up and scale out is the back end. But look, all of this as a training cluster has to go to the internet. And to do that, you need a top of rack switches, spine switches, also Tomahawks typically, could be Jerichos, and that's called the front end.
These names are all so intense.
Once you do that, you need
Tomahawk,
to interconnect
Jericho,
all of these things with cool golden
Groot.
colors. These are our optics products. And guess what? Now, everything that you see that's in red and has gold colors is part of our SAM. This is a beautiful picture. Now, it comes with some challenges. If you scale this beyond 30,000, hundreds of thousands, and 1 million, guess what? The number one problem you're going to have is not money. Even though your CFOs will not be happy with any of you to spend that type of money, even if they give you unlimited funds, power is the number one problem. And just to give you an example, remember
is this why
lowest
energy's
power
going up? AI?
XPU that's in the industry today is ours. That's about 600 watts. The next one that's coming out, either from Broadcom or others, would be in the range of probably 1,000 watts. If you want to do 30,000 of these this year, just the XPUs will use 30 megawatt of power. Well, guess what? Most data centers, that's the maximum power they can give you. You have not put in power supplies, you have not cooled it down, you have not added networking. You will not be able to run that with the power strategies that exist today. Two, complexity. This is a heterogeneous system, and this system needs to figure out a way to scale amongst multiple players in the ecosystem. It cannot all be built by a single company. There's no single company in the world that can build everything in that data center or cluster.
Is it okay, NVIDIA?
There are people that are required to work with each other. Some companies might have the most important and critical capabilities in here, but not all of it.
I feel like he's talking directly to Jensen.
Some support at the ecosystem level. And to solve these, there are three things
subtweeting there?
that we are investing our technologies in. One, we believe
maybe this is why AMD got killed a little harder.
In the industry has to be open, and it has to be driven by open standards like Ethernet, PCIe, and other standard capabilities at the memory level even. I'll give you an example in here where some of my colleagues
we're dropping here a little bit. Again, pre-Powell, I mean, it's not too uncommon to see moves
supported
like this.
the IEEE standard of 100 gigabits per second, meeting the spec of 2 meters reach. But we went far beyond that standard to double that, to significantly lower power and cost and enable new architectures that the standard today cannot support unless you actually can exceed that. Yet, we're fully interoperable. Two, scale. How do you scale to 1 million cluster? The most important thing in these architectures is not going to be just the XPU. Actually, our vision and the way we see this moving forward is going to be centered around the network. As you move beyond 10 and 20 and 30,000 XPUs, it becomes a distributed compute challenge. A distributed compute challenge will not be solved with the best networking architecture that will be out there. That is a commitment that we're putting in place in scaling up and scaling out and interconnecting these networks. And lastly, but most importantly, power efficient technologies. And to do this, we're back to our DNA, technology innovation and leadership, and delivering it in a sustainable way. So my colleagues next, Ram will cover the scalable networks Ethernet piece. Jazz will talk about server interconnect and PCIe. Nir will show you some of the coolest and greatest optics technologies. And foundational technologies such as SerDes and DSPs will be covered by Vijay. And to bring all of this together, we have Frank covering custom XPUs here. And with that, I'd like to pass it to Ram.
Good morning. My name is Ram.
Right when I'm like, Ron, I thought, I didn't know. I'm like, do I have to switch this?
Broadcom. Been doing this for about 12 years.
Fuck did Ron
Prior
come
to that,
from?
I was with a large OEM in the networking business for another 12 plus years. So about 20 plus years of experience in this business. Before I get started, a couple of things I really want you to think about.
companies dealing with Ethereum
One is,
Foundation.
are we ready to go back
It was
to
the
the age
SEC.
of the mainframe, where everything is vertically integrated? Chips, hardware, software, application stack. But more importantly, to the back into the world of the mainframe, where you're hoping that you can get hyperscale volume. That's one, right? Or would you believe in actually an alternate thesis? An alternate thesis that basically says, look, to achieve scale, the history of technology basically says you are able to take individual blocks that all interoperate across a common set of standards, and you're able to build them with economics that you could only see by taking individual blocks. That's thesis number one, versus two that you need to think very hard about. The second thing I'd like you to think about is this is a distributed computing problem. If there's one thing I'd like you to take away from here today is in a distributed computing problem, it doesn't matter how big a GPU you make, because it's not big enough to have the entire workload run on one GPU. You have to take multiple GPUs and connect them together, right? Whether they're connected inside a data center or across data centers, you cannot get around the fact that you have to connect multiple GPUs. Once you accept the fact that it is a distributed computing problem and you need a network, then I would make a very strong case for you that the best network in the world over multiple generations, over and again, has been Ethernet. Right? And I want to give you a few examples on thinking about why it's Ethernet. About 10 years ago, we had these large cloud customers who were building large-scale data centers. They came to us and said, look, we need a lot of bandwidth in the switches. Even large OEMs said, look, you don't need this much bandwidth. We are not building those switches. They came to us, and as a merchant silicon vendor, every 18 to 24 months, we doubled the bandwidth of our switches. Right? And today, when you think about almost all the cloud deployments in the world, they're all based on merchant silicon switches. 6 years ago, large telcos like AT&T came to us and they said, hey, we want routers because we want the same economics that our cloud customers are deploying or our cloud competition is deploying. Can you help us? Most people in the world said, no way in hell that you can have a large service provider telco network like AT&T's core network running on merchant silicon. 6 years later, everything is running merchant silicon. 60% of traffic of AT&T's core network today
I might just
runs
mute it
on
and
merchant
keep it up.
silicon. Why am I telling you this?
I want to wait till
18
the
months
CFO
ago,
comes on.
I've heard a lot of people tell me
But I still don't
InfiniBand's
have
going to
the
rule the
headlines on
world.
this. That's what's crazy.
Every machine learning implementation is going to be based on InfiniBand.
Our
There's going to be no
Barclays said
Ethernet.
they're ready to
I can
take
tell you
advantage.
today,
That's it.
some of the largest deployments are based on Ethernet, and they're continuing to get deployed in the next year over Ethernet. And as Charlie mentioned about it, what we're scaling to is a scale of 1 million plus clusters. Right? Now, why do you need 1 million plus GPUs in a cluster? Could be anything. Could be a large language model or whatever the reason is. But we take it for granted that this scale is needed, right? When this kind of scale is needed, really what ends up happening is the only way you can connect this is to have a network. By the way, so this is a picture of Google's cloud about 20 years ago.
That's a
Okay,
stock photo,
and you look
sir.
at this picture here. Do you see a mainframe? Anybody sees a mainframe here? No. Okay. What you see here is bunch of commodity servers, and they actually had the foresight back then to saying they didn't pick the most expensive or the highest performing CPU. You can go back and read literature on this. Instead, what they picked was the CPU that offered the best cycles per given cost. And they took that CPU, built these boards, and they connected it over the network. You see all these blue, yellow, orange cables? That's all Ethernet. So they built the world's largest distributed computing system that was not just inside a rack, but inside a data center, but actually extended between data centers. Right? That's how you build the world's largest compute systems. And that's where they actually used Ethernet to build it. Right? Now, if you think about it, now, Sun actually coined this term, network is a computer. I didn't understand it 20 years ago. But as you actually start to think about the scale of the problem we're facing, this really comes to fruition. The idea that the network is the only way you can actually distribute computing and build a very large compute. Now you'd say, okay, great, networking, but why is networking so important, right? And this was a slide that was presented about 18 months ago at the OCP by Meta. What they showed in here is when they're running these large workloads, anywhere between 18 to 57% of the time, the traffic is just sitting in the network. That means during this period of time, the GPUs are actually sitting idle, right? Now think about it. If on an average, somebody is charging somebody between $20,000 to $30,000 per GPU, and you've got 100,000 GPUs, you're talking about a $2 to $3 billion infrastructure.
Audio.
And if $2 to $3 billion infrastructure is sitting idle for 18 to 57% of the time, that's a lot of money, right? So
we'll come back if it starts moving, but that's literally what got it there. That came out of nowhere. Again, it looked like a nutty candle. I think Barclays made an update on it, but there's really not too many headlines. But that was it. It was a Broadcom event. Said they're well positioned for the next wave of AI. A-Lab IPO. Now, well, we got another IPO. What is this? INTJ, that's still at 4. I don't know, man. I'm an ENTP, I think. I don't know what I am. I got to take the Myers-Briggs again. So maybe I don't know, but I bought INTJ. I got it. It met criteria. What do we say this other one is? You said A-Lab? A-Lab. What you working with? 41%. Then they go IPO Reddit tomorrow at a 40% premium as well, it looked like. This just might be the next week's IPO. $36 a share was the price. 19 million shares? Oh, fuck out of here. I don't think this one's going to hit criteria. Maybe. What's Astera Labs? So 20 million shares. You need 10 million shares in the next 7 minutes. I don't know. You're at 3.6, and it's at a 40% premium as well. So you already know the thing with the premium. You got to be mindful of the premium. It's a chip play. Manufactures semiconductors, offers smart retimers, riser cards, and GPU booster cards. After listening to you, you're going to go watch Gilligan's Island reruns today. So just how fast does AI have to perform? I'm confused. Did Gilligan use AI? If so, this is mind-blowing. I know they had virtual reality back in the day, but I didn't know Gilligan. I'm confused, sir. But yeah, 10 million volume. I mean, it's been 5 minutes. You're at 5 million. I don't know. Maybe you do it. I think it's kind of priced high, but you guys are telling me it's a chip stock. Again, premium is the problem. Premium is the problem. That's it. Sometimes the IPO is like car dealerships. That's all. You may want the car, but the price is the problem, the premium. Because it's up 50% again from the opening shares already. Iuna, there's another IPO? Stop it. There's no way. Is it? Okay, no, this one I was like, man, there's no use. There was INTJ. That one was exciting for a little bit. And then A-Lab. Gilligan had a coconut radio. Oh, there you go. I don't recall Gilligan Island as much. My favorite, like old school, the one I loved, I liked Michael Knight. You know what I'm saying? Knight Rider. Like that's the only one I like actually remember. Iuna is a healthcare. Yeah, A-Lab is the chip company. If you had 3M yesterday, you get the spinoff. Yeah. Oh, is it? Was the cutoff yesterday? I thought it was the 26th. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But if you did meet the cutoff, if you held the shares, you're gonna wake up when what's it called starts trading, when Solventum, if that's the name, I butcher it all the time. Whenever Solventum starts trading, it's just gonna show up in your portfolio. Never mind Reddit. Astera might just be the week's most exciting IPO. Yeah, I saw that headline. So I was saying A-Lab. Again, 20 million shares, though, is the offering. 19.8. So, yeah, we're going to need a little bit more there. Michael Knight. Oh, what's up, baby? Kit was your first car crush? I have so many questions, but I'm not going to inquire. I don't want to. Like, are you talking like cars? I can't like you like the car, or you were like, wow, Kit, I love you. BlackRock, Arini among Instrum creditors set to appoint advisors. Yeah, A-Lab, I mean, the premium's high, so Maybe if the stock comes down, more volume comes in. It's been about like, what, 6-7 minutes here? I think 6 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're on the 7th minute. It's not going to hit the first 10 minutes. So then you either have to wait till premium goes away or it turns 10 or 20 million on the float. Dang, you reached under just 2K for Babinski's family? Hell yeah. That's good. Again, I have that posted up there. I think we only talked about it once, man, so that's good. God bless, man. God bless. And thank you again, Gary, for real. Pinduoduo just sold off. Literally, Pinduoduo was up, I want to say, 15 or 17% in the morning, a little bit more than what it priced in, and then it just sold off back to break even. No real reason, honestly, just cash open earnings scam. I mean, you can't say you haven't seen it before, but I don't think there's any real driver. I mean, people are throwing around a lot of theories for Pinduoduo. Some people are still worried about the government ban and all that stuff, but their earnings were good. Again, they are still the Chinese outperformer. China was a very weird day today because Pinduoduo earnings were good. But then what was the thing that was bad for China? I forgot. There was another set of news that was not a good look for China in the morning. What was it? There was Gucci. What did the AI say? Gucci, gloomy Gucci? Yeah, Gucci. No, not Godzilla. Gucci. Gucci product, yeah, Gucci caring. They said that the profits were bad, so that like kind of slowed China down a little bit. But then China again, Pinduoduo doing good, ended up holding out. Gloomy Gucci, I think. Boeing on the high again. Boeing had bad news in the morning, and then they're like, "Nah, that's good." Now they're up 3. Chaz supporting Chaz's family in this time. I missed it. Are you going to touch back on that? Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to talk about this over the next like few days. We already have been, but like literally, I know a lot of Chads knew Babinski, and they're just finding out the news little by little. So we had his wife set up that GoFundMe, and that's for his kids. Again, they said they're good too, if anything. So like, it's not as if they were very grateful as well, but. They just, don't feel any, like, need if you want. But I thought it would be a nice thing to do. And, again, and a lot of people are still just finding out the news. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He passed away. Yes, he did. Unfortunately. Did Broadcom go up again? Okay, it came back down. I was going to say, if it goes back up again, we might need to tune in. NVIDIA, PayPal. PayPal's been doing good, man, a little bit. And then Baba's kind of holding. And then what time is it? 9:50. Oh, my gosh. Chad. You have an hour and 10 minutes. It's kind of crazy. Oh, we haven't done any push-ups. I know. Can we do push-ups? Would you guys like to? Or can you guys all take a second with me? There's a lot of you in here right now. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot more that join us once the man, the myth, the legend, Jerome Powell. But, like, seriously, listen, no, I don't even, like, You could do push-ups if you like, but I did this with people yesterday, and I think they liked it. But can we I need you to just refresh a little bit, okay? I want you stare all away from the screen for a little bit, blink a couple of times, relax your eyeballs, okay? But then this is what I just really want you to do right now, okay? Are you ready? I want you to just clear your mind. You could stare blankly at the screen. You could stare anywhere you want. You could do whatever you need to do, okay? But I want you to clear your mind and only think about relaxing your shoulders and dropping your shoulders. So why are you holding your shoulders up like that? Just relax them. That's it. I want you to reach a new level of shoulder dropping where you're like, wow, I didn't even it, where you feel like you ain't never relaxed them like that, but just that's it. Clear your mind and drop the shoulders, bro. Relax the trauma traps. Yeah, loosen the forehead too, man. You'll get it. That's why we say move the face around, but just shoulders. Just breathe. That's it. And just drop the shoulders and relax. Clear the mind. I want you to empty out your mind real quick. That's it. No thing. I know. We're going to talk power. We're going to talk dot plot. It's just nothing. Just shoulders relaxing. Drop the shoulders. Shoulders relaxing. That's it. That's all. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, that's it. I'm going to move around. I'm going to stand up, do whatever push-ups, but I need y'all to do that. Okay, them trauma traps, it's for you. Legs in front of you, whatever. You want to do the dragon breath, whatever you need to, but no, you need to just relax a little bit, baby. Ease up. You got to get ready. You got power. Yeah, I'm standing up now. I'm going to do my leg balance, my resistance. You got to move around, baby. It's a Wednesday, huh? A wild Wednesday. TKO is still going up. I see that on the high ticker. So, again, they had news settlement that they're going to use for a tax write-off. So, we watching gold. Yeah, gold is going to be a good one. All the stress in the shoulders, bro. The trauma traps. It's good too, bro. You get to relax. It feels nice. You've been at your desk all day. We're going to be here. There's going to be some wild moments. So just relax the shoulders, man. Relax. My ear is on your lips. Oh, man. Well, the option contracts drop when they release the data. Kinda, yeah. So it just depends on what that dot plot says. So, right at 2 p.m., when that dot plot comes out, there'll probably be maybe a 0.5% to a 0.75% move. Maybe a little less. Maybe I'm being a little dramatic, but it just depends on the dot plot. And then depending on that movement, the contract should instantly start moving there. A 0.1% move. No, I think 0.25%, maybe half. I don't know. I'm feeling a 0.5%. I'm feeling 0.5% on the dot plot, at least. But maybe a quarter, maybe a third. If Powell moves in quarters, I'll move in quarters. We'll go with the quarter. We could do a under over, quarter or not, up or down. I don't care. Either way. I just think that it all depends on that number though. Like I'm telling you. If we're talking 2 and 3 rate cuts, Habibi, the conversation the same, Nothing changed. 2-3, everybody know 2-3 zone. 2-3 Michael Jordan. Everybody know 2-3 rate hike. Everybody know this. If number like a 0 to 1, a 4 to 5, oh my goodness, Habibi. It would be bad. So it just all depends on the number. That's going to determine the move up or down. That's going to determine how big it is. So, like I'm saying, the dot plot is notorious for being quite sporadic. And again, why is the dot plot sporadic? Like I've been saying it all day. The dot plot it kind of moves pretty crazy over the last 6 to 9 months here. But why? It should make sense. Why does the dot plot? Why can't it move so much and still kind of be acceptable? Why is the dot plot so volatile, but it's acceptable more or less? What would be the reason? You know it. You're gonna hear it today. Actually, what I'm telling you right now, you're probably gonna hear in a little bit. Everything is fluid. I just drank some fluid. If you heard, the dude who said 7 ain't even there anymore. I guess future numbers, ambiguity, because he guaranteed cuts. Data dependent. Yeah, it's because they're just guessing. And that's what Powell's going to tell you. So, like, the dot plot's, like, volatile. And that's why I'm saying, today is either going to be, nothing or it's going to be something huge. Because no matter what happens, Powell is going to come on afterwards. And he is going to remind you that the dot plot is just an estimate and it's not an actionable policy, that it could change, and it's just like an average of where everybody is at. So that's why, like, Powell, every single time, he is always going to downplay the dots, but that's why they're very volatile, and then the market is going to have to try to figure out either respond to the dots as crazy as they are or kind of come up with your own opinion. Remember, last time the dot plot was volatile, it came in, the amount of rate cuts was way more than anybody expected in December, and the market was already pricing something like that, but then right when it came out, the market started running ahead of it. So keep that in mind here for today. The market's either going to go to one end or the other. It will be great. Dots are useless. They change them. Well, yeah, that's what Powell is going to say that, but it's kind of like we still pay attention to them. Even if the dots are useless as shit, it's still going to move everything depending on how much it moves. So, like, no matter what, even if Powell is going to down, just like literally December, same thing applies. Dots are shit, but guess what? Those dots said 3 rate cuts. Everyone said, okay, 3 rate, that's it. And it started cementing in people's minds that we are getting rate cuts in 2024. So it still is something that we are going to be going off of. And then honestly, I mean, as of late, in the short run, a lot of the Fed speakers, they've built their narrative and speeches around whatever those dots have said. Some of them, like Goolsby, are telling you where they're at on the dots, but other ones are just like, they all are echoing the same thing. Yeah, A-Lab's coming up. Honestly, A-Lab holding 55% premium, 7.6 million in volume. Not bad. Not bad at all, actually. So that might actually turn the float. It's already, no. 10 million is half. I'm tripping. So that's still 3 million away from going half. The ENTJs, that's still ENT dying? Myers-Briggs? Or no, is it INTJ? I don't even know my personality type. That looks so exciting in the beginning. It did the JYD, though. So I'm glad we got in, like, right around break even. But, yeah, now it's down 6. I shouldn't touch gold. I mean, gold is going to be exciting. I think gold, the only problem with gold for today is that gold has a, how many dollar premium? Gold, that little run up on gold lately is kind of just, like, market's elevated and market's near the high. Maybe you could argue gold was catching up because I guess here was December 13th. So maybe you could argue gold was lagging, but this little pop here, bro, that's a 10% pop on gold in like 5 days. So again, that's why I still have a short on gold, even though I'm very bullish. I thought gold was going to do one of its crazy 200 up, 100, 200 down, and then do all that. But I'm going to close my gold play ahead of this. And then I do think gold will be a very good opportunity today. But watch out. It's going to either lag or lead the entire market in the bonds just because of that move that it's made. Gold never going back down. I don't think we'll get back down to 8, like I said, below like 1800. I don't think so now with rate cuts kind of more solidified. But even then, 1800, how do you say 40 or yeah, that's still like 2021 levels. 2000. It's not too bad though. It's not too bad. But gold is going to be exciting today. Very excited, Bibi. Alibertin on the low. Spies near the highs. I mean, just what, 20, 30 minutes ago we were near the lows. It wasn't Euro close. Oh, no, it was. 30 minutes ago it was Euro close. So literally we bounced that Euro close. My goodness. And now it's 10. 1 hour. Holy crap. Is that for real? Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia. Are you guys ready? Oh my goodness. There's only 1 hour. So that's it. In the next 60 minutes, like 59 minutes, that SCP is going to come out, and that's where everything is going to happen. So we may have to start talking about some stuff. Let's see. I have a couple of previews for you. FOMC. I don't know. Do you guys want to, we'll go over everything like 30 minutes ahead? I'm kind of excited. I want to do it now, but I'm kind of down. We could wait a little bit, but I do have a couple of previews for you. So we'll have that. We'll get some live analyst stuff too and call it a no, because you know, you guys want to do it now because you hear. I don't even know how many of you are here because you guys like the likes and how many people are. I don't know. You got to show me that you hear, but you know damn well there's going to be 1,000 people that are going to come and be like, what's happening? What's the Fed? Did it come out yet? What's happening? What's going on? So I don't know. We could talk about a lot. I might be able to answer some of your questions ahead of it, but we got some previews like I'm telling you. You guys know how to find it, right? I could show you that. That one's the easiest. So everybody, but like I'm actually never mind. I don't want to show you how to find it because then I don't want the Fed website to not work today. No, you guys go to the Federal Reserve website, monetary policy, meetings calendar, and info. It's going to show up here, but like December, it's going to say projection materials. So that's what we're looking for. But honestly, you guys shouldn't go to the website because, like, honestly, it's not going to work or something. I feel like we've had to deal with those situations. And look, man, this is just the March dot plot from the beginning of last year. And just notice how much it could change. My goodness. My goodness. Those dots were at 4. Stop it. Stop it. My goodness. Yo, what up, Matt? How you living, man? Every dot is one of the Fed members where they think rates should be at the end of the year. So they take 13 Fed members, I believe 13 governors, and they go and see, they ask them, where do you put where you think rates will be at the end of 2024, 2025, and 2026. And then it's what's the word? Anonymous. So you don't know who is who unless they tell you. And then that's it. Still no reply to your other FOMC last SEP delayed release. Damn, son. Yeah, they may not. Why do they get to decide? I mean, the dots don't necessarily decide anything. So they all vote on everything, every meeting. They vote on, that's how they come up with the decision. Like, it's not just Jerome Powell. It's not like Jerome Powell comes up and is like, I decide if we raise the rates today. It's like, so they all like present and then they all vote and then they go with the majority, whether it's raise, balance sheet reduction, whatever, even when they unleash the banking funds, they vote on all of it. But so all of the governors, they're putting their ideas down on the dot plot, but that's not a vote but it could indicate how they will vote in the future towards the meetings. So it doesn't mean that that's gonna happen, but if things keep going on, you could get a general idea that that's how some of the governing members are gonna vote. They're like the congressmen of the Fed or the Supreme Court, kind of. It's kind of like the Supreme Court, but for money. Is that a good way to look at it? You think these guys can't be influenced by politicians? I mean, they might, but like the thing is, when you do like print the money, it is harder to be influenced. If that makes any sense. Like, like and technically, like, it's not even a government agency. But you see where I'm saying, where like they can I feel like they could do a lot of things. You vote to have the previews in Kennedy's voice? Okay, exactly. Now let's talk about the Federal Reserve. The March FOMC meeting is on Wednesday, March 20th. The policy statement and summary of economic projections will be released. I don't know, that'd be kind of difficult. Exactly. Oh, you vote for that too? Wow. Okay. I'll second that. Thank you. Oh man, I'm locked in, baby. I'm locked in. It's game time. It's Powell. Finally, bro. You know what I'm saying? Finally. In a summary of economic projections. We did it, y'all. We did it. The dot plot, you could see it through the Fed website when they put it out on the summary of economic projections. So, I mean, this is something, and like, you don't even need the dot plot. Like, I don't know, did any of you take the ACT? Maybe some of you did bad on the ACT science section. I could understand. You're not that good with like dots and charts and shit. That's totally normal. I get it. So like, you don't really even need the dot plot. This is what I was saying the other day. Because like, technically, all you're looking for is this right here. So the dot plot is this number right here. So whatever number like the dot plot is going to spit out, it's going to show up as a numerical nominal number right here. And that's all you need. So the number is 4.6. And then the best part is, even when it comes out, this is how it's going to look today. It's going to have the previous projection so you know how different it is. So today when it comes out, you're going to watch 4.6. This number is going to be where the 5.1 is at. And then the new number is going to be where the dot plot is at. And then, ta-da! And then once we have that, we will be good to go. So this is 4.6. If it's 4.8, we'll be a little bit in trouble. I think anything above 4.9, I believe, that's where we start shitting ourselves. But the higher the number, the worse it is. The lower the number, the better. So that's the crazy part. If that number goes from 4.6 to 4.5 or 4.4, Habibi, market will love it. But then again, I mean, I think we need to be talking 4 or 5 hikes or cuts, or again, just none at all. Those are going to be the bigger numbers that get us moving. Well, did I already X out of it? But, like, it's also going to have other info, too. That's going to be the interesting part. That's the other part I always bring up here. A lot of people forget it. The other part you're going to get is all this. You're going to get a GDP estimate. We're going to get an unemployment estimate and an inflation estimate as well, too. So, why, I guess, let me ask you this. Why are these numbers going to be important? I would tell you this right off the bat. These numbers used to have way more weight. Like 6-9 months ago, maybe a year ago on the last SEP, like a year ago, oh, these numbers meant a lot. But as of now, they don't mean as much, but they still kind of hold weight in terms of something recent. What would that be? Can anybody tell me? So again, this is the terminal rate. This is going to be where the dot plot. But like, why would these numbers change in GDP, unemployment, PCE inflation, core PCE inflation? Why would these projections from the Fed be important? Hey, it's Josh AI, here with your daily double. The correct answer is that it's important because inflation concerns have recently gone up. So therefore, if the Fed is worried about inflation, you'll watch the projection numbers increase on the summary of economic projections. Wow. Have a good day. I'll see you when it comes out. Bye. Like the video. Thank you, Josh AI. But yeah, he's correct. So everybody's been worried about inflation creeping up. All of the data this year, fairly recent. If that is expected to continue or if that's really a worry for the Fed, these numbers should all, you'll see that reflected. Unemployment should stay tight, but then if these inflation numbers start running up, then, people will, YOLO call. I mean, you could go with what's priced in or 2 standard deviations. Like I said, if anything surprising happens, which is possible, I mean, you're going to get that move easy. Otherwise, if it just comes in 2-3 hikes, we having the same conversation, I don't think anything's going to move. So, vive si. How scary if Jobs comes out to be manipulated. I mean, I wouldn't call it that manipulated, but at one point, how about this, Ross? Whenever this happens one day, just come back to this channel. Just remember me, okay? Like when Joseph was in the prison and he said, just remember me. Just like remember me when this happens, okay? And what's going to happen is one day, the non-farm payrolls is going to be revised negative by like 500,000 to 1 million jobs lower. One day. Whether it's next 6 months, next year, next 10 years. You will watch that happen one day. There is something big about that, and we've talked about that because that has happened at every single cycle. But essentially, I wouldn't call it manipulation as much as I would call it the nature. If everything remains unchanged, I think it'll be bullish. If the rate cuts, the dot plot, the PCE expectations, even GDP, if Powell keeps everything the same, I think the market will take that as a slight sigh of relief. Yeah, they already revised the other one from 330 to like, I think to 100. But that was just even recent. Kazoo. Coinbase transactions may experience intermittent failures. Kazoo. That thing's running. SPY just took a little dump. INTJ is whack. Wells Fargo still down. Yeah, Coinbase says due to network congestion, and they're having issues right now. I'm ignoring you? Oh, my bad. You need my help with what? Which inflation? Did they go based on, what's your question? I'm not really following the other one. Have you ever seen this much manipulation or revisions of economic numbers? I want to say no, and I want to say that it is, but like, again, I have looked into history, and maybe I was alive and I was trading to a degree, but like I wasn't as aware. But like I'm saying, in the past, there's been very absurd revisions in economic data, like to the point where, again, there's reasons why people got clapped in '08, but like the data was very, very revised and behind from like '07 to 2010, and then they did do a lot of crazy changes even in that decade till now. I guess almost 2 decades. Buru up 16. That's fun to say. Buru. But yeah, man, the revision game is intense. I don't know. I feel like we've already had this conversation just when it was really prevalent, maybe like a year, 2 years ago, especially. It's even still very stark today, but it's just like the revision game is 24/7. That's all. Like, it's like I'm telling you, in the past, there was crazy revisions to data, but like even then, like, you see it, the seasonal changes, the COVID changes that they've made, all of this, like, dude, if you ever go read about how you calculate the data, it is the most convoluted, extended process you could ever think of. Do you predict the market will be dissatisfied if the dot plot remains the same? No, I think the market will like it. Maybe it could sell off a little bit. Anything gradual and the same. The yen kind of even sold off, but I do think the market will like it if it stays the same. Dovish, bullish, hawkish, bearish. No, just a higher amount of rate cuts. The more rate cuts, the better. The lower the amount of rate cuts, the worse. And that's it. I'm looking at ZB. More leverage on that. About the long run dot plot coming out higher. I'm not too worried, but it could be a possibility. So it's a great question what your fellow Chad is asking. And this is, it doesn't really get as much attention, especially right now when we're all crackheads looking at one thing. But don't forget, when we look at the dot plot, like, there's 2 other years on here. And then even the longer run. And this is, some people are saying maybe the Fed is going to raise longer run inflation goals, right? But you also have projections for the next couple of years. And even then, their longer run target, you also have that listed as well. So he's asking if there'll be any changes there. So we'll see. But I don't think they'll be too big of a deal for now. But this could, if any of these move like huge, we'll have an issue. And then if this dot plot really changes, then yeah, I think that would be actually groundbreaking news. If the Fed altered their long range, their longer run goals and targets, that would be the biggest news of the year. What moves the dot plot? It's all it is like, so imagine Chadadonia. You know the Chad, right? So imagine if, like, in determining the thumbnail of the video, I had 13 moderators. And every time I wanted to change the title of the video, or I wanted to change the screenshot or the thumbnail of the video, they had to vote on it. And any time I made a decision, all 13 Chad members had to vote yes or no towards what they wanted. Right? That's how the Fed is set up. So now imagine we had meetings, and every 3 months I told all 13 Chad mods, I say, hey, what do you think the title of the watch list is going to be on Monday? And then 5 of them, let's say more than half of them think the stock market is going to go crazy, right? And then the other ones are like, the stock market sucks, or the stock market's going to crash. And then we just put out a dot plot, and then we show all the Chads our projections of where the title and the thumbnails will be. I don't know if that's a good example, but that's who determines it. Just the Fed. All 13 members, they come to their meetings and they vote on where they think it will be, and then the Fed just releases that data. So that's all it is. Yeah, each Fed governor gets a dot on the plot. Motion to change watch list title, Manic Monday. Motion to change. See, we'd have to vote. We need all the other ones. There's 19. It's 19 dots. There's, I think, 13 members. Is it 13 voters? Powell can override what the dot says? No. He could. It does. Powell, they all just make a decision together. Powell is like the head chair, but like Powell, I don't really think Powell can override everything. So if Powell was like, I want to raise rates, and all 9 people or all 19 others said no or whatever, then he couldn't do it. All right, 8 more minutes, and then we'll get it popping, Chadadonia. Aren't you excited? This is it. This is it. No. 8 minutes, I'm going to give you previews. 8 minutes, we're going to just start. We'll go over. It'll take me like 10 minutes. I mean, we were kind of going over the dot plot now, getting familiar. I mean, you could always, you guys could go click around, get the dot plot up, know how to navigate it, learn how to read it right now. If you haven't ever looked at one, that's something I would be doing. Get familiar with it. Become a friend of the dot plot. Know everything here, how to read the old projecting, the new one today. Learn how to be a friend with it. That's it. How bizarre. Da. Yeah, man. Just learn. Be one with it. Yeah, in like 7 minutes, I'll go over some quick previews we have, and then that's it. Josh, glad is that good for the long term? What's glad? Yeah, I can't see your comment, Emmanuel. All I see is glad is that good for the long term? Try emailing me. 'Cause I don't know, it's not showing what you're saying. Can you show the different conference chart results? What do you mean? I like how you guys are like trying to be his interpreter. You're like, I think he means you should be glad for the long term. They said, no, he's talking about Gladstone. No. He's referring to Gilead. No. He's studying the emotions of gladness. He wanted you to know that his dog is glad. That's what he was trying to say to you right there. Or no, GLAD is an acronym. Forget long and defensive. You guys that was a lot of interpretations there, man. MU staring into the red. I know, he's talking about Gladiator. Dude. You have the SPY result so everyone could see. Well, that's the thing. Last Fed meeting didn't do much, right? And then the other Fed meeting with the SEP, the chart just went straight up. It wasn't it wasn't even a chart. Like I'm telling you, it wasn't. It was a stick. Like that's all it was. It was just a straight green shoot up, and it never came down. It just went up right from the dot plot. So the last Fed meeting was like, what was it, January 31st or something? Wasn't it around here? Was it the 23rd? You didn't have a dot plot, but you kind of moved. But like the last SEP, oh, it was one way. One way or another, I'm on a power. He's gonna cut it one rate or two hikes. He's gonna cut it. He's gonna cut it. Okay. There's a chance the meeting will be good for the market. There's honestly people like I forgive me. I mean, I'm glad that I'm here and I'm talking to you now and that you could hear me, but you know, I'm excited. A lot of people in here are excited. I mean, we do get excited every single Powell, but there is a good chance nothing really happens today. A lot of people are the general expectation of today is that the dot plot is not going to move at all. And I do kind of believe that. However, just the history of the dot plots is that they have a lot of juice in them. So it's just like we're kind of in the middle of there trying to figure that out for now. But it's just when it comes out, if there's a surprise, you're going to get a big move. If not, if what everyone's expecting happens, no real changes, I mean, we just fall right back into the narrative we've been running on for the last quarter or 6 months now. That's not true. Everything I'm reading today is doomsday for stocks. Well, I'll give you some previews. Don't you worry, but I don't think I don't think I could agree, so maybe we'll agree to disagree. But I think most people are generally, at least I'm referring to banks. Big banks, most major analysts, and then as well as even Fed futures and how they've kind of even adjusted into the day. So there's other factors, again, even looking at the Fed futures, that tells you a lot, right? If they really expected more or less, they would be moving accordingly. So there's other signals that aren't necessarily words. So even if you want to ignore banks and all that, again, just the pricing of things. Again, look at where a 10-year bond is at right now, and what price are we talking about on the terminal rate? Have you guys ever thought about that? That one should make you. This one might make you go, oh. You know, you have a 10-year, or again, maybe I should show you the 2-year bond instead. But that doesn't make you go, whoa. So you don't have to listen to anybody. Ignore every financial writing in the world. The 2-year bond is at 4.67. What is the terminal at on the dot plot? 4.6. So ironically, your 2-year is a little higher, and then your Fed futures are a little lower. And then the dot plot is right in the middle. And that's why today it's going to change. So this 2-year is going to get nutty. What does that mean? The 2-year bond is literally saying that rates are going to be 4.67 in the next 2 years. So that's lined up with what the Fed, that's actually a little bit more hawkish, but it's lined up with what the Fed's dot plot is saying right now. And that's why, too, when that dot plot changes, that 2-year is going to run with it. Bank of Canada minutes. The time is drawing near. I know it's 3:30, not 3:30, 10:30. Yeah, Bank of Canada headlines, those are coming out. So we'll see, but most people are, and again, if the 2 years out, right where the dot plot is, it's just like nobody is expecting this to move. If they thought it would be higher or lower, the bond rates would be trading higher or lower, depending on what people really thought was the plan. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to go over one preview and then 15 minutes before. It's 3:30 now, yeah. I'm going to go over some earnings previews. I think let me go to the restroom beforehand. You know, I don't want to have to go pee in between and then have to run and have an accident. You understand? Okay. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. See you in a little bit. God bless you.
Just about 30 minutes to go on this. And of course, it's not just the decision. We basically know what the decision will be. They will leave rates on hold. It's in everything else. And in the words of Chairman Powell at that press conference.
That's right. And of course, we'll bring all of that to you live here as part of our special coverage. Bloomberg's Michael McKee is in the room, right? And he'll be always asking the most
his own buttering up.
Interesting question of the day. Is that true? I'm not sure he follows that.
I don't
think so.
think
to talk to Michael about that later. He's going to join us, by the way, in the later edition of Balance of Power that starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Kaylee and I will be there live here from Washington, where that Fed decision is imminent. I'll meet you then.
Sounds good.
Here on Bloomberg TV and radio. A special decision of Bloomberg surveillance. The Fed decides straight ahead.
A robot may not be coming for your job, but competitors are coming for your market share.
And they won't give me a break. They won't give me a break. I'm just trying to get ready for these previews, man. It's game time. What's CNBC got to say? Do they know that Powell speaks today?
Oppose the overregulation of artificial intelligence. We'll ask him if he still feels the same.
I don't know. I feel like this is about to go to commercial, too. Yeah, man. All right, that's what I get for cracking jokes all the time. So I get for cracking jokes. And they add, they're like, robots are going to take our jabs. Oh, wait, no, they came back. Here it is.
Conference, that is 27 minutes away. That decision just around the corner. Alongside Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Your equity market on the S&P 500 going absolutely nowhere, close to all-time highs going into this one. Bramo, statement, news conference, projections, and maybe a conversation in the mix on the balance sheet.
Maybe, and maybe that won't necessarily be the front and focus, especially if Jay Powell does what he usually does in the press conference, which has a dovish tilt. And that's sort of what people seem to be geared up for at a time where potentially some of the hotter than expected data could cause something of a different kind of surprise.
I think we have to begin with what this meeting was meant to be 3 months ago. 3 months ago, looking at 3 months, this was meant to be the meeting this Federal Reserve started to reduce interest rates. It's not that meeting anymore. In fact, we're trying to work out if it's even June after the data we've had over the last 2 months.
We're trying to work out what they're even looking at, what data matters to them, how they interpret some of the hotter than expected CPI and PPI data, whether they're taking a look at an economy that the stock market is saying is rip-roaring hot, and they're saying it's going to cool more substantially. Do they give us any hints, given the fact that basically they're saying we want to cut, we don't know what's happening, we have patience to wait? Is it going to be a snoozer, or are they going to drop a bomb to basically say, hold up, we have to reassess?
These are the scores going into this one. The equity market yesterday closing at record highs, pulling back just a touch on the S&P 500, going virtually nowhere, down not even 0.1%. In the bond market, very close to the highs of the year across the curve. In the last 24 hours, we've backed away from those levels just a little bit. Down about 2 basis points on a 10-year, 427.48 on 10s. On a 2-year, Bramo, we're down about a single basis point to 467.
No drama, but I will say what we do have drama with is some of the best and brightest coming and talking with us. Coming up, right next to us, Mohammed El-Arian of Queen's College, Cambridge. He'll be joining us throughout the hour. Then Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab and Deutsche Bank's Matt Lazzetti will be taking us up to the Fed rate decision at 2 p.m. It'll drop, including the statement of economic projections. We'll get immediate reaction from JP Morgan's Priya Misra, KPMG's Diane Swank, Bank of America's Michael Gapin, and PGIM's Robert Tipp. And finally, we will get the news conference. We will parse every word of Chair Powell with respect to former New York Fed President Bill Dudley and BlackRock's Jeff Rosenberg's incredible insights. John, really, this is the show, and I'm very excited to be part of it.
A fantastic lineup. Alongside us, Mohammed El-Arian of Queen's College, Cambridge. Mohammed, great to see you. Do you think we're injecting a little bit too much excitement into this one, or is this the real deal? One to watch.
It's not one to watch in terms of getting any actions. It is one to watch in terms of signals, but it is particularly one to watch with respect to the press conference, because Chair Powell is going to have to decide what tone does he take at this particular moment. And does he repeat his performance in front of Congress, which is maintain a very steady course, or does he impart significant volatility into the marketplace as he's done in previous press conferences?
We should mention that semi-annual testimony was only in the last few weeks. Has that much changed with a hot PPI report and a hot CPI as well, or at least hotter than expected?
At the margin, yes, but not enough for him to surprise the market. What I find fascinating is all the questions you've raised, Lisa. This is supposed to be a very transparent Fed. This is supposed to be a data-dependent Fed, and yet all these questions have arisen. And I think that we're looking for spurious accuracy. And in the dots in particular, there's going to be spurious accuracy. You know, it doesn't take much to go from 3 to 2 cuts, and yet the market will probably amplify if that happens.
Amplify means sell off, right? Is that what you're saying? Amplify means that basically if they go from 3 to 2, you get...
All right, man. I sent out the stream alert. I think y'all ready to go. It is time for the previews, ladies and gentlemen. So I only got a little bit for you. It's not that crazy. Honestly, I was even listening to El-Arian. It's very interesting that he is going to be putting emphasis on Powell's press conference. Me personally, I do think the dot plot, but then again, if the dot plot doesn't change, then Powell's presser will be a lot more important. So that is the other side of the coin. But Chad, are you ready for it, man? So like I've said, I cannot stress this one enough. Right at 2 p.m. In the next 23 minutes, right at 23 minutes, the market is going to make a big move. I personally think it'll make a majority of today's move right off the bat. The SEP, it is going to contain information. Now, granted, if SEP does not provide anything, we are going to be screwed. So let me get you one thing, what to expect. So the Federal Reserve will likely avoid signaling an imminent rate cut this week. They're staying focused on stubborn inflation while keeping an eye on slowly rising jobs. They're expected to keep the rates at 5.25 to 5.5 in their two-day policy meeting, a two-decade high first reached in July. The rate decision and economic forecast will be released at 2 p.m. Fed officials are reluctant on lowering borrowing costs until they're certain inflation is closing in on 2%, the rate they see appropriate for a healthy economy. But a recent rise in the unemployment rate or the two-year high means they'll need to balance their attention to both prices and the labor market. As far as what Wall Street is expecting, every major bank is expecting a pause. The rate forecast, Wall Street is expecting that they will be focused on Fed official forecasts for interest rates. The so-called dot plot will show just how much the committee expects to cut rates in 24 and 25. Many economists surveyed by Bloomberg expect policymakers to pencil in 3 cuts for 2024, with the first move in June in line with the market's current pricing, though more than a third expect 2 or fewer. Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari, for one, has said he is considering reducing his outlook for 2024 cuts to 2 to 1. It would only take 2 participants to move their dots to move the median to 50 basis points of cuts this year, said Veronica Clark, an economist at Citigroup. We're thinking the Fed is okay with where they are at, but it's definitely the risk. So Bloomberg Economics, they think the dot plot will show the median participant will expect 75 basis points a cut this year, given Powell's past sensitivity to signs of slowing activity, which is still the case in the recent weeks. Despite hot inflation prints, he could surprise on the dovish side at the news conference. Anna Wong, chief economist at Bloomberg, some economists, including those at JP Morgan, predict that the Fed may raise its outlook for the longer funds rate, reflecting persistent price pressures of higher productivity. The committee has estimated that the rate, or for the longer run inflation, 2.5, and any increase would imply a stay for higher for longer in the future. As far as the statement, the committee is also certain to retain its guidance on interest rates, which will say no reduction in rates will be appropriate until it has more confidence inflation is moving sustainably towards 2% target. The description of the labor market will be a key clue on how the committee is weighing job trends. In January, the FOMC said employment was low, with the February jobless rate at 3.9. One option would be to reword that unemployment rate has edged higher but remains low, according to Bank of America. No dissents are expected. Yeah, you are flushing a little bit lower there. A little new low of the day. Again, 20 minutes until the event. This is the preview. So balance sheet, the committee is scheduled to hold a discussion on their $7.5 trillion balance sheet, which has been shrinking by allowing some securities to mature without replacing them, a process known as quantitative tightening. No decision on tapering the pace of tightening is expected at this meeting, but Powell might provide an update on the talks at the press conference. So this, even though I think the dot plot is the most important of the day, I've been saying keep your eye out for this, especially for the bonds. So I think I'm going to hold my bond play, but like literally, I do think quantitative tightening discussion, that is going to have the ability to really whipsaw the bonds more or less. So keep that in mind. But I don't know, that I forgot about Kashkari wanting to move his dots. So, but balance sheet is very big. A plurality of economists expect the Fed to announce a slower pace of tightening in June, with the actual tapering starting in June or July. They expect asset portfolio to shrink to $6.7 trillion in December of 2025. So, press conference, Powell in congressional testimony this month said that central bank was not too far from the level of confidence needed on inflation to start lowering rates. That view has been more encouraging than most of his colleagues, who have emphasized that they'll be patient in considering any rate cuts. The latest reports on a key gauge of underlying inflation, the so-called core consumer price index, reinforced the case for caution. Does Powell have a more hawkish tone? Said Stephen Stanley, chief U.S. economist at Santander. I found his not far comment to be surprising, out of step with most other Fed officials. With another bad core CPI under his belt, maybe he will sound more like everybody else on the FOMC. So the March meeting on Wednesday, press conference 2:30. Market is pricing in near 100% chance of a hold, with the first rate cut still priced for June. Few changes expected to the policy statement, though economists mixed on the SEP dot plot. Some expect another forecast for 3 2024 cuts, though some see shift for 2 cuts. Move of just 2 dots would push median to 2 cuts. Given stronger economic growth outlook than in December, ongoing inflation concerns and easing financial conditions, though offset by emerging cracks around labor market, retail sales, manufacturing data, and expected return on disinflation traction. Previews expect Powell to repeat recent narrative that Fed gaining confidence on inflation, though could downplay the potential for a May cut. Fed official expected to discuss balance sheet strategy, though no details expected this month. Some expect quantitative tightening slowdown announcement in coming meetings, possibly May, though some see risk of tapering push back further given factors including abundant reserves and low funding stress. So pre-Fed thematic check-in. Bulls are focused on the usual suspects, including disinflation driven by Fed pivot, above-trend U.S. economic growth, fairly stable consensus for LDD percentage, S&P earnings growth in 24, AI secular growth tailwind, ramp in corporate buyback, strong passive inflows, and more recent breadth improvement. In addition, number of strategists have continued to push back against broader market bubble talk, as well as talks of concerns about momentum and big tech concentration. Bears focused on a potential for another pre-market dovish pivot, particularly in the face of sticky services inflation and some more recent scrutiny about higher energy prices. Also skeptical of continued macro resilience with signs of labor market easing and consumers dialing back on spending amid depleted excess savings and still elevated prices. In addition, with flagged earnings risk via dampened pricing power, geopolitical is another area of concern given inflationary implications and fit with the broader deglobalization trend. Yes. So Chattadonia. Perfect timing. Any questions so far? Any questions so far? Again, very minor changes expected to the statement. Balance sheet. We may get questions, not too many details, but you're going to hear a little bit about it, so you could maybe dial back expectations for that. Most people think 75. It'll only take 2 changes, 2 dots to get you down to 2 rate cuts instead of 3. And I think that's about it. I mean, everyone thinks we're going to pause and then no guidance for May cut. And I think we're going to get you analyst comments here. Yeah, get ready. I'll be getting some stuff in a second. So any questions, let me know. Reddit just priced. It's going to be trading tomorrow. We trade the INTJ one, but that one got clapped. Well, I don't know. So, well, I think I'm going to close out my gold here in a second. What was the other one? The bonds. So this one, it's kind of up. Oh, yeah, you're below December 13th. Yeah, I'll take it. Will gold move if it stays neutral? I think it'll hold up. I think gold might. That's the thing. Since gold had that $200-$300 pop, if it's neutral, it may lead the way, or the market may end up liking it, and then gold kind of chills out. We don't know yet. I think gold is going to be interesting for that reason. So, but gold, I think gold will benefit off neutral. Gold benefits off 3. And then I think gold will get a little bit of a hiccup off 2. Yeah, the yen. I think yen's already at yen might be in its own. I think yen might be borderline policy failure. I think it might get a little bit of a jump here, but I think it's in Ueda's hands. All right, yeah, man, 15 minutes. All right, so no one on the Bloomberg survey expects a change in interest rates. FOMC meeting is still a highly anticipated event. Investors, economists will be looking for signaling on future policy, namely in the dot plot Fed official rate forecast. Besides the updates, no rates in economist projections. Policymakers have also said they would be discussing the central bank's balance sheet at this meeting. The Fed has been letting as much as $60 billion in treasuries and as much as $35 billion in agency-backed securities mature and roll off its balance sheet each month. Several officials have said it may be soon to slow that pace to avoid creating problems in funding markets. Any details of that discussion, which will most likely come during Powell's press conference, will be of interest to market participants. So how many cuts we'll get from the Fed this year has been the front and center of investors' mind following the December meeting, which may be interpreted as quite dovish. Markets priced in as many as 6 rate cuts in 24. That changed dramatically following a slew of a more hawkish Fed speak over the past 3 months and 2 higher than forecast inflation prints. Markets are now much more in line with what the Fed itself sees and are pricing in about 3 cuts this year. A more hawkish signal from the dot plot or Powell today could further weaken those positions. We might have to get a dollar chart up here. We'll take $1 and then the video. Give me $1, a bond, a SPY, and then a video, huh? Sound like good deal? Well, let me see where Disney is. They said don't vote the Disney white card. Or they say vote the Disney white card, man. Apparel. I don't know, coin. I think they were running up, but red run up. If that makes sense, they started off pretty slow. So the median dot plot, the recent one was 3 rate cuts this year, but there was 8 officials who saw fewer cuts. If 2 of those policymakers reduced their forecast to cuts this year, it would be enough to move the median to 2 cuts instead of 3. So there's 8 officials who are below 4.6. If two of them are like, okay, 4.8, then you get a little bit of a poo-poo today. Potentially. That would be your two cuts. Anything bigger, everyone go, ah! Just like that. They go, ah! It'll be fun. It'll be fun. You'll have a good time. So Bloomberg Economics, Amna Wong, markets updated dot plots, any guidance Fed Chair Jerome Powell may provide on the timing of upcoming rate cuts. We expect the dot plot to show 75 basis points of rate cuts this year. Given Powell's past sensitivity to signs of slowing economic activity has been the base case in recent months despite hot inflation prints, he could surprise on the dovish side at the post-meeting news conference. The USFR ETF. What is it? And for what reason? Is it for Powell or just like in general? But we have 10 minutes. 10-minute rigged for Powell, baby. We will find out. I mean, Apple, I wanted NVIDIA. The chips dollars coming back to break even. Started out pretty aggressive. So Bloomberg expects decision, hold rates steady. Nobody expects many changes to policy statements. Updated dot plot show median of 75. Expect median participant to revise up their core inflation projection slightly to 2.5 from 2.4 and maintain forecasts for later years. We expect the median participant to rise up their unemployment in 2024 to 4.2 from 4.1. Interesting. Listen carefully how Powell talks about inflation figures we've seen so far this year. A report last week showed consumer prices rose above forecasts for a second straight month in February, increasing concern that last year's rapid disinflation is stalling out. The Fed has repeatedly said it would do what's necessary to return inflation to 2% target, so any stickiness will likely compel officials to hold rates at current levels for longer. Some have also noted that they aren't ruling out another rate hike if necessary. I will pump. No, I feel uncertain. I feel a little confident in bonds. That's the only thing. But I also think bonds could go right back down to like 118 flat on ZB. And then maybe start running. But I think bonds over the next couple of days. There's a nice, I remember the history behind the Fed meeting, and then given that even if it's 2 or 3, 2 I wouldn't like, but 3, I think the bonds should enjoy that. I think the 2-year has, even then the 2-year could run down like 7 basis points just to match up with the dot plot. Dollar's coming down into it, which is good. Again, there's your SPY pop. All right. I need to get out of this shit. I'm closing the gold. How much? All right. All right, I closed the gold short. I'm down I lost $248 on that. And then we'll probably trade that afterwards once we have the dot plot. Topgolf confirms not aware of any talks on sale. Economists predict analysts will remain unchanged at 5.5. I have that MNQ from last week. I could just take the loss from what it was last week and then reposition. Yeah. I don't know. I like the MNQ though, but we would need a real status quo. All right, we got 7 minutes. So equities fluctuated after S&P hit another all-time high. Bonds seeing small moves. 10-year declining 2 basis points. Dollar little change on the day. Not too long, some analysts were forecasting that the Fed would be cutting rates today. Instead, the debate is now around whether disinflation has stalled and at what point the Fed will be able to cut. Some are even arguing they won't have any room to do so this year. While the inflation data for January and February could be sliced and diced in many ways, overall price pressures are proving stickier than many had expected, which means that the new news from today's meeting will be all about any hint of a shift on how Powell and his fellow policymakers expect inflation to play out. So a big thing on the radar today will be the Fed's quantitative tightening. The Fed is currently letting $60 billion and $35 billion of MBS run off its balance sheet every month, allowing them to mature without replacement. Powell said earlier this month that the March meeting will be our first really deep dive on what to do with the balance sheet. Yeah, dollar is selling a little bit. Again, bonds moving. I don't know. The MNQ, I'm going to hold the bonds, and then I'm going to play around with that. But MNQ, I'm 50-50 on. I don't know. It's been a long time, Chad. It's been a long time. I don't think we've done it. I could break out the coin for it. But I think or I could just close the MNQ. Again, it's literally the price that I closed it at from the rollover last week. More cuts is good for REITs, yes. So Goldman says they don't expect details on quantitative tightening to come in today from today's policy statement. They expect more info to come from the minutes of the meeting due in 3 weeks. The Goldman team sees the Fed slowing the pace of runoff in treasuries by half to a maximum of 30 a month by the May meeting. They see quantitative tightening coming through the first quarter of next year before it wraps up. It's worth considering the contract this week between the Fed and the Bank of Japan. While the Fed is mulling whether they could lower the policy range, the counterpart in Tokyo lifted rates for the first time since 2007. They now expect a range of 0 to 0.1, but despite the liftoff, the Bank of Japan isn't expected to catch up to where the Fed rate is anytime soon. So today's press conference is crucial because it'll set the stage for expectations of rate cuts, leaving markets at the mercy of Fed Chair Powell's whimsical communication style, said Paul Donovan, chief economist at UBS. The Fed will likely hold due to inflation, said Todd Jablonski, chief investment officer at Principal Asset Manager. Quote, improvement has been considerable, but as long as the underlying economy is so robust, the risk of renewed inflation pressures cannot be ignored, he said. Furthermore, the rate path outlook points to only 2 cuts in 2024, he added, delayed into the second half of the year. That delay may disappoint some investors, but it could be prudent policy if inflation data doesn't cooperate with the soft landing narrative. Whimsical. 3 minutes. Yeah. I am going to close out of the MNQ. All right. It was like $50 from the price, $50 down from where I rolled over, but that was a $1,000 loss from like 2 weeks ago. And then I could just double dip into those. I'm ready though. I'm gonna hold the bomb play. And then we might be able to hit some MNQs and other bonds, and then that's it. And then we'll be good to go, baby. And then we'll be good to go. 2 minutes until the event. So Chattadonia, we're gonna have everything here. Again, you could go to the Fed website. I'm gonna go through the dot plot right when that comes out. Do me a favor, like the video. Show some love, man. Show some love to the stream right now. And let me know that you're locked and loaded. And remember, the real big data does happen here. There's still going to be a couple of things we're going to be waiting for at the press conference. So remember, there's going to be 30 minutes of trading time before anything happens. So we're going to get that dot plot, then 30 minutes, we're going to be able to trade, do our thing, digest the data, see how people feel. And then from there, it's going to be Jerome Powell, and then he'll take it away. He will take it away from there. It'll actually be insane. It will be insane. All right, let's see if Powell's further comments on immigration. See if the job market's as tight as he thinks. Mercy of the whimsical communication style. In the newsroom, this is the meeting I've been most emailed about in the last 12 months, says one Bloomberg editor. Dude, the hype is turning up, baby. All right, less than 1 minute, baby. Chattadonia, get locked and loaded. Again, go to the Fed website. You will see it on the wire here. That's the beauty. So even if the Fed website is a little delayed, we should be getting it right away. All right, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Like that video, baby. Again, it's going to show up on screen here. You'll see it. It's probably going to move very, very intense. I hope the Fed website loads immediately. 15 seconds. Get ready, man. God bless you all. God bless you all. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're off. And you got to pop on the bonds and the SPY. Interest rate unchanged. Keeps it unchanged. Oh, there it is. It's out already. Perfect. Dot plot 3.9? Oh, for 2025. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, it stayed the same, though. Stayed the same. Neutral, but they raised 2025. Oh, but dude, they moved it. Yeah, it's not. It's that's a little hawkish. They're thinking 2025 is going to be a little higher, and then GDP they think is going to be good. They think unemployment's going to go lower, and then they don't think inflation's going to go higher on headline, but they do think core is going to go up, but it's not going to change their policy. So dot plot so far, no problems with that. Where'd it just go? Yeah, they said waiting for greater confidence. Projections at 24 keeps it unchanged. That's crazy. I don't think it's a tough read. It's just neutral as hell. That's all. That's what we were kind of looking for, but I'm surprised the dot plot like this, they were able to pull it off. And then even though they think 2025, they think inflation is going to move around a little bit higher, but it's not going to change their start of rates borderline. So that's interesting. Gold's popping off of that, so I think gold is up the most. You even got bonds moving a little bit. But not so bad. Very bullish. I don't know about very, but it's good. So, again, the market's already taken the run-up off of it. Maybe, again, chips are going up, dollars dropping. Statement still repeats, waiting for greater. I haven't even read this statement. I'm just still dot plot. I think the dot plot looks fine. Again, it's just a little. I'm surprised. It's because who's this mother effer at 5.5, but this probably affects the average, but not the median as much. A lot of people are still lower. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Fed members below 4 per. Oh, that's 2025. I'm an idiot. Yeah, so this was, I guess 2 people move lower. The dots tighten up. We have what? 4.6. You have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. So one person went to team 4.6. So you actually got one more person who still thinks it. I'll go over. I don't see any, again, I don't know about the statements. It's not a scenario most folks were looking for, a rate cut taken out of next year, not this year. So the Fed reckons they're on track for 75 this year, but they dial back scope of 2025. So that is the bad part. 2025, they are saying one less rate cut in 2025, but I don't think anybody cares as long as we start cutting rates. Bonds aren't going up that much, but SPY is loving it. So again, I mean, right now it's unchanged. How big of a reaction is that? That's 0.3%, right? Maybe, okay, it took 3 minutes. Maybe not the first minute, but I told you it's not. But that's off neutral, man. So we'll see, but it's either going to fade from here or we're really going to get a move, but I don't think it was that juicy. I don't think the dot plot was that crazy. So that's the only other thing. Yeah, the neutral rate did go higher. The longer run did go up to 2.6. That is very interesting. I wonder, someone's going to ask a question about that. That could be some of where the bullishness is coming in. But it does say it's 0.1% higher. It did climb up to 0.5 over the last couple. So key takeaways, dot plot, rate projections show median expect 3 quarter-point cuts in 24, similar to previous round of forecast in December. However, the median for 2025 rises to 3.9. FOMC unanimously votes to leave benchmark rates unchanged, 2-decade high for 5th straight meeting. Near identical statement repeats prior language, says FOMC does not expect to cut rates until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably towards 2. Median forecast for inflation, the Fed's preferred gauge, is unchanged, while core has gone up by 0.2, and then growth estimate jumps to 2.1 from 1.4. Officials lifted forecasts from where they see rates settling over the long term, boosting their median estimate to 2.6 from 2.5. The change implies rates will need to stay higher for longer in the future. Fed maintains its pace of quantitative tightening of 60 billion and 35 of MBAs. And that's it. So the key line of the FOMC statement, the committee does not expect it will be appropriate to reduce rates until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is near 2. So instead of the tweak about employment remaining low, which was the top of last statement, Fed officials instead pointed to job gains, saying they remain strong. Smart way of avoiding getting into the weeds. Long run estimate has gone up to 2.6 from 2.5. Not much, but a bit higher. The high ticker is running. Again, very, very bullish. I should have held the NQ, but the bond play is doing good for now. So we'll keep riding. I got a couple, honestly. Couple of anything on the long side is moving forward. So we might be able to have a good time with that. Yeah, everything's just launching up. So again, I think Powell will support it if Powell's dovish, but you're up about 0.5%. Remember, we're pricing in about 0.7. So if you ever want to see if the air brakes are going to hit, I think you could go up to like 0.7 or so. But Powell, if he's dovish, this should all still be chill. Again, everything is just neutral. The 2025 might be a problem, but looking at the knee-jerk reaction, I don't think the market gives a shit as long as we are cutting rates in 2024. And then again, nothing changed. Even though the Fed, you got to realize the dot plot is showing, or the whole projections, even though the Fed thinks inflation is going to go up, it's not that by 0.2. On core, it doesn't change their view, and then they think the economy is going to rocket. They raised GDP to 2.1. Yeah, they see the economy turning into another year of growth. That's crazy. So Fed increased median 24 core PCE by 0.2. They see the economy turning another year of growth above its long-run cruising speed. It bumped up 24 GDP to 2.4 from 1.4 if its estimate of the long-run growth path remained at 1.8. Airbnb, Meta. I think I'm either going to average on Marvel. I might even want to buy another bond play or even gold, but gold is doubled up the bonds. So we'll see. ZB. I'm going to get the first drop. 5,200? No. No way. You're lying. Oh my God, 5,202? All right, I'm going to have to save this, pump it up for you. It's Powell Day. I can't be pumping it up on Powell. I didn't know. I know you said don't you know, but I don't know if we could do this. I feel like I can't disgrace Powell with pump it up. I can't disgrace my man Powell. We might have to delay on this one. And then there's your first little pullback here. So again, bonds even came down. They only moved a quarter. Again, gold up by 0.8. It was at 0.6. A knee-jerk tied to 24, arguably over time. Bigger takeaway is that the slight uptick in the longer rate. Effectively, the central bank is acknowledging that we're not going back to pre-pandemic level of interest. FOMC sees economy growing above longer-term trend for 3 straight years, 2% each in 25 and 26. Priya Misra, JP Morgan, says the Fed really wants the soft landing to continue. Says the Fed is stressing patience. The road to 2 will never be a straight line, she adds. Dollar... Or is it Disney? Oh, you were leading earlier. Honestly, not too crazy of moves. I don't think. Again, I think the market went up at one point. We were up at like 0.5. Did we touch like 0.6, 0.7? And then bonds coming down. Again, bonds, are they about to go break even? Let's see. $118.25. I think the longer term, maybe the longer run inflation might. Where's the 2-year actually? So TLT, yeah, 2 years still up. So if the 10-year of TLT and IEF keep dropping, watch out if the watch the 2-year. That one might end up holding up. ZT might actually be the play. Where was it? December 13th. All right, it's coming down a little bit. Why the pump? Because everything came in neutral. The data wasn't bad at all. Or again, nothing really surprising. Belly of the curve remains attractive. Neutral rate is expecting 3.7. She adds well north of the Fed's range. Median dots unchanged. The market reacted with the steepening of the yield curve. All right. Oh, fuck. It already ran. Oh, they screwed me. All right, I grabbed the ZT 102.098. I went long on one ZT. So that's the 2-year bond. That's the only one that's up right now. I'm still in the long end. I still think the long end will outperform, but I am going to be holding that. I like this short end. It's still cheaper than December 13th, and it's all the same. $102.098. It's not bad, man. Not bad at all. So, new growth forecast, interesting. Median policymakers for this year and next are above the long-run estimate. Given that growth exceeded 1.8 last year, that's quite a stretch above trend. It suggests they think the economy is benefiting from a temporary bump up in supply. They think the economy is benefiting thanks to immigration, perhaps some fiscal stimulus, and semiconductor manufacturing. Yeah, that's it. Honestly, this is this is as neutral as it gets. That ZT, bro, literally right when I was trying to get it on the low there. I should add a little bit more gains. But again, that's the 2-year bond. Still in the 30-year, but those are coming down, and it kind of makes sense. Long end of the curve going down because long-run estimates, that's implying less rate cuts. But then this year, this short-term estimate of rates is still looking good. Powell's going to be talking here in 18 minutes. Did somebody say soft landing? We've noted that the big upgrade of the Fed's forecast for real GDP. They now expect growth of 2.1 compared to 1.4 that they forecasted in December, or is that a no landing scenario? Wow, that's going to be a question on the press conference. Oh, man, I'm telling you right now. That's it. They're going to say, well, Powell, since you guided up GDP at 2.1, is it fair to say that you think this is a no landing scenario now? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, the questions either way, I think your general idea of, what we got out of this, I don't think anything big. Everything fair. I mean, unless people want to trip on 2025, but then longer run targets going up there, longer run inflation, that might kind of freak people out too. But for the most part, we'll see what he says about quantitative tightening. I think this could have been a very big event, but we're dancing on borderline of neutral, and then depending on how the bonds want to react to it, some of the bonds are a little behind because the bonds were scared of today. The bonds were scared, and the boogeyman didn't really come out, unless Powell's just an a-hole. You know what I'm saying? If Powell comes out really aggressive and, like, Powell's just, like, not a nice individual. Nah, the speech comes out, but the dot plot did not provide anything of a big surprise like last time. Literally, the dot plot came in borderline. Dot plot came in exactly like last time. A little different, and again, forecasting a much stronger economy and much stronger growth, a little bit less unemployment, and then a little bit more inflation, but the same rate cut path for 24, and then a little less rate cuts for 25. So slight changes, but generally the same. No real changes to the statement. And then now we're waiting for Powell, but this was as almost neutral as it could get. A little bit less. There's a couple of juggling factors that we'll watch come about, but for the most part. So the dot plot, let's use the signal. The outlook shows the median projection for 6, median for 2025 at 3.9. On Wednesday, they held rates steady. So Ira Jersey, Bloomberg says that though the markets seem focused on the starting point and the 24 dot plot, we think the dots for 25 and beyond will ultimately be more important, as the Fed seems to believe a shallower terminal rate may occur. In total, we think this might mean the long end may have a challenge to rally much near term, setting up for bull steepening, which I can agree with. So literally, short end gets a bid, long end doesn't. So take a closer look at the dot plot compared to December. 2 officials see no cuts, unchanged. 2 officials see 1 cut, 1 more than in December. 5 officials see 2 cuts, that's unchanged. 9 officials see 3 cuts, that's up from 6 in December. And then only 1 official sees 4 cuts, down from 5 who saw 4 or more in December. The 2025 dots moving up shows that the Fed thinks a soft landing is a higher probability, predicated on 3 cuts this year. Interesting. I think the yen will probably follow the long end. Yen may go down on it. And then where's gold? Gold 2171. So honestly, gold was a lot higher the other day, but SPY's coming down. I mean, even the bonds too. Again, I'm down a little bit on the 2-year for now. And then you have the 30-year near the first low. I mean, SPY's moved what? Just within 1/3%? Probably like 0.15. It's been 15 minutes, so there's your first little window. I'm doing the front month on the ZT. So those have like 71 days, I think. Those are for June. But give it a sec. That's it. So first 15, you had first pop to the high, gave up half of that move. Now you're literally right smack dab in the middle. Short end of the bond curve caught a bid. Long end sold off here. Literally synonymous with what the dot plot shows. Couple of questions we're going to ask about the economy. Soft landing. Again, nothing on balance sheet tightening or quantitative tightening. We haven't got anything on that. So we'll see how that plays out. Dollar green. Oh. Let's see. SPY's coming down here a little bit. Dollar is popping off of it. So you can see how policymakers are viewing their risk to inflation. You can see they're now a bit more weighted to the upside than they were in December. The Fed statement reads pretty bullish. It describes the economy as growing at a solid pace, says job growth remains strong. The kicker, however, is the warning that inflation has eased over the past year but remains elevated. There is this line in the statement on QT. The committee will continue reducing holdings of treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. A substantial minority, 9 of 19, see the Fed cutting fewer than 3 times this year. Bonds leading. Yeah, they're leading their way. I mean, are they matched up actually? No, now they're below the SPY. So they were up. If anything, gold is the leader. Gold is still up by 0.42. So I guess Russell and small caps are doing better than that. But gold is outperforming even the NASDAQ right here. And then bonds were really, really killing it in the beginning, but then they chilled. This is the short end. I just want to see how that holds up. But yeah, TLT giving up another low. So 10-year in the long end. They already had the pressure there, but again, that's why I want to see how the short end performs. And then gold still holding up, 0.4. And then dollar is climbing back up. Dollar went red for a second. Chip makers moved around here, but low ticker is a little bit more active. Still up about 0.15 on SPY, NASDAQ 0.3. Bonds flushing a little bit harder now. Silver. JRV. Is it getting another headline on that? We're still in that. No, yeah, there's not I don't see a new headline on JRVR. Basically, nothing happened. Yeah, I mean, I do think it was status quo. I mean, that's like, again, there was slight changes, which I think are going to make Powell a little bit more interesting. But generally speaking, I mean, you could have got a lot more. But I don't think anything that it seems. If anything, Powell seems very bullish on the economy. That's what it seems like with the Fed. So we have 10 more minutes. So don't you worry, Chatadonia. Don't you worry. Okay. I'm getting all the press conference feeds up, man. Oh. So we'll see. I already have one live feed. I got the early one. So we're ready to go, baby. We got one live feed. I'm going to go. I'll be sniping for the fastest one. We would find out. But my goodness. My goodness. All right, you got about 8 minutes, Chatadonia. 8 minutes. Let's see what we got to say. I'm going to use this to go to the bathroom. Drop your like on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed, baby. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Glad to see you. I hope you're ready. It's so far very calming. Very, very calming. All of this could have been insane. All of this could have been insane, man. And it's not so far. So I hope you're locked and loaded. But in the next 8 minutes, we will be hearing a little bit more. And then, hold on. I want to see one more thing. Yeah. Okay, it's back up to there. It's a little bit lower. Like I said, I got some audio. Okay, I went with another ZT, and then I'm gonna go P. If that sounds fair. I want another bond play. Again, ZT is different than the TLT. $102.88. Okay, I will BRB.
Saw the dot-com bubble burst. They saw the GFC burst. And we don't have that kind of a backdrop now. And a lot of people are used to seeing funds rate up, funds rate down, crash, big problems. They're not used to seeing it. It doesn't mean it never happened. So it has happened, and looks like we're on our way there. Is this a buy point for fixed income? It is. Strategically, when you get to the end of the Fed rate hiking cycle, that's where you're going to be seeing the peak in interest rates. That was probably at the end of September last year. We are getting into that buy zone at the end of 2022. We remain there now. We're seeing a lot of support for the market. I think that's why the risk premiums in the market are so narrow, but they're likely to remain narrow. But I think overall, they're managing a very successful course here.
So, Robert, clearly a soft landing is your baseline. So speak a little bit to your level of confidence in that. And what do the tails look like if the Fed were to end up making a mistake? And we hope the Fed doesn't make a mistake. But if it were, what do you think the most likely mistake would be?
Right. Well, I think the data has not only bifurcated, it's trifurcated. Right. So when you look at the employment, I was a little surprised that they went, unidimensional, that it's, a super employment market. I mean, the household survey has been flat for a few months. Unemployment rate has inched higher. Jobless claims at a state level have gone higher, triggering some people to wonder about whether the Somm rule is kicking in, signaling a potential recession. And of course, recessions are very hard to spot. So I think if there was going to be a problem here, you're not going to wake up one day and see data consistent with a 3.5% growth. But is it possible that we could have downshifted to 0.5% or 1%? The job growth has really dropped off here, and you've lost a little bit of momentum. I think that's the more likely side that things could break on. Having said that, they're at 5.3%. They have tightened in real terms. They've made the case they didn't really want to do that. Now they're making the case they want more information. I think if they see slower data, that would, trigger them to make some cuts, which would end up, probably preempting a recession. So the most likely mistake would be kind of a growth recession. I would think that would be the next most likely scenario there.
Priya, is there a downside to keeping inflation hotter for longer, in the idea that this is actually really problematic for particularly lower income households? As Mohammed and I were talking about before the show, that this is sort of, very much a tax on particularly people with lower income, specifically for those who are not in the market and can't capitalize on some of the gains that we see in the equity markets and could have a drag on the economy.
Sure. I think as long as the job market is fine and wages are running above inflation. So you talk about that inflation number being high. Where are wages? If wages are running 4% and inflation's at 2.5%, there's still positive real income growth. So I think as long as you have positive real income growth, that danger that you talk about is less of an issue. I do worry about the danger from, is the Fed easy for too long, or does it let the market run on this narrative of rate cuts? If inflation stays high enough, at some point, the Fed's idea of continuous rate cuts is going to get questioned. And I think that no market is pricing that in. I think risk assets are expecting rate cuts this year, rate cuts next year. So if that inflation tends to be that last mile problem actually exists and we find we're unable to get close to...
We'll find out. Yo, Para's ripping. App, you got job cuts. Oh, shit. Yeah, JRVR, I'm actually getting something on that. Yeah, JRVR, literally Holdings said to begin sale negotiations with Global Indemnity following acquisition. Insider previously reported an indicative of all-stock offer to purchase at $15 a share. And then Apollo offers $11 billion for Paramount Hollywood Studios. Oh, Power is up 5.2 on that. That's coming out now. So, again, you have Powell in about 2.5 minutes. That's coming out right now, actually, like as we are speaking. Let's see. Options already up 100%.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Actually, no, I hate Para. I'm not playing Para. We're getting that one early, but like, bro, every time I ever played Para, I lose. Every time I've ever tried that in my life. I'm never doing that one. Again, then James River, apparently they're in the negotiations. We still got those shares, and then Powell's about to talk. Again, 1.5 minutes here. So I got a couple of feeds. This one's already showing it, so I'll have to compare and see which one comes up the fastest. All right. exciting. This is exciting, Chatadonia. All right. Get ready. All right, 1 minute. Press conference is about to begin. I might get some other names. Markets back up. You're around 0.3. Remember, option chain was pricing in about 0.7, I believe. So we're at a very interesting spot, all things considered. And then bonds have moved a little lower after all of that. And then we'll widen. Again, I got 1 feed already up. Your pump it up will come at a later time. It's just we got Powell, man. 20 seconds. Again, it may take a little longer. It may take him anywhere from 36 seconds to a minute and 15 to walk out. Don't ask me how I know. But yeah, it's some people time him. He's a runner, man. He's a runner. All right, it is officially now 2:30. Then let the games begin. All right, I got a couple live feeds up. Couple of live feeds up. Let me see which one he comes out first on. Wait, he's not out on any of them. It's been 30 seconds. I literally have like 4 different feeds. I'm waiting. You got the one on here and then the 3 other ones. Yeah, market's kind of hesitating. Been 50 seconds now. Here he comes. Oh, come on, sir. 55. Head on a swivel. Head on a swivel. Head on a swivel. 1 minute. There he is. All right, this one's the fastest. Oh, yeah, this one's fast. Yeah, we're good.
Afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. The economy has made considerable progress toward our dual mandate objectives. Inflation has eased substantially, while the labor market has remained strong. And that is very good news. But inflation is still too high. Ongoing progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain.
Okay, this is
We are
pre-written,
fully committed
but
to returning
sounds like
inflation
he's
to our
starting with
2%
inflation
goal.
too high. Remember,
restoring price stability
that stood
is
out a
essential
little bit to some
achieve
people.
a sustainably strong labor market that benefits
But
all.
this is all pre-written.
Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Our restrictive stance of monetary policy has been putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are moving into better balance. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. GDP growth in the fourth quarter of last year came in at 3.2%. For 2023 as a whole, GDP expanded 3.1%, bolstered by strong consumer demand as well as improving supply conditions. Activity in the housing sector was subdued over the past year, largely reflecting high mortgage rates. High interest rates also appear to have weighed on business fixed investment. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants generally expect GDP growth to slow from last year's pace, with a median projection of 2.1% this year and 2% over the next 2 years. Participants generally revised up their growth projections since December, reflecting the strength of incoming data, including data on labor supply. The labor market remains relatively tight, but supply and demand conditions continue to come into better balance. Over the past 3 months, payroll job gains averaged 265,000 jobs per month. The unemployment rate has edged up but remains low at 3.9%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the
Watch
supply
it'll
of
move the
workers,
dollar, but that's just
reflecting
weird.
increases in participation among individuals aged 25 to 54 years and a continued
Bank of
strong
Japan
pace of
seeing weighing
immigration.
next hike in July or October.
Nominal wage growth has been easing, and job vacancies have declined. Although the
long
jobs
time.
to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still
That might
exceeds
add
the
pressure
supply
to
of
bonds.
available workers. FOMC participants expect the rebalancing in the labor market to continue, easing upward pressure on inflation. The median unemployment rate projection in the SEP is 4.0% at the end of this year and 4.1% at the end of next year. Inflation has eased notably over the past year, but remains above our longer-run goal of 2%. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as from measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation falls to 2.4% this year, 2.2% next year, and 2% in 2026. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. The committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are coming into better balance. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle, and that, if the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year. The economic outlook is uncertain, however, and we remain highly attentive to inflation risks. We are prepared to maintain the current target range for the federal funds rate for longer, if appropriate.
Margaret just loves hearing.
We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we have seen on inflation and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The committee does not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down toward 2%. Of course, we're committed to both sides of our dual mandate, and an unexpected weakening in the labor market could also warrant a policy response. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate
He hasn't
path
talked
for the
about
federal funds
communities
rate
yet. That's why
based
you know
on
he's
what
ending.
each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as projected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 4.6% at the end of this year, 3.9% at the end of 2025, and 3.1% at the end of 2026, still above the median longer-term funds rate. These projections are not a committee decision or plan.
Yen's
If
popping
the economy
now.
does not evolve as projected, the path for policy will adjust as appropriate to foster our maximum employment and price stability goals. Turning to our balance sheet, our securities holdings have declined by nearly $1.5 trillion since the committee began reducing our portfolio. At this meeting, we discussed issues related to slowing the pace of decline in our securities holdings. While we did not make any decisions today on this, the general sense of the committee is that it will be appropriate to slow the pace of runoff fairly soon, consistent with the plans we previously issued. The decision to slow the pace of runoff does not mean that our balance sheet will ultimately shrink by less than it would otherwise, but rather allows us to approach that ultimate level more gradually. In particular, slowing the pace of runoff will help ensure a smooth transition, reducing the possibility that money markets experience stress and thereby facilitating the ongoing decline in our securities holdings consistent with reaching the appropriate level of ample reserves. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping our longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and price stability over the long term. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country.
Get ready for questions.
Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman.
Oh, they're starting with CNBC.
The projections show somewhat higher core inflation. They also show somewhat stronger growth. What should we infer from this notion that on average rates were kept the same this year, but inflation is higher and growth is higher? Does it mean more tolerance for higher inflation and less of a willingness to slow the economy to achieve that target?
This is leading into a no landing
Well,
question.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't mean that. What it means is that we've seen incoming as I pointed out in my opening remarks, we did mark up our growth forecast, and so have many other forecasters. So the economy is performing well, and the inflation data came in a little bit higher as a separate matter, and I think that caused people to write up their inflation. But nonetheless, we continue to make good progress on bringing inflation down. And so,
when you just to follow up, when you say that you're willing to either maintain the rate for longer, what is the tolerance of the Federal Reserve for inflation coming in above its 2% target?
So we're strongly committed to bringing inflation down to 2% over time. That is our goal, and we will achieve that goal. Markets believe we will achieve that goal, and they should believe that, because that's what will happen over time. But we stress over time. And so I think we're making projections that do show that happening, and we're committed to that outcome, and we will bring it about.
Interesting.
Hi,
pretty
Chair
confident.
Powell, Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. You and others have been saying that relief on housing inflation is coming, but it still hasn't shown up meaningfully in the CPI or the PCE. Does that challenge your assumption about when the shift will finally break through, since it hasn't at that point?
So I think there's some confidence that the market rents, lower market rent increases that we're seeing will show up in measures of housing, services, inflation over time. There's a little bit of uncertainty about when that will happen, but there's real confidence that they will show up eventually over time. But again, uncertainty about the exact timing of that.
And will you be able to get overall inflation down to target if housing doesn't break through quickly, and does that affect the timing for eventual cuts this year?
We will get aggregate inflation down to 2% over time. We will. And
he's
I
very
would assume that
confident
what
on
we'll
that
continue to
today.
see is we'll see goods prices
He's answering
coming
that one
into
with
a new
force, no
equilibrium
matter,
where
like,
they're
he's just coming
going
back
down
to that
perhaps
with a
not as
confident
quickly as they
answer.
had been earlier this year, where housing services inflation will come back down as current market rents are suggesting will happen, and where non-housing services will move back down. Some combination of those three things, and it may be different from the combination we had before the pandemic, will be achieved and will bring inflation back down to 2% sustainably.
I think market really likes that confidence. Literally, everything's saying we will.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, during your congressional testimony this month, you
Timmeros
said that
already.
your test for making the first change to interest rates does not require you to be terribly comfortable that inflation is at 2% because interest rates are well above neutral. At the same time, you said here after the last meeting that the first cut is highly consequential. Can you reconcile these views for me? If rates are well above neutral, why would the first cut be highly consequential? Is that because you anticipate one cut would be followed by one or two more along the lines of the recalibration you made in 2019, which itself was modeled on the mid-cycle adjustment of 1995?
It's more, I would put it more in the context of what I said in my opening remarks, that the risks are really two-sided here. We're in a situation where, if we ease too much or too soon, we could see inflation come back. And if we ease too late, we could do unnecessary harm to employment and people's working lives. And so, we do see the risks as two-sided. So it is consequential. We want to be careful. And fortunately, with the economy growing, with the labor market strong, and with inflation coming down, we can approach that question carefully and let the data speak on that. That's really what I was thinking.
How much of that inflation that we've seen so far this year do you chalk up to one-off calendar adjustment effects following a period of high inflation versus some change in the trend we saw in the second half of last year?
So I want to start by saying I always try to be careful about dismissing data that we don't like. So you need to check yourself on that, and I'll do that. But I would say the January number, which was very high, the January CPI and PCE numbers were quite high. There's reason to think that there could be seasonal effects there. But nonetheless, we don't want to be completely dismissive of it. The February number was higher than expectations, but we have it at currently well below 30 basis points core PCE, which is not terribly high. So it's not like the January number. But I take the two of them together, and I think they haven't really changed the overall story, which is that of inflation moving down gradually on a sometimes
so literally,
bumpy
those two
road
inflation
toward
reports,
2%.
Powell's not even tripping on
I don't
it.
think that story has changed. I also don't think that those readings added to anyone's confidence that we're moving closer to that point. But we didn't. Last thing I'll say is we didn't excessively celebrate the good inflation readings we got in the last 7 months of last year. We didn't take too much signal out of that. What you heard us saying was that we needed to see more, that we could, we wanted to be careful about that decision. And we're not going to overreact as well to these 2 months of data, nor are we going to ignore them.
Interesting. Won't ignore, but you didn't seem fazed by it. Market like that.
Hi, yes, Chair Powell. Could you speak a little bit more about the timing? Is there enough data between now and, say, May to be able to get the kind of confidence that you say that you still need, or by June? Is there enough data for you? Just give us a sense of your thinking there. Thank you.
Yeah, so we make decisions meeting by meeting, and we didn't make any decisions about future meetings today. Those are going to depend on our ongoing assessment of the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risk. So I really don't have anything for you on any specific meeting looking forward.
But just a question of, is there even enough data for you to be able to?
We'll take, things can happen during an intermeeting period if you look back, unexpected things. So I wouldn't want to dismiss anything. So I just would say that the committee wants to see more data that gives us higher confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward 2%. I also mentioned, and we don't see this in the data right now, but if there were a significant weakening in the data, particularly in the labor market, that could also be a reason for us to begin the process of reducing rates. Again, there's nothing in the data pointing at that, but those are the things that we'll be looking at coming meetings, and without trying to refer to any specific meeting.
He's saying, bro, anything collapsed, he's ready to cut. He's just saying
Hi,
it's not
Chris
showing
Rieger at
up.
Associated Press. Thank you. In the projections, there is an increase in the neutral rate, as you know, and higher rates, a quarter point higher rates projected in 2025, 2026. Can you speak about what might be behind that? Is there a real sense here that the economy has perhaps changed in some way, that higher rates will be needed in the future? Thank you.
So you're right, they're pretty modest changes, but you're right, there was an uptick in the longer run rate, and also there's a 25 basis point increase in 25 and 26. In terms of
This is a good question.
are rates going to be higher in the longer run, if that's really your question? I don't think we know that.
Okay.
I think we think that rates were generally low during the pre-pandemic, post-global financial crisis era for reasons that are mostly, important, slow-moving, large things like demographics and productivity and that sort of thing, things that don't move quickly. But I don't think we know. My instinct would be that rates will not go back down to the very low levels that we saw where all around the world there were long run rates that were at or below zero in some cases. I don't see rates going back down to that level, but I think there's tremendous uncertainty around that.
Great. And just a quick follow on the projections, you also have 2.6% core inflation for the end of this year. It's already at, or you mentioned it being 2.8 in February. I mean, that doesn't sound like much disinflation at all. So are you still confident, or last press conference you sounded pretty optimistic you would get more confidence to the end of this year. Is it right to say that this suggests you're not seeing a lot of disinflation this year compared to what we've seen 2023 and so forth?
I think that higher year-end number reflects the data we've seen so far this year, because you're now in this year. So I think that. Sorry, say your last part of your question again.
So what are you tripping about?
Are you still optimistic that you'll get the confidence you need this year?
Yeah, SPY breaking out 0.7 now. You're what the market priced in.
What it says is that it is still likely in most people's view that we will achieve that confidence and that there will be rate cuts. But that's really going to depend on the incoming data. It is. The other thing is, in the second half of the year, you have some pretty low readings, so it might be harder to make progress as you move that 12-month window forward. Nonetheless, we're looking for data that confirm the kind of low readings that we had last year and give us a higher degree of confidence that what we saw was really inflation moving sustainably down to 2%, toward 2%.
Gina Smilik, The New York Times. Thank you for taking our questions. Per your comment to Ann that a weakening in the labor market would be a reason to potentially cut rates, or at least a consideration in making a rate cut, would continued strength in the labor market be a reason to hold off on rate cuts?
Oh, no.
And just in general, if labor supply
Gina?
continued to rebound in 2024 the way it did in 2023, what would stronger hiring and possibly stronger growth mean for the path forward on policy?
Yeah. So if what we're getting is a lot of supply and a lot of demand, and that supply is actually feeding demand because workers are getting paid and they're spending, and that's, what you would have is potentially kind of what you had last year, which is a bigger economy where inflationary pressures are not increasing. In fact, they were decreasing. So you can have that if you have the continued supply side activity that we had last year with both with supply chains and also with growth in the size of the labor force.
But so strong hiring in and of itself would not be a reason to hold off on rate cuts?
No, not all by itself, no. I mean, we saw, you saw last year very strong hiring and inflation coming down quickly. We now have a better sense that a big part of that was supply side healing, particularly with growth in the labor force. So in and of itself,
that was close.
Strong job growth is not a reason, for us to be concerned about inflation.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. How do you assess the state of financial conditions right now, and in particular, do you view the kind of easing in financial conditions since the fall as consistent and compatible with what you're trying to achieve on the inflation mandate?
So we think there are many different financial conditions indicators, and you can kind of
he's dodging it already.
See different answers
He's
to that
already
question. But
dodging it.
ultimately, we do think that financial conditions are weighing on economic activity, and we think you see that in a great place to see it is in the labor market, where you've seen demand cooling off a little bit from the extremely high levels. And there I would point to job openings, quits, surveys, the hiring rate. Things like that are really demand. There are also supply side things happening, but I think those are demand side things happening. We saw, that's been a question for a while. We did see progress on inflation last year, significant progress, despite financial conditions sometimes being tighter, sometimes looser.
He pretty much just said financial conditions are tight.
Michael McGee with Bloomberg Radio and Television. Can you give us more color on how the committee is thinking about inflation dynamics now? What we've seen at the beginning of the year, are they more one-off increases that will fade, or is there more of a secular turn with goods prices rising again and service prices staying sticky? And also, housing prices have been sort of the Godot of this cycle in that you keep expecting them to go down and they don't. How does the committee see this playing out forward since you've raised your inflation forecast?
So I see the committees looking at the 2 months of data and asking the same question you're asking and saying we're just going to have to see what the data show. As I mentioned, you can look at January, which is very high reading, and you can, and I think many people did see the possibility of seasonal adjustment problems there. But again, you don't want to, you got to be careful about dismissing the parts of the data that you don't like. So then February wasn't as high, but it was higher. So the question is, what are we going to see? You know, we tend to see a little bit stronger, this is in the data, a little bit stronger inflation in the first half of the year, a little bit less strong later in the year. We're going to let the data show. I don't think we really know whether this is a bump on the road or something more. We'll have to find out. In the meantime, the economy is strong, the labor market is strong, inflation has come way down, and that gives us the ability to approach this question carefully and you know, feel more confident that inflation is moving down sustainably at 2% when we take that step to begin dialing back our restrictive policy.
Well, you've talked about the desire to have confidence that inflation is continually moving down. Has the recent numbers we've gotten for inflation data dented that confidence at all?
It certainly hasn't improved our confidence. It hasn't raised anyone's confidence, but I would say that the story is really essentially the same, and that is of inflation coming down gradually toward 2% on a sometimes bumpy path, as I mentioned. I think that's what you still see. We've got 9 months of 2.5% inflation now, and we've had 2 months of kind of bumpy inflation. We were saying that it's going to be a bumpy ride. We consistently said that. Now here are some bumps, and the question is, are they more than bumps? And we can't know that. That's why we are approaching this question carefully. It is very important for everyone that we serve that we do get inflation sustainably down. And I think the historical record, you know, every situation is different, but the historical record is that you need to approach that question carefully and try to get it right the first time and not have to come back and raise rates again, perhaps, if you cut inappropriately, prematurely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. I wanted to ask you, you received a letter from, the Federal Reserve, first independent body, understanding Congress has oversight over that. You received a letter from Senators Elizabeth Warren and Sheldon Whitehouse that said, calling on you to lower interest rates, to cut interest rates, because it says, quote, the potential that it may remain too high for too long has halted advances in deploying renewable energy technologies and delayed significant climate and economic benefits from these projects. So has higher interest rates caused that?
Have they? Well, first of all, I respect our, in our system of government, it is Congress that has oversight responsibility over the Fed. We place a tremendous amount of importance on our engagements with Congress and always treat them with great respect. In this case, I would say those are, our mandate is for maximum employment and price stability and the other things that we do. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to do that in a way that sustains the strong growth we're seeing, the strong labor market we're seeing, but allows us to make further progress with inflation. That's how we can best serve the public and leave the other issues, which in many cases are incredibly important, such as those you mentioned, leave those to the people who have responsibility for those.
There was another letter from 24 lawmakers saying that the higher rates are squeezing the working people. How do these letters affect what you guys are doing policy-wise?
We receive these letters with respect, and we write careful responses and address concerns. We listen, again, because we're talking to the people who in our system of government have oversight over our activity. So but at the end of the day, we take that on board, but we have to make our judgments and we have to stick to our knitting, which is maximum employment, price stability, supervise and regulate the banks, work on the payment system, the things that we do.
Thank you. Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to ask a question. As chair of the FOMC, would you want to see unanimity on the committee or something close to it, meaning no more than 1% before you begin cutting rates? Thank you.
We're a very consensus-oriented organization, and we do try to achieve consensus and ideally unanimity. People do dissent. It's something that happens. Life goes on, and it's not a problem. We've always had dissents, and so and you respect thoughtful dissents very much. It's like you may not agree with some arguments, but you really want to understand them. So you may read a book that takes a position that you have long opposed, just to understand that book. So I treat dissents with real respect as well.
Simon, one will be
Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Obviously, inflation is some ways away from target. Unemployment, though, if you look at the projection for the full year, 4.0%. In February, we were already at 3.9%, so quite close to the median projection. Are you concerned at all that, notwithstanding the very strong jobs growth, that in fact there may be some cracks appearing in the employment market? You talked about a significant deterioration in the labor market being a condition for easing rates. What would constitute that in your books? Thank you.
So we, of course, monitor it's one of our two goal variables. We all monitor the labor market very, very carefully, and I don't see those cracks today. And we follow all the possible stories that are out there about there being cracks. But the overall picture really is strong labor market. The extreme imbalances that we saw in the early parts of the pandemic recovery have mostly been resolved. You're seeing high job growth. You're seeing big increases in supply. You're seeing strong wage growth, but wage growth is gradually moderating down to more sustainable levels. In many, many respects, the things are returning more to their state in 2019, which we can think of as normal for this purpose. That's job openings and quits, and surveys of workers and businesses are always interesting on this. How tight is how easy is it to find a job? How easy it is to find a worker? Those surveys have both come down. So the labor market's in good shape. You do see things like the low hiring rate, and people have made the argument that if layoffs were to increase, that would mean that the net would be fairly quick increases in unemployment. So that's something we're watching, but we're not seeing it. Of course, initial claims are very, very low, and if anything, have tracked down a little bit. So watching it carefully, don't see it. And when I say something, I use the term unexpected weakening in the labor market. So, we do expect the unemployment rate to, the forecast is that it would move up, I think, closer to what we see as the longer run sustainable level. That's just people's forecast, individual forecasts. But we're talking about something that's unexpected. That's where I'll leave it, though.
Steve Matthews with Bloomberg. You mentioned at the beginning of the press conference that the committee felt it might be appropriate to slow the pace of asset runoff fairly soon. I'm wondering, when you say fairly soon, does that mean that the committee would meet about this again in May and a decision could be reached that soon? And I was wondering if you could also just describe the scope of what the committee is discussing here. You're at $95 billion of caps right now. Would that be cut about in half or something in that nature? Thank you.
So that is what we're discussing. Essentially, and we're not discussing many other balance sheet issues.
Everything's good with labor, but market's taking it good because of his earlier comments, kind of brushing it off.
Slowing the pace of runoff. There isn't much runoff among MBS right now, but there is in treasuries, and we're talking about going to a lower pace. I don't want to give you a specific number because we haven't had an agreement or a decision, but that's the idea, and that's what we're looking at. And in terms of the timing, I said fairly soon. I wouldn't want to try to be more specific than that, but you get the idea.
But no,
the idea is, and this is in our longer run plans, that we may actually be able to get to a lower level because we would avoid the kind of frictions that can happen. Liquidity is not evenly distributed in the system, and there can be times when, in the aggregate, reserves are ample or even abundant, but not in every part. And those parts where they're not ample, there can be stress, and that can cause you to prematurely stop the process to avoid the stress, and then it would be very hard to restart, we think. So, as something like that happened in 19, perhaps. So, so that's what we're doing. We're looking at what would be a good time and what would be a good structure. And, fairly soon is words that we use to mean fairly soon.
And will there be a discussion about returning to an all treasuries balance sheet at some point?
So that our longer run goal is to return to a balance sheet that is mostly treasuries. I do expect that once we're through this, we'll come back to the other issues about the composition and the maturity and revisit those issues. But it's not urgent right now. We want to get this this decision made first, and then we can, when the time is right, come back to the other issues.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. Also on the balance sheet, can you talk a little bit about how the outlook for the banking sector might impact your balance sheet plans? Do you worry that as deposits start to shrink that we could see more turbulence?
We'll be watching carefully, but one of the reasons we're slowing down, we will soon enough, fairly soon, I should say, slow down, is that we want to avoid any kind of turbulence. I wasn't thinking particularly about banking sector turbulence, but we had some indicators the last time. This is our second time in doing this, and I think we're going to be paying a lot of attention to the things that started to happen and that foreshadowed what eventually happened at the end of that tightening cycle, where we wound up in a short reserves situation, and we don't want to do that again. And I think now we have a better sense of what are the indicators. It wasn't so much in the banking system as it was around, for example, where federal funds is trading relative to the administered rates, and where secured rates are relative to the administered rates. Those sorts of things. We will always be watching the banking system for similar signs, though.
Well, is it also because you're not sure exactly how the reserve supply will react once the overnight reverse repo facility, drops nearer at zero?
I think we broadly think that once the overnight repo stabilizes either at zero or close to zero, that as the balance sheet shrinks, we should expect that reserves will decline pretty close to dollar for dollar with that. That's what we think.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with M&I Market News. I wanted to ask also about the balance sheet. You said that starting the taper sooner could get you to a smaller balance sheet size. Does that mean you don't have to make a decision on when to end QT at this point? And will you be setting up the process for deciding that sooner, or will you wait until we're close to the end?
So it's sort of ironic that by going slower you can get farther, but that's the idea. The idea is that with a smoother transition, you'll run much less risk of kind of liquidity problems, which can grow into shocks and which can cause you to stop the process prematurely. So that's where, in terms of how it ends, we're going to be monitoring carefully money market conditions and asking ourselves what they're telling us about reserves. Right now we would characterize them as abundant, and what we're aiming for is ample, and which is a little bit less than abundant, right? So there isn't there's not a dollar amount or a percent of GDP or anything like that where we think we have a really pretty clear understanding of that. We're going to be looking at what these what's happening in money markets, in particular a bunch of different indicators, including the ones I mentioned, to tell us when we're getting close. Then, though, you reach a point ultimately where you stop allowing the balance sheet to run off, but then from that point there's another period in which non-reserve liabilities grow organically, like currency, and that also shrinks the reserves at a very slow pace. So you have you have a slower pace of runoff, which we'll have fairly soon. Then you have another time where you effectively hold the balance sheet constant and allow non-reserve liabilities to expand, and then that ultimately brings you ideally in for, brings it into a nice easy landing at a level that is above what we think the lowest possible ample number would be. We're not trying for that. We want to have a cushion, a buffer, because we know that demand for reserves can be very volatile. And we don't want to, again, find ourselves in a situation where there aren't reserves. We have to turn around and buy assets and put reserves back in the banking system the way we did in 2019-20.
Hi, Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Chair Powell, you said you're waiting to become more confident that inflation is getting to your 2% goal before you cut rates. Can you just sum up more specifically what data you're looking at that would give you that confidence?
Sure. So most importantly, we're looking at the incoming inflation data and the contents of it and what they're telling us. So that'll be, and also the various components. So obviously that's what we want. We want more confidence that inflation is coming down sustainably toward 2%. And I mean, of course, we'll also be looking at all the other things that are happening in the economy. We'll look at the totality of the data, including everything essentially, as we make that assessment. But the most important thing will be the inflation data that's coming in.
Are there things that you would give more weight to, like wages?
Wages is one thing. We don't. Our target is not wages. It's really inflation. But we would look to the fact that wages are still coming in very strong, but they've been wage increases. That is to say, wage increases have been quite strong, but they're gradually coming down to levels that are more sustainable over time, and that's what we want. We don't think that the inflation was not originally caused, I don't think, mostly by wages. That wasn't really the story. But we do think that to get inflation back down to 2% sustainably, we'd like to see, continuing gradual movement of wage increases at still high levels, but back down to levels that are more sustainable over time.
Go to Greg.
Thank you. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. Chair Powell, could you say at this meeting whether there were more officials who wanted to be careful and go slower about rates than were at the last meeting? Was there that sense of maybe it's smart to wait? Thanks.
I guess I'd put it this way. If you look at the incoming inflation data that we've had for January and February, I think very broadly that suggests that we were right to wait until we're more confident. So I think I didn't hear anyone dismissing it as not information that we should look at or anything like that. So I think generally speaking, it does go in the direction of saying yes, it's appropriate for us to be careful as we approach this question.
He's saying, "I told you so. Just trust me."
Thanks, Chair Powell. Brendan Peterson with Punchbowl News. I wanted to ask you about central bank digital currency stuff. We've been hearing a lot from Republicans in Congress about what the Fed is or isn't doing in a digital dollar. But folks, I know you have said to Congress that you are going to wait for approval before the Fed does anything, launches anything. But folks like House Majority Whip Tom Emmer have said that the Fed is either actively researching or hiring personnel to study the implications of a CBDC. Can you give us any clarity on what the Fed is doing right now on a digital dollar?
Sure. So I think we've been pretty transparent on this, but I'll try harder. So we are not getting ready to, we haven't proposed, we haven't come to a conclusion that we should propose or anything like that, that Congress consider legislation to authorize a digital dollar. And it would take legislation by Congress signed by the president to give us the ability to do what we think of as a CBDC, which is really a retail CBDC with the public of it. So So we're just a long, long way from that. What we are doing, and I think what every major central bank is doing, is we're trying to stay in the frontiers of what's going on in digital finance. And it has many, many different areas. You know, it has applications in wholesale finance, in the payment system. And so to serve the public, these issues have become very front burner in the last 5 or 6 years. We need to be knowledgeable about all that. So we actually do have people trying to understand things that are, but it's wrong to say that we're working on a CBDC and then we've secretly got a lab here where we've got one and we're just going to spring it on Congress at the right moment. We don't. I haven't at all in my own mind made a decision that I think this is something the U.S. should be doing. I just think it's something we need to understand, and we do have people who are keeping up with that as part of the broader payments landscape. That's how I would characterize it.
Thank you. It's Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. Mr. Chairman, April 27th will mark the 13th anniversary since a Fed chairman began holding regular news conferences. How important has that higher transparency been in your view, both for the proper functioning of the central bank and also in accomplishing your mission? And is there more that you and your colleagues can do on the transparency front, and what might that look like?
I generally think, this movement actually started, 30 years ago, when some academics posited that a more transparent central bank, if the public understands your reaction function, the markets will do your work for you. They'll react to the data. And so it all happens that way. And so there's been a march toward greater and greater transparency. And that certainly Chairman Bernanke advanced that, so Chairman Greenspan did, Chair Yellen did. And so we went from four press conferences a year to 8, so now every meeting really is live now. I think that's a good innovation. I wouldn't want to turn it back. We also have done a bunch of other things. We have an annual supervision report, financial stability report. There's a long list of things that we've done. I think nothing comes to mind as really desperately in need of doing at this moment. We're very transparent. We have no shortage of FOMC participants speaking to the public through the media, and so that channel is full, I would say. So I think it's generally broadly helped and made things better, but not every day and in every way.
Well, to follow up, has there ever been a day where you wanted to put that genie back in the bottle somewhat?
Of course not.
Yo, that was funny. That was actually really funny. Of course not.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Not to harp too much more on confidence and inflation, but you did say earlier in this press conference that the recent inflation data hasn't raised anyone's confidence. But when you testified before the Senate a couple weeks ago, you told lawmakers that you are, quote, not far from receiving the confidence needed on inflation to begin cutting rates. So are you still of that belief?
Dude, he's just
or
very
not?
bullish. He's cracking
What are we
jokes,
to take
man.
by
the
those
whole tone
words?
is very
not
dovish
far.
again.
So let me say my main message at that in those 2 days of hearings was really that the committee needs to see more evidence to build our confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward our 2% goal, and we don't expect that it will be appropriate to begin to reduce rates until we're more confident that that is the case. I said that any number of times, so those were kind of the main part of the message. We repeated that today in our statement. I also, to the language you mentioned, I really pointed out that we had made significant progress over the past year, and what we're looking for now is confirmation that that progress will continue. We had a series of inflation readings over the second half of last year that were really much lower. We didn't overreact, as I mentioned, but that's what I had in mind.
But given that you said that PCE for February, 2.8%, the estimate, and that we have been seeing PCE, core PCE, coming down by 10% every month, wouldn't you be at about 2.4% this summer, June, July, to a point where you could cut then?
Well, we'll just have to see how the data come in.
Just have to see.
We would, of course, love
Just
to
have
get
to see,
great
baby
inflation
girl.
data. We got really good inflation data on the second part of last year. Again, we didn't overreact to it. We said we needed to see more, and we said it would be bumpy.
Again, look at where you're at in the market.
January,
literally
February,
0.79.
which I've talked about a couple of times. So, you know, we're looking for more good data, and we would certainly welcome it. Thank you.
Oh, that's it? They usually say last question. All righty. So again, Marky usually likes it when he walks off. You may get a little bit of a hiccup, but that's it. Dot plot. I mean, it's a dud, man. Nah, yeah, it's no. We'll punt until CPI, but I don't know. Like, there was the 2025 thing should have had people worried. The whole idea of 2025 rates going up a little bit, but in regards to data, inflation, he was not worried at all about inflation on January or February. He even was saying, you know, don't dismiss certain things. He was just literally saying this is exactly why we said we're going to wait. So in a weird way, he kind of calmed down the idea like he is going to be higher for longer, but he was just, it was a very dovish press conference, not to mention the dot plot itself was dovish by not moving at all. I mean, it's the same setup from last December, and now it's going to punt till the data, but like even then, I mean, I like the CPI and non-farms will be important, but he's literally like that didn't really even affect him. I mean, again, his answers towards the jobs market, towards any of that. So I think it's bullish. I think generally dovish. I mean, you are hitting a new all-time high right now. You're moving slightly above where the market priced in. I mean, you got chips that gave up. Maybe you'll watch equal weight broaden out a little bit. Maybe, again, small caps are leading 1.7, but I don't think Powell was, again, this, like we said, this could have been a powder keg. It was nothing. Yeah, it just is. He bought time. Powell did. It came in as expected. He bought time. He did not really, you know, frame the data as worrisome as much as it was, this is what we expected. He said everything's according to plan. There's going to be movement, but he's very confident they're going to achieve their goal. They're going to lower the rates again 3 times, and then even the balance sheet runoff, a little disappointing on that part. Like today could have been a lot more bullish if they really wanted to go into the balance, but the balance sheet runoff kind of pull back a little bit. And again, the 2025 expectations, the bonds are kind of subdued here. I'm up on my 2-year bond, and then the 30-year came up a little bit on the day, but that's about it. So yeah, I think you're gonna get unless something happens intermeeting. I mean, this might be fairly the same setup moving forward into June, like the next couple of months. Again, I think March usually a good month, April, and then May even. Again, you're going to get another Fed meeting in May. We'll get some data, but for the most part, workday, I don't know. I don't know if this is just popping with the Fed. Yeah, I think everything. High tickers completely gassing. I mean, you're up 0.78, NASDAQ 0.12, Russell 1.7, and Dow Jones 0.9. But damn, son, where'd you find this one? I know, pump it up, man. We might have to give you let's see where we open at tomorrow. I think Powell Day is reserved for Powell Day. I might have to delay your pump it up, unfortunately. S&P to 5,500. It might be. So, SPY literally, I think you just hit 5120 or 5220? 5223. Yeah, you got to respect Powell, man. In the house of Powell, you can't pump it up in the house of Powell. And I don't know if you guys heard his answer towards financial conditions. So I don't know if you guys. Oh yeah, we should do a 3M earnings preview. Good reminder, but I don't know if you guys. Again, did you hear what he said about financial conditions? When asked about financial conditions, he said they are tight. He talks about financial conditions in terms of like other loans and like regional banks and like commercial real estate. He is not referencing the stock market or financial conditions index of bond spreads and prices like that. So, you know, remember when we were reacting to financial conditions a little bit ago, it was more in line with like the stock market and bonds, but no. That's not what he's talking about here. Pump it up. Hey, it's Josh AI. Unfortunately, Pump It Up's not available on Powell Days. We'd love to pump it up with you tomorrow. Like the video. Thanks for being here. Yeah, it's bull. That's bull. Why? Pump it. Get the sand there. Get the fish out the spy, Josh. Pump it up. Why are you not pumping? Come on. It's bullshit. Come on. I like the video. Why? Where's my pump? What do you mean you like the video? Come on. I thought we were ready to get pumping up here. Yeah. Well, I do think you have Biden live. I think we need Micron earnings preview, no? And then tomorrow we'll be able to do the FedEx one, but we should have a Micron earnings preview. Would you guys like to price in Micron? This is always a lot of fun. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. So again, you just hit a high here. Bonds are practically unchanged. 2 years still trending up. I guess 30 years a little bit higher. But overall, again, I think even equal weight might be outperforming here. Correct me if I'm wrong. SPY's up 0.82. Equal weight's up by 0.8. Everything moving in tandem. And actually, SPY's the underperformer on the day, believe it or not. I think that might just be because oil is down. But again, everything has been generally... I think Powell, again, could have had a lot of juice. Wasn't that crazy. Powell was dovish. Dot plot stayed the same. There was some concerning things and also some good things, i.e. the dot plot not changing and GDP estimates up. The bad part was 2025 estimates going up as well. But for the most part, Powell, cool, calm, and collect, man. Cool, calm, and collect. Not too worried, and now we're going to get a little bit more of data and go from there. Bro. Oh, my gosh. Bro, I can't make this up. You guys remember? Look at this. Look at what I just got an ad for. Bro. Bro. Look at what I just got an ad for. Bob Iger just got the backing of Walt and Roy Disney's heirs in the proxy fight with Nelson Peltz. Fortune. Click here for important legal information. Bro. And then I click on it. And it goes to the website, votedisney.com. They got man. Oh, man. Having Peltz on your board seems to be more value destructive. Join us as we build Disney's future. A message from Bob, bro. Oh, man. All right, company-wide cost reductions, initial target, current target. All right, man, we'll take it. All right, Disney. Disney coming in, bro. And then SPY making another move up. Again, PARA is still on the high. Bonds are trying to move. I think generally everything's up. The yen also had movements. Again, Bank of Japan or some comments regarding like October rate hikes again in Japan. But dollar is down now on the day, but you are hitting another high. Say 6J selling off. Whoop. Yeah, that's actually pulling back. It's kind of with the bonds, but bonds are starting to catch a bid here now. And then as far as Micron, I have your guys' earnings preview. So let's price in Micron. If you guys aren't familiar, again, there's only a couple of earnings today and tomorrow, but we've been doing this all of earnings season. We've been pricing in a couple of earnings, doing the previews, seeing what the option chain is pricing in, and then we've been doing our strategy, the ghetto standard deviation. If you go see that tutorial to see if there's any cheap options with a low probability and high reward, but there's only been a couple of plays as of late. Again, earnings season is both ending and starting at the same time, but I have the earnings preview for Micron, so let's go over it. Let's see what's priced in and see what we're dealing with. And then market's hitting a high. Meanwhile, again, Powell, dovish, no change on the dot plot, dovish, and that's why you're hitting a new all-time high. There it is. There it is. So, Micron, let's get the earnings preview. Dollar at the low. Look at that. 10%. I mean, you're almost a 0.1% higher than what was priced in. So there is Micron. Oh, are you saying for Micron? 10% move priced in? Let's see. Let's see. They have an interesting chart, actually. So they're like right near all-time highs. Remember, they kept getting all those upgrades recently. So SPY's just breaking out still. But Micron, they're expecting revenue of $5.33 billion versus guidance of $5.3 billion, plus or minus $200 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 13 versus guidance of 13, plus or minus 1.5. Operating income expected to be $301.1 million loss. Non-GAAP operating margin loss of 5.7%. EPS loss of 26 cents a share versus guidance of loss of 28 plus or minus 7 cents. Cash flow from operations $1.64 billion. CapEx $1.83 billion. Adjusted free cash flow loss of $369 million. Next quarter expecting $5.98 billion in revenue. Non-GAAP gross margin 20.3. Operating income $220.9 million. Non-GAAP operating margin 3.7. EPS 8 cents. Cash from operations $1.96 billion and CapEx of $2 billion. Full year guidance CapEx $7.5 to $8 billion. Since last quarter, Micron December 20th, they are up 18.5%. S&P is up 8.9. XLK is up 8.2. Near-term options implied 10.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 9, loss of 4, loss of 4, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 8 of the last 20. Not bad. So it looks like, honestly, they're still reporting a loss for this quarter. They're expected to have good guidance next quarter, not spend too crazy on the year, and then they are outperforming the SPY, and then they've moved just about what they're pricing in. A little less, actually, on average. So, 10% on Micron, and I want to say they've moved 10% recently, no? They did at one point. They've moved like 4%, 4 or 5% from their highs recently. All right. Bro, you're still going. All right, Micronian. I don't know how you pronounce it. So again, preview said 10%. I think that's about right. I'm getting 980, 977. Stocks at 90, yeah, just above 10%. So a little bit more than 10%. Yeah, Russell's killing it. Again, small caps, gold. Gold is outperforming too. Again, not to mention the NASDAQ. I'm mad I sold that MNQ. And even my old IWM. Tier. But looks to be above 10%. So literally, if you don't know what that means, you take the at the money strike prices, you add them together, and that lets you know what the market maker is expecting. So that's saying that the option chain believes that Micron is going to move about $9.80 up or down after earnings, a little bit more than 10%. So that's the expected move. So if we do our little strategy, we're going to double that up for an unexpected move, and that leaves us with $19.16. So add that to 96.40. That leaves us with 116. 116 to the high side. So we'll look at next week contracts. 88 cents. Oof. Oh, no. Yeah, 80, not bad, kind of. I don't know. Maybe the 120s for 50. I don't know. They are near all. That's not too bad considering the price of the stock, but then Micron is a POS. I hate Micron. I actually hate Micron for it's not too big. I've seen worse, but then again, that is still a 20% break even, give or take a little bit more. So 1960, 76.90 to the downside. 22 cents. This one's just like the Pinduoduo. Puts are cheap. It's a cheaper stock, so Pinduoduo is actually trading at a higher price. You're literally paying same $20 for half the price of the stock. So, I don't know about that one. I don't know. Gives me vibes of Pinduoduo, but a little bit more expensive. Call's not too bad, but I'm not like too stoked on playing it. I don't know. I feel like afterwards, and again, I hate Micron earnings. Again, they're expected to lose money, but this quarter, and then guidance is expected to be good, but really, except for last quarter, they haven't even moved close to 10%. But they are at all-time highs, and then they have had a shit ton of upgrades as of late. So we'll see. INTJ, is it coming back? 357. They got murdered still, but not too bad. We'll give it a day or two. Again, kept that one small for literally $800. And then the bonds are climbing back up. The 2-year plays are up a little bit. Again, the 2-year doesn't move as much as the 30-year. So conclusion, investors are increasingly confident that the Fed will begin lowering interest rates in June. So literally, June rate cut odds are still getting solidified. How did the ZQ play out? Now that I think about it, I wanted to see the ZQK. Yeah, that went up. Went up a little bit. Not too crazy, but a little pop. Honestly, not much changed after that. A real dud, low-key. Volume's lower than yesterday. I mean, we're still hugging around what was priced in. Is there any other earnings for today? Is it just Micron? We have Nike and FedEx on Thursday. On playing analog devices for Micron. You like the consolidation. Sympathies could be in play, but I do think like this later in earnings season, the individual name that reports will probably be the one that gets the most juice. But then again, I mean, chips still have a lot of catalysts to run. Does ADI have earnings? No, didn't we play them? Micron, NVIDIA. There was just, Micron kept getting upgrades. Again, Micron, they were running with everything. They had like 3 major upgrades and then some news in a row. 5 in Chewy. Oh, they have earnings. 5 below in Chewy. Yeah, Nike's tomorrow. I thought we already did Chewy. I think Chewy prices in a lot for every earnings, and they're at the bottom. Lunar. Chewy, chewy, chewy. Can't you see? Sometimes your food just hypnotizes me. No? Okay. So, Chewy, for this quarter, they're expecting quarter 4 revenue of $2.8 billion versus guidance of $2.78 billion to $2.8. Active customers, 20.2. That's weird. I swear we just did Chewy earnings, man. It says they report today after the bell. Didn't we do this? Oh, I'm having major deja vu with this one. Active customers, 20.2 million. Net sales per active customers, $551. Auto ship, 2.14 billion. Gross margin, 27.9. Adjusted EBITDA, 65.3 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin, 2.3. And EPS loss of 3 cents a share. Next quarter, expecting $2.89 billion in revenue. Active customers, 20.26 million. Gross margin, 28.5%. Adjusted EBITDA, 112.4. Adjusted EBITDA margin, 3.9%. EPS, 5 cents a share gain. Since last quarter, December 6th, Chewy is down 10.1. S&P is up 12.5. XLY is up 3.9. Near-term options implies 17.9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, loss of 12, gain of 22, and loss of 7. Revenue has beaten consensus 13 of the last 19 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 19 quarters. Short interest is 17%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 10 of the last 17 quarters with 1 in line. That's Chewy. Chewy, chewy, chewy. So it's pricing in a lot, and it has moved bigger than what it's pricing in one time in the last year. 245. Is that right? 243, yeah. It's about right. What is that? 245. So that's what's priced in. Divide that by the price of the stock. 13.9% priced in. Yeah, it's only moved more than that once. So that's what the market maker is expecting Chewy to do for earnings. So the unexpected move. That's like what, 245 is like 490? 490. I cannot, man, what is happening here? Whatever, it's still close enough. 20 bucks, give or take. $20 on Chewy. 50 bucks. Double the price of one share. Or what is, no, I did 245? No, I did the math wrong. I was supposed to do 490. 490. Oh my goodness. Should be 22.47. Still the price of a stock. The share. So yeah. I believe, right? Yeah. Must be 490. Mm-hmm. And then that'd be like 13 or 12-ish to the downside. Yeah, I don't like it. I think shares, if you want to play it, it might move around a lot, but yeah, this could be. There's been a couple that have came out the gutter. It's moved up a little. That's all you, though. It's all you, baby boo. Oh, Tiara, God bless you. And I don't know, did I miss a couple? I saw Sam there, too. Girlfriend started her long-term. Chewy's one of her first buy. Another co-member. Let's go, baby. She said, I got a dog. I feed the dog. I got to tell my girl to check out Chewy. We'll see. And God bless you again, Tiara. Shout out all the donos, man. If I missed any. Horna. Oh, that was my secret, Powell. You saw it. It was blessed. Powell is watching over us. Powell is watching over us every day, bro. Every day. Paul's well. I hope you're doing good, Zach. God bless you, man. Good to see you. Happy Powell Day. All right, Five Below. That's another one. Five Below. You know, it took me. It took me a couple years, but you know, it took me a while to realize this was like a Dollar Tree store. You know that? I used to have no idea what Five Below was, but then it made sense one day. I think I realized in like 2021 or 2020. I think I learned in 2020. So they report March 20th after the bell, baby. Let's go. Love you guys. I'll change my life. To God be the glory. God bless you, Jive Turkey. Amen. Finger to the sky, baby. Finger to the sky. Amen. Amen. Appreciate you, bro. All right. As far as Five Below, we are pricing in next quarter comps of 3% versus guidance of 2 to 3. Revenue $135 billion versus guidance of $132 to $135 billion. Gross margin 41.7%. SG&A 20.5%. Operating margin 20.7%. EPS $3.78 versus guidance of $3.64 to $3.80. Next quarter, expecting comps of 2.8%. Revenue $851.7 million. Gross margin 32.6%. SG&A 26%. Operating margin 6.2%. EPS 76 cents per share. Full year guidance expected to be comps at 2%. Revenue $4.11 billion. Gross margin 36.3%. SG&A 24.5%. Operating margin 11.3%. And EPS of $6.47. Since the last quarter, November 29th, Five Below is up 7.2%. S&P is up 12.4%. And XLP is up 7.2%. Near-term options imply 9.9% move. Last 4 quarters, break even, gain of 6, loss of 8, and loss of 1, or gain of 8 and loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 5 of the last 17 with 1 in line. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 6 of the last 17. So their guidance is doo-doo. But they have held up. The Sandbag Kings. Five Below. Oh, whoa, 10-minute rig? No way. Oh, man, I was like, it's already 12:43, though. We only have 27 minutes, man. That's actually wild, bro. That is actually wild. My goodness. Yeah, market on close. I don't know. I think, is the volume lower than yesterday? Yeah, volume isn't that crazy. For it being a Fed day and the fact that it's a Fed day and nothing happened, but the volume isn't even that crazy, believe it or not. Oh, 17 minutes. My bad. I'm really dumb with math. It's been a long day, bro. It's been a long day. Okay, I still got to price in this 5 below, man. 5 below, 5 below. You have 13, 17 below, 17 below, man, 17 below. They don't have weekly options. Abbey Vice selling off. Oh, they're $200? Damn. Yeah, they're almost at 10% on a $200 stock. So, yeah, we're on that. They don't have weeklies. In like 1910. We'll go $19. A little bit less than 10%, actually. Just under 9 point something. Yeah, that's exactly what's priced in. So 19 times 2. So market maker thinks stock is going to move $19 either way. That's what's priced in. Unexpected move, $38. 208. That's 246. $1.40, still kind of pricey. So net cheap price, $38. 170 to the downside. 60 cents. Ooh, I'm not really opposed to that, but that's kind of far out. So they haven't been at 170 since, I guess, a little bit last year. I don't know. They have never moved like that. They have not moved anywhere. They have not even moved close to 10% in the last, year. I think 2021 was their biggest earnings. But those puts aren't that pricey. Comparatively, I've seen worse. I have seen worse, Chattadonia. No, Nike is tomorrow. And then gold. Gold hit a new high. Gold almost 2,200. Nice day, high of the day. Yeah, that's for 5 below. The puts aren't bad considering the price of the stock, but it's never moved anything close to that. So I think that's it. I think no more place. DRI Home Builders. Do they have a report? I think we might skip it. We already did MU. Home Builders already at all-time highs. I don't think they're doing anything too crazy. Micron, no, I'm not going to play. I'm going to wait till after. They're kind of pricing in a decent amount, and I hate Micron earnings. I have a very interesting history with Micron earnings. And that's it, man. 3 minutes till 10-minute rigged. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Nike is tomorrow. We're going to do that tomorrow. You saw the live stream last earnings? Oh, nice. So you've been with us for all the earnings previews. Nice. Isn't that crazy how it's already Nike earnings again? The Nikes. We have the Nikes, Habibi. We have the Nikes. Oh, DRI's Darden? Oh, I was thinking DHI. Apologies. Darden. Darden. I could be interested in Darden. I think that's going to be priced. Ooh, DRI. This one might be interesting. It's not pricing in a lot. I have the preview. They're at all-time highs. I don't know, though. I don't think they don't really have a history of moving big, though. They ain't really. That's why they're not pricing in a lot. Coin ripping now, too. And, again, Par has been on the high all day. SPY did top out from literally earlier, and we're right around where the option market was pricing in off a neutral report. They scam. Yeah, Micron got a bad history with me and Micron. But DRI, they are expecting Q3 comps of 1.1%. Olive Garden 1.3, Longhorn 3.1, fine dining loss of 1.4, other business loss of 1.1, revenue 3.03 billion, food and beverage costs 31.4, restaurant margin 21.0, operating margin 13.1, EPS $2.63 a share. Next quarter expecting comps at 2%, revenue of 3.02 billion, food and beverage costs 31.2, restaurant margin 28, operating margin 13.1, and EPS of $2.62. Full year guidance, EPS of 8.75 to 9, excluding items. Revenue 11.5 billion. Same store restaurant growth 2.5 to 3. New restaurant openings 50 to 55. Total capital spending 600 million. Total inflation of 3 to 3.5. Total effective tax rate 12 to 12.5. Since last quarter, December 14th, DRI is up 6.0. SPX is up 9.1. XLY is up by 0.1. Near term options imply 5.9% move. Last 4 quarters, break even, loss of 3, and break even. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 with 1 in line. So that one's not bad. Not bad. Literally, they are pricing in 6%. The highest they've ever moved is 3% to the downside. And then they are outperforming their respective industry so far on the quarter. So they're not pricing in a lot, but they don't move a lot on earnings. $3.3 it looks like. I'm getting $4.40. We'll go with $4. Yeah, $4 on 15 on 150. $2.5%. So a 5% move. They're pricing in 2.5, 5%. So $8 both ways. You're like, what, 165? 165 or like 149-ish? 148-ish? Whoa, those puts are weird. And the call, 65 cents, 70 cents. Oh, I put in, man, what's wrong with me? I'm sorry, I have a problem. I'm sorry. I know I have an issue. We'll figure it out. We'll get to the bottom of it. We only have 10 minutes, though. 10-minute rigged, honestly. Not that crazy. Maybe wait for the final 5. Market on close, $795 million to the sell side. All right, my bad. So $10.40. No, well, yeah, let's see. I'm getting $9.90. That says $10.40. That says 7. We'll go with 10, Habibi. It's April. We'll go 10 flat. 10 divided by 174, 0.32, 5.7. Yeah, they barely move. I think this one's going to be very good. 10, so $20, 194. That's your unexpected move. 30 cents kind of makes sense. Price isn't that bad for a $200 stock, but I don't think Darden has it in him. Unless Olive Garden is like, yo, bro, Olive Garden's popping. I don't know, maybe they like EDC Olive Garden or something. AI Olive Garden. Maybe AI Olive Garden. They're like, yo, we found a way. We use AI for our breadsticks. It's all you could eat breadsticks with AI. And now, like, it's good. It's good. AI pasta. Mm-hmm. Robo bread. Longhorn. They also, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I've seen Longhorn my whole entire life. I've seen random Longhorns. And I've always wondered if they are like actively like being occupied. And I've never, so I didn't know that it's the same restaurant as Olive Garden. I've never been to Longhorn. It looks fancy from the outside, but I'm like, what? I've never been to one. I've seen it, but I've never, it's good? It's okay? No way. Longhorn. Mine's good AF. It's better than Outback. Onion petals, they got it like that? It's the truth? No way. It's solid? Oh, no way. Wow. That's good. I'm glad I asked. I am glad that I asked. I'm going to go. Wow. Very good to know. The rolls are goated. Never heard of it. I've always seen them, but I've never like. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna hit it up. Well, let's see. DRI, not DHI. Oftenly confused. All right, we got 7 more minutes. Final 5. Man, I need to go to the bathroom, bro. I work for DRI at Yard House. Oh, I love Yard House. Let's go. Shout out Dia. They own Yard House too? Wait. Oh, no. Hey, man. So is it looking good? They're saying, how come they don't, unless they have that under fine dining. And Bonefish? What's Bonefish? Again, they're pricing in a lot, but they don't move a lot. So, I don't know. People forgot about horrible Foot Locker. Are you saying for Nike? That is a good point, my friend. Very good points you bring up. All right. What a day, man. What a day. Oh, shit. 3M went back to green. Damn. And then where's the rest? 3M's at 108 now, dude. What the hell just happened? Did that fill the earnings gap? Yeah, DraftKings, dude, we're almost we're almost back to break even on DraftKings in the long term. Ta-da. And then China stocks, I mean, again, weird day after Pinduoduo's little good, bad movement. I don't know, man. 3M, I wish it was a little lower, but now, like, I mean, that's ran up like what, 5 or 10% recently? 3M has gone up a lot. And then coins back to green. Again, Disney too, man. Disney 52-week high. So we'll see, man. And then we're wrapping it up. Final 5. Honestly, not that eventful. Not that eventful, Chatadonia, to bring it home. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Look at me. Silly me. Chatadonia. Well, look at the time. Looks like we are about to wrap it up, so I hope you guys have had a great day so far. Powell could have been a lot more exciting, but it wasn't. But I don't want you to end your day on a bad note, so I got to give you guys the warning that it is about to get extremely loud in here. We have a new guy. He comes on. He closes out the day, but I just want you to know it's about to get really loud. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers. Why? Because it is going to get so loud that some people have reported bleeding eardrums, dormant BBB coming back, resurfacing, and a host of other issues. It's ruined their day. Loud noises have turned, it turns them. It's like kind of like The Walking Dead. I don't know how to describe it, but all I'm saying is that loud noises bother people, and we know some of you may be susceptible to something of a larger epidemic. So I just want to make sure you're safe and have a good day and end your day on a good note. So when I say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers, okay? That sound good? Earmuffs. You mute them. You go mute. Okay, good? Good. Earmuffs. Okay, mute it. Earmuffs. They're safe for it, Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 66 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day especially if you were expecting nothing and only a bullish and dovish Powell, because that's all you got here. Now it's just all about the data and then getting into summer. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way. Yeah, as always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. That's it. You got to wrap it up. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Are you holding? Going into tomorrow, is it still bullish? Dovish? How do you feel? What about the data? You got a little bit more for the rest of the week. The big event, the market is closing almost exactly where the options priced in. What are you going to do? Are you going to play Micron earnings? Is NVIDIA, the chips, Broadcom? What's going to happen? You have less than 10 seconds to finalize those decisions. Make them count, baby. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. That's it. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go, baby. Oh. Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I don't care if you're new or not, baby. You're here for Powell or whatever. I need a good game in the chat. Drop that GG, baby. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. I know you got to listen to Powell. Got to learn a little bit. Got to be prepared. Got a little bit, but not that much of forward guidance, baby. Drop that GG. Let's go, baby. Everybody. It's good sportsmanship. It don't matter who you are. It don't matter. It don't matter. You need it. Listen, without a GG, that just shows you don't have good sportsmanship. I'm just saying, without a GG show you really one of us. It's good for the chat packs. You better run it, baby. Drop that GG. Let's go. Good game. Way to hold it down. That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You threw in a dono. You gifted a membership. You didn't have to. Bro, you were just nice in the chat. You didn't have to. You show love, baby. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. GG. Thank you, bro. Thank you. God bless you. Good game, bro. That's how you play. Good game. God willing. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. Micron. Micron. Oh. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. I'm getting Micron. Is it already out? Did you already see that on the wire? Micron, wait a minute.
Where's Jill? Come on.
I don't see Micron yet.
Hey.
But that thing's running.
4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch.
I don't see it. Oh, I get it. I got it.
That's me.
Yeah, I have it. Again, I have to compare the preview number. But revenue, $793 million. Adjusted EPS, 42 cents a share. Revenue, $5.82 billion. And then second quarter EPS, 71 cents non-adjusted. I think they beat. Did they do good? Hold on. So revenue, 5.3. Yeah, they killed it. They did $500 million more in revenue. Net was 793. Wait, adjusted free cash. Check if their free cash flow was positive. That's going to kill it. Yeah, revenue beat, EPS 42 was, yeah, they killed it. They were supposed to be a loss. Yeah, cash flow 1.2. Estimate was 2. Yeah, they made a little bit less on their net, though. So they missed on that, but revenue killed it. I don't have the guidance yet, but so far, Micron actually did good. So they're already up 10. So remember, it might actually hit. If those anything higher than here, the market maker wasn't expecting this. So again, anything above here is now into unexpected territory. Micron sees third quarter revenue 6.4 to 6. Oh yeah, there you go. That's a home run. That's probably gonna go. Literally, they guided up for next quarter. That was their saving grace, and they guided that up. and they did better on this quarter. Again, their net wasn't good, but again, I think they reported positive where they were supposed to be negative. Yeah, and they guided up for next quarter. That's going to be a ripper. All the chips are doing good. 12%, 2% above expectations already. Yeah, I think all the chips, Soxel, WDC, they're all low-key moving on that. So first one of the day, that looks to be a dub. 5 clapping. 5, is that the one that doesn't move? What are they down? Oh, damn. Theirs was 170 flat. Nvidia, the raw to 1,000. No? Okay. I tried. See our AMD moving with them. Yeah, they killed it. 16. You're right in the middle now. You're 1.5. 1.5 standard deviations. That's killing it, though. They killed it. They absolutely killed it. Again, people thought only their guidance was going to be good, but this quarter and the guidance was even better. Young sandbag. Even crypto's ripping after hours. That should be generally good. And then again, bonds ended up good. Not bad. Yeah, futures going up a little bit. Even bonds held up. So not too bad. TSM, so they topped out 15, 16%, halfway between 1 and 2 standard deviations. So again, Micron does move a lot on their conference call as well, too. Yeah, man, they're killing it. What else was there? There's 5 below. Where are we waiting? No, DRI. That was the one that doesn't move. DRI? Darden? Was there one more? Wasn't it Chewy? Chewy, can't you see? Sometimes dog food hypnotize me. I just love your GME ways. This is how you know it's a short squeeze and it's okay. No? I bought GME off the WSB. But okay, I'm sorry. Dell's even going up. So again, a lot of sympathies. TSM as well, too. I don't have Chewy out yet. Nothing up there. Again, Micron, solid beat and guide up off of higher guidance already expected. What was the other one? 5? 5 below. Where'd you go? So 5 below, full year EPS expected 571 to 622. They see full year net 318 to 346. They aims to open 225 to 234 stores next year. Full year sales 3.97 to 4.0. I think they guided lower. Broadcom pop. Remember, they had that event, and they could be moving off your boy Micron. Does anybody know when your friend what's it called, DR comes out? The breadstick man. Chewy Popper smile all the time. Wow. I don't see Chewy yet. I can double check. It's up, as I'm up right now. Oh, the 8K's out. Damn it. Easy number. The filing's out, but the easy numbers aren't there. Oh, Troy has them. 4-quarter net sales 2.8. Estimate 2.79. Okay, dog food on the rise. Remember, they were pricing in 17. Coin and Mara also running up after hours. Buru up 35. Oh, didn't we say Buru was fun to say? Oh, man. We knew it. This is all-time highs for the market, yeah. Buru. The full text, sec.gov. Chewy, fiscal results. Give me exhibit. Yeah, I don't have easy numbers for Chewy. Oh, maybe I do. Nope, I don't. Man. Yeah, we'll wait a little bit. I'll get easy numbers on that, but they priced in 17. They're at 17. I think Micron is the star of the show. Hopefully that lifts up the the chips tomorrow. Otherwise, Let's see what happened, Habibi, you know? $5 at 177. DRI, we don't know where that one's coming out. Pretty good. I mean, no, market loved it. Market loved today. Again, Powell was a dud, but literally nothing happened. We closed a little bit higher, not 2 standard deviations, but you moved a little bit more than what was priced in. And again, we got some nice things to digest, but generally the story didn't change. And I mean, Powell is as cool as ever. Powell seems unfazed as ever by any sort of data, inflation, or anything. We will get Powell again on Friday, actually. I think we have 3 Fed speakers. So we'll see how it is, baby boo. We'll see how it is, man. We'll see how it is. Why is Bank of America ripping after hours? Yo, Bank of America just popped 20 cents after the bell. Micron soars 15. Chewy is right where it was priced in. I know, what was it? Micron. So Micron's kind of falling back to where it was priced in. Well, I appreciate you, man. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I think that is going to be it. Unless we get any more earnings. But, Chad, I think that is the day. Unless you are on the watch list. Honestly, we have Cole Real Estate today. That's free 99, baby. But I might not. Again, I've been low-key. I've been having some very wild Wednesdays recently. I may not get you a watch list tonight. We're going to have to see how it plays out. But second link usually. Otherwise, I'll see you on Thursday for the live one. But, yes, second link, nightly watch list and main channel. We'll do a live one on Thursday. But check out the links in the description. Free long-term alerts. First link, baby. The long-term market hits a new high. The long-term hits a new high. You know what I'm saying, baby? You know what I'm saying? Free long-term alerts. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Check out Cole Real Estate. We got that in the description. After the bell, baby. We will see you there. And fill out the prayer request wall. And we have it there too, man. Again, it's pinned up there in the description. If you guys are not aware, man, I don't know. And that's why, man, I always tell you guys, pray for your brothers and sisters. We always praying for all of you, man. But sadly, and honestly, man, it sucks because I know we're going to talk about it a lot, but it is unfortunate. But, dude, one of our brothers passed away. So a lot of you guys know Babinski. Some of you don't. And again, if you don't know him, you know, don't worry, man, if anything. But some of you do. He passed away. So just wanted to let some of you guys know. And we are doing a GoFundMe for his family, or at least his wife set this up. We wanted to share this. But if you guys want to show any love to Babinski, it's pinned in there. I'll even spam it there in the chat. But, is this it? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. So we'll see you guys on there if you want to check it out. Otherwise, man, no worries. But give your thoughts and prayers, man, to him, his children, and everybody else, man. And honestly, just pray for your brothers and sisters. We are looking out for all of you, man, and we love you. And I wish the best for all of you, man. And it is crazy, the community that we have. And even though I've never met some of you, man, to see y'all every day, bro, it's an honor. And if today was your first time too, man, I hope I see you guys again. We are going to be here, but the markets are going to be wild for the rest of the year. So we got a lot of things to go over, man. But God willing, we get another year. Shout out to all the Chads, but Chadadonia, that is the day. That is all that I have for you. That is all that I have for you, man. That's it. That's it. Maybe, I don't know. DRI earnings haven't came out, but you check out the description. May or may not be a watch list. We'll have to see, man. We got a lot. I got a lot here on Wednesday, but that's it. I'm going to give you one uncle. I'll give you an uncle, and then that's it. Uncle, maybe earnings comes out, but then that's it. Then we peacing out. Oh, it's tomorrow morning. Oh, well, there you go. Well, there you go, buddy. There you go. There it is. God bless you guys. Thank you for being here. Shout out to chat, baby.
Baby. Yeah, it's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about their weapons, it matter alarmed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Oh. Yeah, that one's Paul freestyle. Uncle Answers, baby. But that's it. No more earnings. No more earnings, Chad. We did it, man. Another day. God bless all of you. That is all I have, man. Powell, as dovish as ever, bro. He is such a softie. You know that, right? You know, he's a softie, man. He chilling. He said, I told you, he's a confident softie. But he was a nice guy, man. He ain't the same Powell. I've been bullied by Powell. You know that? You guys know, like, how, you guys know how they say, like, this is what my siblings tell me. Because I'm the youngest one. They say, oh, you the youngest. They tell me that I got the least of the Bible beating. They say they got the Bible beating way more. And they said I'm the youngest. I didn't get it as much. Does that sound... Is that what happens? And is that the family dynamic? Can you guys relate to that? The younger one gets less of an ass whooping. Is that true? Cause I don't necessarily. I like to disagree sometimes, you know. But at the same time, that's how I feel with Powell in the stock market. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. They don't feel me, Chad. Because all of y'all in the market right now, you are the younger ones. You know that? All y'all, you just started a long term, even last year, even like 2 years ago almost, man. You know that? You got the nice Powell. I'm just letting you know. He ain't beat you the same way. He the middle child of the market. He beat some of y'all. Just, you know, it's different. He's so much nicer. He be showing up at these press conferences, fucking cracking jokes, smiling, laughing with the press conference, saying we're going to get inflation down, fucking the stock market hitting all-time highs, telling you financial conditions are tight. Oh, you lucky you guys are. Oh, yeah, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So shout out the long term. No, I'm not complaining. I got a long term. Get the long term, baby. That's it. Powell done counted me out. Man, I'm counting my rate cuts. I'm loading my clips. He keep on saying just ignoring the dip. I'll go in about, but you can make that. We can make the Jerome Powell middle child remix. I think the J Cole, J Powell. It's the same. J Powell, J Cole. I was trying to combine their names, and then I realized J Powell, J Cole. It's the same. Oh. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, what about my remake? I'm all in my bag. At my Bentley, that's how I like it. Get off of my campaign. Get on the campaign. We're running the train. Anyway, I gotta go. I thought we were leaving. I thought we were heading on Air Force One. Oh, come on. Is it a Boeing? What the fuck? What do you mean? I thought Air Force One's a Boeing. Ah, fuck. It's okay, screw. Check the bolts. Anyways. 3,000 likes? It's good. You know how many votes I'll get? I'll get 67 million, 90 billion thousand vote. Now, anyway. Yeah, Chewy reported. Chewy's sales went up. People are feeding them more. You know why feed your dogs? And dogs need to eat. And I get it. It's cost. America's come on. Everyone's going to feed their dog. You should feed them with dignity. We invented dog food, for crying out loud. Huh? And now we invented the fucking kibble. We should be selling more kibble than anybody else. Yeah, it's true. You get a job, man. You making kibble. They call it a kibble fab. Yeah. You see one of these, a big plant. I know too much of this speech, man. I could say this speech 50 different ways. You even know I'm a fucking machine. Anyway, I gotta go, guys. Just leaving. I'll see you on the watch list, maybe. We'll find out. You have a good day. Thanks for liking the video. That means a lot. You guys did good. That's real good for a campaign. We're almost 3,000. 3 years. I thought it was 2024. It's not 3,000. You can't fool me. See, I'm on my shit. Anyways. I like slush buddy. What the fuck's a slush buddy? Did I just say something offensive? Well, it's okay. So walk it back in the morning if I did, but thank you. I appreciate it. I think I'm stuck like this. What is it? Did I just say, oh, on Hero, you give that a Hero? Yeah, thank you. I know, I appreciate it. I know what a slush fund is. No, I don't. No, I don't. Shh. I don't even know when I was vice president. Fuck off. Come on, you can't fucking prosecute me. I don't even know what fucking day it is. So let me fucking knock this term out and fucking do it again if y'all feeling lucky. And we'll fucking get the fucking energy, clean energy after it, and we're going to get it booming off the ground. End the war, start the war, and then we'll end it again, start another one. Okay, anyways. Thanks. I'll see you later. I got to go. You have a good day. Bye. Now, Joshua. Now, I have a couple of questions. And I'll just tell you now, if you come up to me tomorrow with a real estate question, without checking out co-real estate, I'm going to slap you. Exactly, I will. I mean it. I'm not afraid. I'll slap you. That's fine. That's how we grew up. I'm just saying, I grew up getting the Bible beating and everything. Exactly. But I still have not figured out what a slush buddy is. And I understand Joseph is very appreciative, but we still don't know if that's offensive or not. I don't know. Is that some Peter Pan activity? Is it, what are you doing? I don't know. Is that what Joe Biden's doing with his friends? I couldn't answer that question. Exactly. So if you want to write me back, you can. And have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Exactly.